A temporary shelter made of thick fabric was called a tent. A man entered such a refuge, pushing aside the entrance cloth. Boss. The 87th prospective site. Ice a broken bar. Oh, D.A. Bulry. Is it all dug up? Did anything come out? The boss, who was lying on a makeshift bed while picking his nose, suddenly sat up and asked. D.A. Bulry shook his head with an expression full of regret. The boss exploded in anger. Fucking shit. Isn't this Jang Bodo just a complete sham? We have been digging the ground for 8 months. So why is nothing coming out? Jang Bodo. A map where treasures were buried, hence, a treasure map. Still, by tomorrow, the 88th, 89th, and 90th prospective sites will be completed. Let's just dig up to 100 and then return. Who would say anything then? Motherfucker. Damn it. The boss cursed and flopped back down. It was then, boss. Another subordinate rushed into the tent, panting. Even while seeing such urgency, the boss remained nonchalant. What's the matter? Those Daging sect bastards have all swarmed here. What the broken bar that fucker? Wang Sonman. Did he spill everything? Fuck this. This is why you can't trust those orthodox faction fuckers. They have no loyalty, you hear me? No loyalty at all. Then, D.A. Bulry corrected him. Would he have betrayed us after learning the heart absorption art? It must be that he was caught due to some misconduct. What was the reason for imparting the heart abortion art and even giving the precious black heart? It was because once exposed, the person in question would become a public enemy of Murim either way. Thus, once Wang Sunman took over the Daging sect, it was no different from the entire sect switching to their side. Same difference. He got caught because he did something wrong? Then it's a betrayal due to a lack of ability. Anyway, who? Hoyt. The boss stood up, bracing himself against the ground, and looked at his subordinate. You said the Daging sect bastards have come swarming? How many? Around 50 or so, is what it seems like. 50, you say? D.A. Bulry. What did you say about the Daging sect's forces again? There are 2 at the early stage peak realm and 7 at the first rate. Ha! Just that? The boss licked his lips. They're really looking to die, aren't they? Just look at them picking their own graves. Perfect timing. I was starting to get bored anyway. Let's massacre all of them. Boss. Our mission is a broken bar. A broken bar? Shit. The boss interrupted D.A. Bulry. I know, alright. But we've been discovered. Yeah? So let's wipe them out and escape. What else can we do? Or what? Should we just spread rumors about how we're looking for treasure? No, right? So, what should we do? Huh? We did our best. A broken bar. A broken bar. Let's see a broken bar. A broken bar. The boss stroked his chin. Just finish up where we were digging for now. We have to at least finish where we started, and prepare to bury all the laborers as well. I will follow your orders. D.A. Bulry turned around, preparing to leave. But when he did so, the boss suddenly stopped him. Wait. We have to deal with Wang Sunman too. D.A. Bulry, you take care of it and return separately. If they've all swarmed out, the house must be empty. Assign some other bastard to do the finishing touches. Understood, boss. D.A. Bulry bowed respectively and then disappeared outside the tent. Then, the boss gave orders to the remaining subordinate. Gather all the members of the Advance Blue Brigade. Leave only those finishing the digging. Let's go slice up some people for a change. Mount Sabayol was one of the many common mountains in Jiangsu. The terrain was not particularly rugged, nor did it offer stunning scenery. Since there was a road nearby, there was rarely a reason to traverse it, so apart from the occasional herbalist hiking up with a sack, it was largely untouched by human footsteps. And according to Wang Sonman's confession, it was also the place where the missing persons had been taken. It was when the Daging sect's rescue team reached the mountain's entrance, at the boundary between the fields and the mountain terrain. A man stood boldly, blocking the rescue team. Despite his disheveled hair and greasy, filthy face, his eyes shone ever so brightly, albeit with sinister light. Are you the Daging sect? I've been waiting for so long, you know. The sect leader glanced at the guardian elder. After all, it seemed somewhat inappropriate for a sect leader to shout with his own mouth. As such, The guardian elder roared within a chi imbued in his voice. "Who are you? Reveal your identity." "Me?" The man grinned ferociously. "This elder's name is Yamsara, Idol. Ayan Liang Yamsara, Idol. 1. I wrote it in its complete romanticization on purpose. I kinda wanna show King's perspective in this convo after all," the guardian elder exclaimed in horror, and as if in response to that, there was a stir among the Dajing sect's ranks of disciples. King asked Beng Disen beside her. "Yamzara, Idol? What kind of name is that? Is Yom the surname, or Yamza?" "It is Yom." "So, his name is Sarah, Idol? Isn't that even stranger? How can someone's name be broken bar a broken bar?" "It is a name used in Xazanji, too." Xazanji is basically Tibet. But to be more specific, the geographical term Xazanji is often limited to the Tibet Autonomous Region. The literal meaning is Western Tsang, one of the 3 Tibetan regions. "Buta broken bar a broken bar." "Never mind, your ignorance is no longer novel to me. If I know, I just need to learn, you know." "So, is he a famous person, a strong guy?" "The second coming of Yan Liang." 3. A military general serving under the warlord Yuan Shao during the late Eastern Han dynasty of China. He was slain by Guan Yu at the Battle of Boma. Yom Sarah, Idol. Known to be at the late-stage peak realm. No wonder something like this happened. It seems like it was all the work of those demonic cult bastards. The second coming of Yan Liang, Yom Sarah, Idol. He was a demonic adept with a prowess as subtle as his title, said to be the incarnation of Yan Liang. However, Yom Sarah, Idol was not famous for his own martial strength. Rather, he was a demonic adept who was renowned as the boss of the Advanced Blue Brigade, a combat unit under the demonic cult's external battle pavilion. His alias, the second coming of Yan Liang, came from his aggressive assaults, likened to Yan Liang's own. The demonic cult, where all those bad guys gather and live together. That's right. It was then the mission window, which had been pretending to be absent all this time, finally showed its repulsive form. Omen, unknown crisis. Description: you have encountered a special task force of the demonic cult. Actions for mission completion: righteous karma, defeat the Advanced Blue Brigade. Evil karma, defect to the demonic cult and join the Advanced Blue Brigade. Heavenly slaughtering star, kill all. This choice could influence everything below heaven. This was yet another Omen mission. Fucking hell, I've already met the final boss, you know. Omen, my fucking ass. King spoke in a grating voice. Ah shit. Hey, San. Even if I chew on Poppy now, it'll be a bit late for it to take effect, right? As I have already said before, the side effects are not to be underestimated, so you should bear with it unless absolutely necessary. I'm fine, thought for broken bar a broken bar. King liked alcohol. Though she liked it even before the start of her Murim journey, it was not to the extent of recklessly guzzling down hard liquor. But now, she could drink any type of hard liquor as if they were water. Why? Because she was able to. To King, alcohol was just a beverage that made her feel good. No matter how much she drank, she maintained a pleasantly tipsy state. Moreover, since the start of her journey, she had not once experienced a hangover. Though she was not certain, it was probably due to her choice of constitution. Blood poison. She benefited from the positive effects of whatever she consumed, while all negative effects were nullified. The poppy was no different. She had been sternly warned that over time, the side effects would be as severe as becoming bedridden due to alcohol poisoning, but she had yet to see any signs of it. To King, poppy was merely a drug that made her body and mind feel at ease. Strategy guide. Looks like it's you once again. I really hope I can meet you one day. King sent her thanks to someone who was somewhere in the universe or not. Both location and identity was unknown to her, after all. But he's at the late stage peak realm, you said? Then why is he so confident, standing there alone? He acts as if he's in the transcendent realm or something. He is not alone. Look. Men in black attire emerged in a line, cutting through the mountain terrain. Hey, look here, Dajing sect leader. You're just a greenhorn who barely clawed his way to the peak realm, yeah? And there's one more, right? Is it that old man clinging next to you? As a special favor, I'll take you both on myself. How about it? Wang Gaeyuk and the Guardian Elder looked at each other. They were friends who had grown old together while raising their sect. As they were already closer than blood brothers, they understood each other's intentions with just a glance. It doesn't look like he knows, does he? It doesn't look like he knows, right? King and Qingbin were at the late stage peak realm, Beng Disan was at the middle stage and Namgung Shinji was at the early stage. You two old bastards will have to use all your might to defeat me. After all, as time passes by, your frail family members will continue to die. Wang Gaeyuk and the Guardian Elder exchanged glances with King's party and nodded slightly. Then, with a deliberately solemn expression, they drew their bows and shouted, "The Guardian and I shall personally confront this evil fiend. The rest of you, annihilate those wicked bastards of the demonic cult." The implication was that they would handle Yom Sarah, Idol, so the others should take care of the rest. Kahaha. That's more like it. Come, old bastards. Yom Sarah, Idol laughed heartily, oblivious to the situation. In his mind, the tragic downfall of this orthodox faction was already unfolding. Two old men, desperately trying to stop just one of him, while their disciples were dying. The blood and scream of the orthodox bastards would continue to burst forth, and the old men, at a loss for what to do, would become increasingly engulfed in despair and self-reproach. And the distorted expressions they would wear at that very moment. When only the two elderly are left, I will suppress them, mock them, and play with their lives. I'm gonna thoroughly enjoy their grief-stricken, tragic reactions. Of course, everyone has a plan. However, as Sun Tzu emphasized, know the enemy and know yourself. This principle was the foundation of all strategies, applicable to all worlds before and after Sun Tzu, and even in those where Sun Tzu never existed. If you did not know your enemy, you would have to get hit. After all, ignorance was learned through getting beaten the shit out of. Let's go. We will annihilate the scum of the demonic cult and uphold the justice of the Central Plains. As Wang Gaeyuk led the charge with a shout, a chorus of voices followed him, and thus, the battle began. King was having a blast. Wow. Legalized slaughter, free murder, infinite refills. Of course, the law prohibited murder. But there was the principle of non-interference between the government and Murim. Killing among martial artists wasn't just overlooked, in fact, it was even somewhat welcomed. So, saying it was legalized slaughter wasn't entirely incorrect. As King ran around in ecstasy, she was stopped in her tracks by an enemy. After all, a girl approaching with light, effortless skips seemed far too easy to handle. However, the moment they clashed and the girl's sword dug into his blade, he realized something was terribly wrong. Shortly after, the blade snapped. His left hand's fingers, which he had reflexively stretched out, dropped off one by one starting from the top. And then, shriek. The excruciating pain flooded him. King relished the sensation at the tip of her blade. It pierced through the soft leather below the diaphragm, tearing through the peritoneum to reach the resilient lining of the stomach. When she exerted a slight force at that sliver of a moment, the stomach split open and the gastric fluids spilled inside the body cavity. When the blade was withdrawn, only a acute cut below the diaphragm, a stab wound, remained. But regardless of outer appearances, she was sure the experience of his insides dissolving in his own stomach acid would be absolutely a broken bar electric. The pain of one's organs melting while still alive was beyond what a person could dare to bear. The member of the Advance Blue Brigade convulsed on the ground, unable to even let out a scream. Looks like it hurts. King looked down at her handiwork with an ever-so-content grin. In the distant past, when the heavenly slaughtering star appeared, every child born under its light was sought out and killed. Still, this was not enough because of selfish mothers who hid the births of their own children. As such, everyone born within a generous 100 days before and after was also killed without exception. Much blood and tears had soaked the earth. However, a child born under the ominous, solitary star of heavenly slaughter had to be eliminated, even at such a cost. Otherwise, instead of merely soaking the earth, a massive wave would come, submerging the land under a sea of blood and tears. Heavenly slaughter was a madness humans could not dare to endure, and it was a madness that grew as one aged. At first, it was limited to finding the sight of blood aromatic, as well as enjoying the tearing of flesh and the crushing of bones. But as the killing star soaked deeper into the marrow, one would start to find other forms of pleasure on top of the ecstasy of massacre. They would laugh at the sight of people's sorrow and despair, realizing there was nothing more thrilling than the pain of others. And just as so, King's gaze was captivated by death. It was when she was looking down blankly at a living thing writhing at her feet. Suddenly, King's arm moved. The brilliant sensation of a hard, tightly packed mass pushing against her blade. His muscles are pretty tough, huh? He trained well. King's head turned a beat later, twisting bizarrely to face the enemy. And there stood a man holding on to his severed forearm. Nice to meet you. Have we met before, or is it our first encounter? The sword of the maiden fluttered, filling the space. Originally, the maiden sword was a bright and cheerful sword style, but the imagery intoxicated by heavenly slaughter painted a completely different picture. At this moment, her sword was alluring and insidious. Like a mosquito sticking onto one's body, it stung the moment it touched, eating away at the flesh and clumsily, heavily taking flight. The tip of the moonlight sword pierced and flicked at a tendon. A taut sinew snapped and curled into the muscle. With the tendons of his limbs severed, the enemy fell, each of his arms and legs twisting in inhuman directions. Impressed by the familiar pose, King exclaimed in admiration. Ooh, an identity no one expected. 1. Korean meme from The Masked Singer. The panel member was shocked about the identity of the singer, thus striking up a pose. Basically, looks like this. A superscript O F apostrophe A superscript O A question mark. You know your shit. Ha! King stabbed the enemy's side once more before moving forward. The foe's stomach, cleanly sliced through the spleen, swelled up as blood began to trickle out. This was the present left by Wang Sonman. Now, King had almost memorized the entire insides of a human body. She learned where to stab and how to dig through, thus knowing exactly what to cut. King ran a finger along the sword blade to wipe off the blood and then smeared it on her tongue. I'm telling you, this salty and fishy taste is strangely addictive. Well then, I should also enjoy the banquet now too. Junior brother. A desperate cry. King's head snapped around. The sight of an enemy holding a sword high above a fallen Daijing sect disciple. At that moment, life and color returned to King's eyes. Just as the enemy was about to bring down his sword, he stumbled, losing his balance, and fell. As the Daijing sect disciple pushed away the corpse in horror, he saw a decoration protruding from the enemy's temple. It was a bainayo, a hair ornament used to fix a woman's hair in place. Are you alright? Long fingers akin to white jade pulled out the decoration of the bainayo, accompanied with a voice that was far too pretty to belong in a battlefield. The Daijing sect disciple looked up at his savior in a daze. My goodness. She is so beautiful. The Daijing sect disciple was spellbound. What's going on? Is he not alright? Was I a bit too late? After wiping the bainayo on her trousers, King reinserted it into her tied-up hair and asked. The Daijing sect disciple snapped back to reality. Thank you. Young lady, thank you. A different Daijing sect disciple, who had been calling out for his junior brother, also joined in with overwhelming gratitude. King just waved it off, feeling embarrassed. Don't mention it, fight carefully. Don't get hurt in vain. The Divine Maiden sect's esoteric doctrine. Form of hair, number 11. Twisting the hair largely and inserting 7 bainayos. It was a secret technique of the Divine Maiden where 2 long bainayos made of steel and 5 small bainayos that could be used as projectiles were equipped in the hair. They had said that even in places where weapons were not allowed, no one would ever question a woman's bainayo. Although there was a drawback of her head becoming exceedingly heavier, the muscles and bones of a master's neck would never yield to such things. And with King's monstrous strength, even if her hair was densely packed with needles like a pincushion, she would still be able to endure. Instead though, it would look quite suspicious. For some reason, My excitement is dying down." King licked her lips as she surveyed the battlefield. A spirited half-sword strike from Peng Disan was seen. His guandao entered the neck and emerged under the opposite rib. A diagonally torn torso fell backwards with a thump. What? Why is it so messy? What the hell is that even supposed to be? I guess it's to be expected from the immaturity of a middle-stage nobody. King darted through the gaps of Daijing sect disciples, scattering her sword around. Third movement of the Divine Maiden Sword, Butch Heavenly Maiden. The blade wrapped with sword threads carved the same trajectory as Peng Disan, passing through the enemy's body. However, the outcome was different. The severed torso slid perfectly along the diagonal cut, spewing out its contents. That's right. This is the true taste of a diagonal slice. Saini is still far from mastering it. Or maybe it's a limitation of a half-swordsman. King nodded in satisfaction. She held such a cruel yet wondrous aura. As such, the advance Blue Brigade hesitated and stepped back while the warriors of the Daijing sect raised their morale with shouts. King raised her hand in response and surveyed the battlefield. There, she saw Namgung Shinji. True to his title as the Sword Lunatic, he was swinging only his sword in solemn silence. His left hand, its digits stretched out in the stance of a finger sword, did absolutely nothing. If he's gonna do that, why not wield the sword with two hands or at least carry a shield? Oh well, he says that's how he likes it. Who am I to say anything? Anyway. And then, she also saw Chengbin. King almost flinched in surprise. What the fuck? Why does he fight so well? The trajectory drawn by sword chi broke apart and scattered. Then, the after-images of shattered sword chi fluttered white and red. It was no different from a splendid display of blossoming flowers, seeming as if the entire world was filled with scattered petals blown by the wind. However, its beauty was not all there was to it. After all, a wrathful maelstrom that stirred and surged due to the sword carried the petals on the wind. When the fallen corolla touched the enemy, they reached a full bloom in the shade of blood red, thus blossoming once again. King caught sight of the collapsing enemy. Not a single part of the enemy's body was unmarred. The petals of sword chi left wounds as small as fingernails, causing blood to leak from all over and leaving them unable to regain their senses. King felt somewhat wronged. He does all that and it's not called a demonic art? Are you seriously telling me that's supposed to be something else? What the hell? Why is the one I use one of the 10 great demonic arts under heaven or whatever? That's also cruel, you know? So why only me? Frankly, King's sentiment was not off the mark. The sword of Mount Hua was originally cruel. Mount Hua's supreme technique, life-taking linked three immortals sword, was powerful. But it was also too cruel. So much so that even the sect disciples of Mount Hua avoided learning it, saying it wasn't a swordsmanship fit for a Taoist sect. Therefore, later generations covered the deep malice of the life-taking linked three immortals sword with developed and progressive martial studies. And then, they added flashy splendor through the form of change and swiftness. Thus, the famous Plum Blossom sword was born. However, the cruelty hidden behind the splendor did not simply disappear. After all, it was a full bloom overflowing with sword chi and blood. And at the sight of this, the killing star, suppressed by the gathered gratitude of the Daijing sect disciples, quietly raised its head once again. Right. I can't be pushed back by his performance. I can do more than that. King plunged into the midst of foes. Yom-Sara, Idol realized far too late that the situation had gone terribly wrong. The advance Blue Brigade was supposed to be a special force of the demonic cult, composed of members that were in the first-rate realm at the bare minimum. They should have swept through the remnants of the orthodox fodder in an instant and then crowded around him to watch the spectacle. Instead, they were being thoroughly cut down. It was because of the youthful masters extending out streams of sword chi. They were peak realm masters at the very minimum. Among them was even a Plum Blossom swordsman of the Mount Hua sect. Yom-Sara, Idol's stomach was burning in frustration. What the second coming of Yan Liang, Yom-Sara, Idol, wished to do, to kill the enemy by slowly draining them of their blood, as they inwardly drowned in the guilt of their subordinates dying because of their own shortcomings, as well as the despair of hearing and seeing the destruction of the organization they had created with their own hands. What the second coming of Yan Liang, Yom-Sara, Idol, actually faced, The crisis of losing a combat unit of the divine cult due to underestimating the enemy's power. His stomach burning in frustration and agitation as his subordinates were dying. Sure, losing beloved subordinates was regrettable, but more importantly, his own safety was paramount. What fate would a boss who had ruined his unit face? Obviously, higher-ups of the divine cult would not just let it slide. Yom-Sarah Idol's expression gradually darkened. It was the decisive difference between the orthodox faction and the unorthodox faction. The mindset that the martial artists who walked the white path possessed compared to the martial artists who walked the black path. It was also the difference between those who looked for an us in dangerous situations and those who looked for a me. Of course, just because they were of the orthodox faction didn't mean they were an organization with only kind-hearted people. In the end, Yom-Sarah Idol made a decision, swinging his meteor hammer. 2. The meteor hammer, often referred to simply as meteor, is an ancient Chinese weapon, consisting at its most basic level of two weights connected by a rope or chain. One of the flexible or soft weapons, it is referred to by many different names worldwide, dependent upon region, construction and intended use. Widely, he released a chi wave, forcing Wang Geayuk and Guardian Kit to distance themselves and dodge. Then, Yom-Sarah Idol fumbled in his bosom. In the time the two from the Daijing sect heightened their guard, thinking it might be some ace in the hole, Yom-Sarah Idol took out a pouch and violently threw it on the ground. The glass bottle inside the pouch broke upon hitting the ground, mixing with the powder inside. Soon after, a dense smoke began to billow out explosively. Wang Geayuk and Guardian Kit covered their mouths and noses with their sleeves, hastily stepping back. "It's poison. Everyone, back off." In reality, it was unknown as to whether it was truly poison. However, shouting such upon seeing suspicious smoke was practically a law in Murim. The sound of a shrill whistle spread through the smoke. It was the retreat signal for the advance Blue Brigade, and with it, the evildoers of the demonic cult vanished into the smoke. It might have been a mere smoke screen instead of poison. Many thought so, but actually carrying it out with their actions by jumping into the smoke was a different matter entirely. After all, there could be a 1 in a million chance that it was mixed with toxic powder. Therefore, there were only two kinds of people who could dive into the smoke. The first type were those who definitively knew the smoke contained no toxic substances. The retreating members of the Advance Blue Brigade were of this kind. The second type were those for whom it did not matter whether the smoke contained poison. These included people who had already taken an antidote or had made preparations in advance, or those with a rare constitution that made them immune to poison. It was when Yom-Sarah Idol hurriedly ran away, returning to base. The youngest three members guarding the excavation site greeted their boss with big, oblivious smiles, unable to read the room. Yom-Sarah Idol was about to burst into anger, but paused at what followed. "Boss, we found it. We actually found it." It appeared right on the 90th. Yom-Sarah Idol felt as if he had seen the sun shine through clearing clouds. This meant the mission was complete. Even if the Advance Blue Brigade had suffered catastrophic losses, he now had something to report. After all, the actual master, himself, had survived and the deputy would return after dealing with Wang Sonman of the Daijing sect. That was enough of a result to excuse himself from punishment. "What about the Bokshin Xiaog? Did you find the Bokshin Xiaog, huh?" I asked. "If you found it." The youngest members exchanged glances, gauging each other's reactions as if urging someone to speak up first. Yom-Sarah Idol spat out curses. "You didn't even check that? Fucking hell. You stupid motherfuckers." The juniors felt wronged. "Where is it? Hurry up. Why aren't you running?" In a hurry, Yom-Sarah Idol urged them on. He didn't know when the Daijing sect bastards might attack. They would soon realize the smoke screens lacked any poison and could quickly climb the mountain to reach this place. Of course, Yom-Sarah Idol knew the way and returned directly. But the Daijing sect bastards didn't know the path, so they would probably wander. Still, if unlucky, they could discover this place quickly. Seeing his urgency, the youngest members quietly led Yom-Sarah Idol to the tomb raiding site. The burial chambers of the Heavenly Queen, erected without a mound, was not an easy place to find despite having a treasure map. Moreover, with trees growing overhead and their roots entangled into the earth, digging was extremely difficult. In fact, it was to the extent that they had to kidnap people just to have enough hands for digging. Of course, this was also a decision heavily influenced by the Advance Blue Brigade's reluctance to dig. They considered themselves as one of the great combat units of the divine cult. Their members were all first-rate martial artists at the very minimum. Why should someone like them do menial labor? A grey stone wall was revealed beneath the excavated ground. The bricks were clearly man-made. Yom-Sarah Idol realized his mistake. How could an entrance just magically appear directly under the earth they dug up? It wasn't possible. This had been a mission that had lasted 8 months just to dig and find the underground burial chambers. In fact, the fact that they found the tomb was a miracle in itself. Originally, they would have mobilized all workers to dig around to find the entrance. However, there was no time. Finding the Boksheng and returning to the divine cult was practically his only lifeline. Step back. Yom-Sarah Idol lifted his meteor hammer. If there was no time to dig around, he would just have to break through. Yom-Sarah Idol struck down at the stone wall with all his remaining inner chi. Boom, boom, boom. As he was in a position where he was being chased by time, each harsh explosive sound made his heart sink further. Yom-Sarah Idol gritted his teeth. Boom, 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 boom. How many times did he swing down on the wall? Finally, the bricks collapsed inward, and from it, a dark abyss seemed to open its maw. Torch, huh? Give me a torch. I will bring it right away. You motherfucker. Shouldn't you have prepared in advance? Didn't you fucking see me breaking the wall? Yom-Sarah Idol rebuked them, unfairly acting as if this was something obvious. So, the juniors felt aggrieved. But the law of Murim was clear: if they were so aggrieved, they should have reached a higher realm and became the boss themselves. But they weren't. And they didn't. So they had no right to be upset about anything. As one of the juniors hurriedly brought a torch and threw it inside, a burial chamber about 1 room deep was revealed. Yom-Sarah Idol leapt down in a hurry. Now, if only I quickly find the Boksheng and escape. Then a broken bar. Yom-Sarah Idol, who was thinking as such, quickly found his expression hardening. He had imagined a tomb with a remarkable chest in the center, revealing treasures immediately upon opening it. However, in the center of the burial chambers, another stone tomb was placed. That of itself was not all that bad. To be fair, it was only natural for a burial chamber to have such a stone tomb. Rather, the biggest issue was that the burial chambers were surrounded by countless drawers constructed like those of an apothecary's stores of medicine. As if to say, try searching if you can. Fuck a broken bar. A broken bar. Yom-Sarah Idol tore at his poor, innocent hair in fury. King knew the effects of blood poison nullification. It was a very simple, straightforward effect. She couldn't remember the title of the game now. To be fair, her playtime was actually 0 hours. But one of the few things she remembered was that apparently, the enemies in this game used poison quite often. And according to the posts she read, that made the game even more enjoyable to play. But why should that matter to her? Regardless of whether it was a trip to primitive, ancient China, a world within the game, or a transmigration to some mirror dimension, her present life had become indistinguishably real to her. So, when she tried to actually test out her constitution, she realized that the supposedly simple effect of poison immunity was not so simple after all. What exactly could be considered as poison? Things clearly identified as poison were fine and all, so they didn't need to be paid any attention. But what about mold? Spoiled food? What about alcohol? It was a first-grade carcinogen and the cause of numerous alcohol-related diseases, after all. Wasn't it essentially just a harmful poison at that point? The early days of survival after the start of King's Murim journey were about figuring this out. Mushrooms, fruit, grass, everything seemed fine, even bugs were okay. After eating them a bit, she got used to it. Except for the disgusting texture, bitter taste, and having to eat a lot to fill herself, it was alright. Also, it's said to be the food of a protein-rich future, right? Though this did make her wonder if this really was a suitable alternative food for the future, as well as whether the future world was a place where humans could actually live. Even rotten and spoiled food is fine? From then on, there was no need to fill her belly in the forests and mountains. She could just come down to the city and rummage through trash. She didn't get any infections either, as long as they were bound tightly in some way, shape, or form. Even deep wounds would heal cleanly without the need for disinfection and such. And from that, she deduced that perhaps bacteria was also considered poison. After somehow accumulating enough practice points and becoming a bit skilled with a blade, she started catching bad guys, looting their money bags and collecting bounties from time to time. It was finally her beginning to live a more human-like life. And from that, she also realized that alcohol wasn't particularly harmful. It just made her feel a bit better, without getting drunk enough to lose consciousness. She had no hangover or stomach aches. She could drink it if she wished and it was fine if she didn't. She couldn't get addicted to it either way. And ever since the day before yesterday, she had gained confidence in her tolerance to drugs as well. Now, her rough guess was that if a substance entered her body and had a harmful effect, it was considered poison, thus turning ineffective. But since there might be exceptions, she couldn't be careless. Just in case. That was why King didn't hesitate to jump in when someone shouted that it was poison. Unlike other things that were ambiguous, she held a certainty that poison would never work on her. King practically appeared to fly through the smoke. It was the result of anti-gravity leaps, a technique only possible since the maiden footwork had reached the Grand Star. After scanning through the members of the Advance Blue Brigade scattering into the mountain woods like cockroaches, she found a group of 3 that she liked very much. After all, better 2 than 1 and better 3 than 2, right? It was only upon entering the woods that the enemies noticed their pursuer. A single girl running like a fluttering butterfly seemed easy for them to handle, so they turned around immediately. However, contrary to their expectations, a binaio flew through the air, skewering one bastard's wrist, followed by a bell sound that went ding, which knocked another bastard down. The enemy, who had tried to face just one person with 2 others beside him, now found himself to be the only one left. The look in his eyes was one of urgency and disbelief. King grinned. Yeah, I felt like something was missing. My moonlight sword. A broken bar was supposed to be starving, but the enemy was already right in front of her. So broken bar. 8th move of the maiden sword, infinite origin of the moon. It was the last technique of the maiden sword, consisting of 5 movements in the first half and 3 in the second. This sword style was one that aimed for the quickest and shortest path in attacking an enemy. In fact, it had reached the very extremity in such regard. As such, it slashed 3 times in a veritable instant and repeated that very instant a total of 3 times. After swinging 9 times in an identical manner, the sword chi drew crescent moon so brilliant it seemed to actually brighten the earth. The enemy's wrist was cut, and as the blade returned, the wrist was cut further. Then, it was caught by the subsequent crescents, thus slashed a little more. Finally sliced pieces poured down in a cascade. These were cross-sections of the human body. It started from the thin wrist to the forearm, which gradually increased in thickness. Then it moved past the joint to the biceps. The bastard staggered back, spraying blood. In that instant, the enemy that had his hand pierced by the binaio aimed for her side with his blade. King reached out. A pallid, white hand grabbed his weapon. And then, when she squeezed her fist, the blade shattered with a clink. Swordbreaker. Swordbreaker referred to a hand technique where one broke the opponent's sword with their bare hands. However, it was originally meant to be a technique where one safely caught and broke the blade. There was no bizarre variation of Swordbreaker where one just crushed a weapon with their sheer grip strength. If King knew this, she might have laughed mockingly at such folly. But she didn't. Why? Because King was just as ignorant and foolish. Moonlight Hand. The enemy halted for a moment. Moonlight Hand. Why not Moonlight Strike? Or at least Moonlight Hand technique? And because of that moment of inattention, he had to pay quite the harsh price. Pshuk. King's hand pierced the enemy's chest. Her hand, which had sunk in up to the wrist, carefully grasped the enemy's heart. The muscles that moved regardless of the owner's will pulsated, tapping against King's palm. It was the ever so sweet and dulcet rhythm of life. Whoa, This works too. What should I do? Should I try squeezing it? Gurk. Ka broken bar. A broken bar. The enemy made quavering noises, as if he could not breathe. Agonizing pain surged from the squashed heart, making his eyes roll back to show the whites and foam to form at his mouth. King's lips curled up and she pulled her hand back. In her grasp was a bloody and bluish mass of muscle. The heart. For a moment, saliva pooled in her mouth. King unwittingly brought the heart to her lips. She was so startled she flung it away. Fuck. Why am I like this these days? King furrowed her brows as she retrieved her binaio from the corpse absent of a heart and stuck it back in her hair. King turned around. The guy without an arm was still rolling around, holding onto where his limb used to be. King stepped close, placing her foot on his head. She pressed down softly at first. The skull's resistance was firm. It can withstand this. Huh? She applied a bit more force. Just when it seemed like it was about to crumple slightly, it suddenly burst apart altogether, leaving only remnants of what used to be a head. A tingle ran from the sole of her foot straight to her head, almost as if there was an expressway in her body that instantaneously delivered the sensation. King was enjoying that lingering resonance. A broken bar. Which a broken bar. A broken bar. King turned her head. The bastard who had been beaten down by her Buddha's palm didn't run away. Instead, he was slumped down and spitting out such nonsense. He has the audacity to say that bullshit when he gets all startled just because we made eye contact. Witch? Want to see what an actual witch is like? Do you like watching talent shows? If you want, I can perform my greatest trick, showing off organs. How about it? Should I rip out your internal organs and wrap them around your neck? Do you want to try hanging by your intestines and have a makeshift swing? After shivering momentarily, King continued. Now that I think about it, that's a good idea. Yeah, let's go with that. The bastard's lower garments turned dark in color. Upon seeing this, King's face contorted in disgust. Fucking hell. You dirty piece of shit. The fuck is wrong with you? What? Are you scared of me or something? Oh my, aren't you supposed to be a man? Phew. Even if you die, you should resolve to die with honor. If you are going to hang anyway, you should have already hung yourself. In fact, you should be cutting open your own belly and wrapping your intestines round your neck proudly. That's what a real man does. But what did you do? You were so scared you pissed yourself? Just chop your dick off at that point. Why the fuck do you have it? Just rip it off. What's the point of carrying something so heavy below if you're the type to sit and pee? Despite the terrifying verbal abuse, the Advanced Blue Brigade member didn't even properly hear it. He was one who had pride in being a member of the heavenly demon divine cult. The divine cult was a place where the strong prevailed, where the law was the survival of the fittest, thus making it a melting pot of madness filled with crazy bastards and bitches. A bastard who ate people? Yep, they existed. A bastard who tortured people? Yep, they existed. A bastard who enjoyed killing people? Of course, they existed. However, having directly encountered and dealt with various demonic humans, he had actually developed an eye for spotting such evil types who couldn't necessarily be considered human. The girl in front of him was one of them. No, she was the real fucking deal even amongst those lunatics. It was unclear why such an existence was hiding within the Orthodox faction. She was worse than any demonic human. No, it was as if she was a being of a different species. Altogether a broken bar. A broken bar. His jaw trembled in terror. Please spare me. A broken bar. A broken bar. A first-rate master rubbed his hands together so quickly that he was practically vibrating like a fly. This was one of the strong suits of the unorthodox faction. After all, a martial artist without a grand cause would value their own life above all else. King looked down at the man groveling before her. He was someone who she could kill, just like the other bastards. King's gaze turned cynical, clearly biased against him. Me? Why should I? If you spare me, I'll do anything. As King took a step forward, the man screamed in horror. Wait. Oh great one. I have information. I will tell you everything I know. Bokshin Xiaok. We are looking for Bokshin Xiaok. King stopped moving. She didn't know what Bokshin Xiaok was, nor was she curious. However, the status window that popped up in front of her seemed to think differently. The mission window of Omen. Unknown crisis burst into flames and displayed an entirely new sentence. Divine cult under the heavens, war and chaos of the demonic cult. The beginning chapter. Unknown crisis. Description. You can track an important divine relic of the divine, demonic cult. With it, you can join the divine cult or steal to become the great adversary of the demonic sect. Obtain more information about Boxin Jiaok. Lone Jiang Journey. Steal Boxin Jiaok. Demonic cult. Deliver Boxin Jiaok to the Murim Alliance. Heavenly Demon Divine Cult. Deliver Boxin Jiaok to the divine, demonic cult. Heavenly Slaughtering Star. Steal Boxin Jiaok. This choice could influence everything below heaven. Broken bar. A broken bar. It's you again, Lil Window. An ex who asks, are you sleeping? At 2 a.m. would be smoother with it than you. How am I supposed to accept you when you're just so fucking clingy? Why don't you just go die in a hole? Suddenly, the strategy guide she had read half-heartedly came to mind. Wasn't it said that to progress through the game, one must resolve 3 random crises in the early game, mid-game, and endgame? But I've already seen the final crisis and the final boss, you know. What kind of fucking order is this? What an actual shitfist. Would it end if I just beat Unai Yongi, or do I have to deal with all 3 of them when one is already too fucking much? But still, the mission window was somewhat manageable since the coincidental meet-up with Yunayong. I think. At least it doesn't eat away at my brain like the martial arts window. How a broken bar. A broken bar. King let out a deep sigh. She wanted to clear these choked up feelings right away. Butte a broken bar. So, what's up with this Boxin Jiaok thingy, you fucker? Why are you talking about shit that only you know? That's illegal according to that something something blah 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 law, you know? King continued speaking with a crooked posture, akin to some gangster. Then, my verdict will be the death penalty. I shall tell you. 200 years ago, there was a legendary blacksmith called Banchai, known as the incarnation of the true lord of virtuous fire. 1. A broken bar. A broken bar. A broken bar. King threw a tantrum, annoyed at the exposition. Shit. What's with the sudden boomer-like story? What are you going to say next? That the only possession he had was the bundle he carried around? Is this really the time for you to be telling old stories about some grandpa? Do you want me to knock out all your teeth so you become a grandpa too? No. So like a broken bar. A broken bar. One of Banchai's masterpieces was a flute made of 10,000-year-cold iron. Boxin Jiaok. The fuck? You guys caused this fucking shitfist just for some flute. It is not just any flute. It is a flute made of 10,000-year-cold iron. It is a treasure desired by all artists in the world, with a sound so beautiful that even the Green Emperor praised it. A broken bar. A broken bar. In ancient China, the Green Emperor, Fuxi, too, was considered something like a supreme deity who played a role in the creation of humanity. He generously bestowed all sorts of knowledge to humans, including, of course, music. The phrase that even the Green Emperor would praise it was the highest compliment that could be given to an artist. But if one told King, there's such a flute and it has a beautiful tone which surpasses all sounds of nature, she wouldn't be interested because she couldn't even imagine what kind of flute it was. So, why should she care? She would just say, okay, sure. But isn't it just a flute? However, if one told King that flute is a treasure worth 10,000 gold. A broken bar. A broken bar. A broken bar. Something like that. A broken bar. It is a treasure. You're correct. I acknowledge it, was what she would exclaim in admiration. 10,000 gold? It was an unimaginable amount of wealth. If it was that much, it made sense to King why the mission window was making such a fuss. King pondered. Either way, she couldn't just let this group of bad guys have it. But that didn't mean she could entrust it to the Murim Alliance either. Wasn't the final boss, Unai Yongi, serving as an enforcer or whatever for the Murim Alliance? Dropping a treasure into such a loosely managed organization would mean it would disappear without a trace. Then, what should I do? Master occasionally played the flute. She would probably like it if I gave it as a present, right? King made up her mind. What are you doing? Why yes. Don't you know, starting directions. 3? What are you even doing? Hurry up and guide me. Then does that mean you will spare a broken bar? A broken bar. King's eyes narrowed. What the fuck is a villain? A broken bar. A broken bar. talking back to me right now? I will guide you. I want to guide you. Please let me guide you. King relaxed her expression. Nice, nice. Very good. Let's go. Dash. Hundreds of drawers were scattered across the floor of the burial chambers. Rotten pills, rusted binios, and ornaments of mere emeralds, as well as decayed chendos, and daggers, were all mixed together, rolling around. It was unimaginably malicious to think that the last part of the treasure map was to furiously pull out drawers. Originally, it was not a job for the boss of the Advanced Blue Brigade to do personally, but there was no choice when a fire was roasting right beneath his ass. Exactly how long had the fearsome demonic adepts of the demonic sect been rummaging through the drawers of the burial chamber? Finally, a drawer containing a dark blue flute fell to the floor from the highest shelf or location so fucked up that it had to be pulled down by hanging on it. We found it. Finally a broken bar. Yom Sarah, Idol let out a voice full of emotion as his lifeline finally revealed itself. The dark blue body, 1.5 feet in length, looked like a metal club at a glance, but it was actually an invaluable treasure. Very well, now a broken bar. It was then, thud. Someone jumped into the burial chamber. Yom Sarah, Idol grabbed his mace. 5. In startlement. Who is it? What the? Never mind. It's you. Where are the others? Yom Sarah, Idol recognized the face of his subordinate. He couldn't remember his name, but the face was at least familiar. The subordinate fidgeted in hesitation. Well, about that. A broken bar. Yo, is this the right place? I'm coming down, okay? Suddenly, a lively voice penetrated the stone chamber. At the same time, tap. A charming girl in the flower of maidenhood landed with a light step. King looked around the stone chamber. In the center, an opened stone tomb revealed faded silk and the remnants of a decomposed body underneath. Furthermore, the floor was littered with drawers that had been pulled out. What's this? Grave robbing? You're trying to dig up a tomb? You evil bastards. How dare you disturb the peace of the dead? This is unforgivable. Yom Sarah, Idol glared at his subordinate, clearly asking for an explanation. King also looked at the man with wet pants. The subordinate alternated his gaze between the boss and King. Then, he naturally drew his sword and aimed it at King. King frowned. You're going to betray me here? Seriously? Is that really the best you can do? Shut up. It was just to lure you here. Oh well, whatever. I had no intention of letting you live unaware. A broken bar. King never promised to spare him. Now that she had reached her destination, she was ready to send those worthless villains to the end of their journey. The afterlife. Look at this bastard. Quick on the uptake, huh? Now then, cry out, Moonlight Demon slaying Dao. Moonlight Demon slaying half sword. King charged forward, spouting any words that came to mind. Yom Sarah, Idol swung his mace in response. Clang. Blade and metal collided, producing a loud noise. Yom Sarah, Idol's complexion turned pale. How does this brat have such Hinaki? A broken bar. For reference, Yom Sarah, Idol was already drained from breaking the ceiling of the stone chamber. What are you doing, standing there? At Yom Sarah, Idol's shout, the remaining 4 members charged. King parried a sword and a dao, then stuck out her butt. The blade of a spear barely grazed the front of her pelvis. And then, she lifted her sword high. It was then SHRRK. The sound of metal sliding. Iron chains wrapped tightly around King's forearm. It was a weapon called a chain whip. 6. In the Central Plains. Now, the one with the chain whip yelled. Yom's Idol, not missing a beat, swung his mace with all his might. I will smash that skull in an instant. A vicious mass of iron, bristling with spikes, headed straight for King's head. King pulled her arms back aggressively. Due to the combined force of King's monstrous strength and inner chi, the owner of the chain whip flew through the air, inadvertently becoming King's shield. Thwack! The one holding the chain whip blocked the mace with his back. His spine shattered in an instant, causing him to spew blood and die from that single blow. At the same time, ding! The sound of a bell resounded out of the blue. The upper body of the one wielding the dao exploded, scattering the entrails inside all around. A thrilled voice filled the chamber. Half sword, eliminated. You bastard! But after so boldly shouting out, He hesitated. It was because he clearly realized that King was not someone he could easily deal with. Bastard. That's no way to speak to someone you just met. It's informal and rude. Don't you know what manners are? Ah, it really shows how you weren't taught well. Oh, well, if you're so pressed. 7. Then a broken bar, you know, right? King bent her finger, beckoning him. Yamsara, Idol made eye contact with the last remaining subordinate. At the same time, he quickly folded a few of his fingers and straightened them, making a shape. It was a secret signal among the brigade members. It meant to attack simultaneously. The subordinate briefly lowered his gaze, then lifted it again. It meant that he understood. And then, now, Yamsara, Idol roared, channeling all his true chi into his feet and stomping the ground. The subordinate, too, knew that this was his last chance and kicked off the ground, leaping upwards. Both of them flew towards the hole in the ceiling. It was as if they had prearranged a dramatic act of mutual betrayal, truly a specialty of bad guys. Since the hole was narrow and both jumped at the same time, they inevitably collided in midair. Then, they fell to the ground, tumbling around. You bastard. Didn't I tell you to attack? How dare you defy orders? I should be the one saying that, boss. Why are you running away? This is insubordination. And insubordination is punishable by death. Death. You're the son of a bitch who tried to abandon your subordinate and run away. What kind of fucking piece of shit are you? I knew you were like this from the very start. A fucker calling himself the boss when all he does is fuck around all day. What a fucking joke. WH, what the fuck did you just say to me? You dogshit motherfucker. They both raised their voices at each other. King made a face. What are they again? The demonic cult? Anyway, whatever they're called, seems like they're dysfunctional as / Genesis Forsaken. Just leaving them to their devices seemed enough for the two to start grabbing each other by the collar. But King couldn't bear to just watch them fuck around. So she spoke up. Why are you guys leaving behind a perfectly good weapon and just yapping at each other? I'll let the bastard who wins go. So broken bar. By the time she said go, the subordinate had already swung his sword. It seemed the boss hadn't been all that popular. Cuck, we're broken bar. Yamsara, Idol, having been stabbed in the side, coughed up blood. Normally, stabbing someone in the side would result in death. Even a master couldn't avoid this fate. The divine cult respects the strong. It is survival of the fittest. There is no need to feel too wronged. The subordinate was saying something unnecessarily cool when all he did was a cowardly surprise attack. However, he wasn't entirely wrong either. No one in the divine cult would curse at him for this situation. Weakness was a sin. The one who survived was the victor. That was all there was to it. Yamsara, Idol, who had been stabbed by his subordinate, would be deemed the retard, and a hearty laugh of ridicule would be the icing on the cake. After all, that was how the Heavenly Demon Divine Cult was like. Heavenly Demon Divine Cult. Its roots lay in a religious group known as the Divine Cult of Sun and Moon. Originally, Zoroastrianism. 1. Introduced from the western regions and known as Aojiao or the fire worship cult in the Central Plains, was adapted over time to suit the tastes of the Chinese, thus becoming the Divine Cult of Sun and Moon. The Divine Cult of Sun and Moon believed all of the Central Plains should follow the will of the Sun God, Ahura Mazda, 2, and the Moon God, Angra Mainyu, 3. They dreamed of religious victory, and they actually acted on it. It was an attempt at a kind of reform, and as history had shown time and time again, rulers never kindly accepted challenges from religious zealots. The emperor harshly suppressed the divine cult of Sun and Moon. As a result, the cult fled to the desolate land of Xinjiang, dreaming of revenge and forming a community. The representative of this community was the greatest master of their religion, who had led the divine cult of Sun and Moon to safety against the government's forces. He proposed the following upon becoming the cult leader: Ahura Mazda, who was the sky; Angra Mainyu, who was the devil leading to the world's end. The sky and devil shall be combined as one to be called the heavenly demon. It was the birth of the heavenly demon divine cult. They ground their teeth, forever hoping to someday dye the lands of the Central Plains with the holy fire of the divine cult. In fact, every once in a while, they would invade the Central Plains Murim. The first, the second, the third, and even the fourth. It was the history of 4 great wars between orthodox and demonic. In the Central Plains where blood was shed, the heavenly demon divine cult was derogatorily called the demonic cult, thus stripping away all the good words in the name. To the followers and believers, it was the heavenly demon divine cult. To the people of the Central Plains, it was the demonic cult. Though 2 names, it represented just one entity. A broken bar great expert. The victorious subordinate looked at King, trying to gauge what he should do now. King asked, "What about Bokshinjiaok?" "It is in his possession." The subordinate pointed at Yom Sarah Idol. The dying Yom Sarah Idol glared. However, what was there to fear from a bastard who was already on death's doorsteps? "Nice. Then, go." "Thank you for your mercy." The subordinate bowed with a fist in palm salute before leaping away. King promptly extended her palm. "How dare you!" Ding! Along with the sound of a bell that shook the entire stone chamber, the subordinate's buttocks exploded. Each of the legs, having lost the butt, drew separate parabolas and only the remaining torso fell pitifully onto the tomb slab. The subordinate lisped faintly with aggrieved eyes. A broken bar. "What do you mean why?" "I said I'd let you go, not that I wouldn't attack, right? You should have dodged it if you wanted to live." A broken bar. With a look full of resentment, the subordinate breathed his last. King whistled as she rummaged through the corpses. After all, acquiring spoils was the natural right of the victor. They're broke-ass motherfuckers. A broken bar. Would it kill them to carry around a few gold coins? The best she found was a Ki 4, that could be strapped to the thigh and throwing knives with flower decorations that were neatly inserted into it. Did this dumbass like floral patterns, even though he looked like some forest bandit? King strapped the Ki to her thigh and tied it to her belt. She was quite pleased at how it didn't bother her or feel out of place even when she tried stretching her legs out as far as possible. It seemed there was no need to grab a handful of chopsticks at every inn anymore. Finally, 10,000 gold. No, Bokshinjiaok was held in King's grasp. Not only was it surprisingly long, but it was also quite heavy, perhaps because it was made out of iron. She heard it was made of cold iron, but she didn't expect it to actually feel so chilly in her solid grip. There were holes drilled into its long body, so it seemed to be a flute. However, with no decorations whatsoever, it looked nothing more than a dull, bluish stick at a glance. Wow, imagine hitting someone with this. Wouldn't it feel fucking incredible? Whoosh, whoosh. King swung Bokshinjiaok around. Its weight, length, and handle were perfect. Perhaps even that legendary blacksmith or whatever made it as a makeshift club for emergencies. If Banchai heard this, he would have wept tears of blood. King, having tucked Bokshinjiaok in her waist, surveyed her surroundings. The burial chambers, lit by the dying light of torches, has become a scene of chaos. After approaching the stone coffin at the center, King gently straightened the faded silk robe covering a withered skeleton and closed the lid. With that, King flew through the hole in the ceiling. And then a broken bar. As their torches burned out, only darkness embraced the burial chambers left in shambles. Daging sect leader, Wang Ayuk, was all smiles. And why wouldn't he be? He had achieved the greatest feat of his 57 years of life. Some sect disciples were injured, but there were no severe injuries or casualties. And they had managed to repel an actual combat unit of the demonic cult. Furthermore, they had also completed the rescue operation for the missing people along the way. Though, the rescued were but a shadow of their former selves and numbered only about 30 in total. Since he did not expect for a rescue to be possible in the first place, it was just a pleasant bonus to him. However, the rescued knew nothing. They just rambled about how they had been lured by the promise of making it big by Wang Sonman, only to be ordered to dig the earth with shovels upon regaining their senses. Since the advance Blue Brigade had either died or fled, the purpose of the demonic cult remained unclear. The only thing known was that they intended to raid the tomb of some unnamed person. That was all. In essence, the incident was ultimately concluded with King securing a trophy worth 10,000 gold. Truth be told, King made no particular effort to conceal it either. What is that? Sani doesn't know. Ha! This is called a flute. You can play it by blowing into it. That is not what I was asking. Can't you carry something a bit more presentable? Why did you pick up something that looks so outright cheap? Originally, musical instruments were meant to be ornate. After all, music was ultimately intended to enchant people. In the past, music could soothe the hardships of labor or add solemnity to rituals. And even in the present, it could help one forget the sorrows of love or enhance the taste of liquor. Therefore, musicians not only endeavored to please the ears but also to delight the eyes, making the ornateness of instruments a natural evolution. In that sense, Bokshinjiaok appeared to be nothing more than a sooty rod. I bet even you'll be shocked if you knew how much this was worth, Saini. What, is it worth about 2 coins? Little brother Peng, that much would not even amount to the value of its scraps. It should be at least 1 silver sissy, should it not? Younger brothers, you are too obsessed with appearances. Such an object could unexpectedly be a tree, a broken bar. Sure, a broken bar. Qingbin's words trailed off, crawling to a halt. It was because of King's piercing gaze, as if he had touched upon something he shouldn't have. For once, he exercised an insight befitting a disciple of Taoism. However, Qingbin was never treated all that well by King in the first place. As such, Beng Disan and Namgung Shinji simply assumed it was just another day of King bullying Qingbin into submission. They simply let his words enter in one ear and out the other, thinking it was nonsensical. By the way, sword brother, did you even know how to play the flute? Namgung Shinji asked, seemingly finding it a surprise. Had King been any other woman, such a remark would have been deemed rude. After all, playing at least one instrument was considered a lady's virtue. However, King was a man at heart. Why would she give a flying fuck? Flute? What's that to know? I just need to blow into it. King put Bokshinjiaok to her lips. Having seen Xamanzuran play the flute often, the posture she roughly mimicked from her memories looked somewhat passable. The 3 of them waited in anticipation, thinking could it be? At the sight of her stance. But sure enough, only a whooshing sound of wind buzzed noisily. King got annoyed and her pride was hurt, so out of spite, she blew even harder into it. She expected at least some kind of noise, but only a hollow whoosh like the autumn breeze returned. King frowned. Ah, shit. Is this thing broken or something? San looked at King incredulously. The girl's face had turned red from blowing too hard. Just because you blow into it hard doesn't mean it makes a sound. What there, Saini? You know how to play? Just a simple tune. Oh, a man who does music. How cool. Then let's hear it. Why don't you play us one song? King handed over Bokshinjiaok. Beng Disan reached out to take it, but then recoiled at the shiny marks near the mouthpiece. What the? Why? What's wrong? Please. I am begging you, don't just flippantly offer items you've put your lips on to others. Especially considering you are a woman. Could you please act a bit more ladylike? Imagine how ridiculous and easy you might look to other men. Hey, oh, now he's even preaching to me. I already look ridiculous right now, so what does it matter what I do anyway? King scratched her head, then, out of habit, quickly untied and retied her hair. Her skill at doing her hair was impeccable. She bit the hair tie, quickly rolled, twisted, and wrapped her hair before securing it with a binayo. After tying it back as a finishing touch, not a single strand was out of place. It was the greatest achievement of the nuclear noogie. We're friends anyway, so what's the big deal? Or wait, maybe it is? Come to think of it, maybe it's a bit grosser since we're friends. King recalled her school days. Recorders were something you could never just borrow or lend. It was kind of gross, after all. Sword brother, why not just play the Gu 5, or the Kin 6? Then, at the very least, they would make a sound. What did you say, you punk? King stared daggers at her sword brother. But since Namgung Shinji was not mocking her but actually offering sincere advice for his sword brother's own good, King felt even more determined to prove him wrong. Just wait and see. I'll get a sound out of this thing if it's the last thing I do. Seriously, Beng Disan couldn't help but retort incredulously. Are you truly saying that is all you can achieve? Merely making a sound? Just you watch, okay? And so, King was accompanied by Bok and Jiaok throughout the entire journey to Mount Hua. No sound ever came the Mount Hua sect. People did not hesitate whatsoever to regard Mount Hua as a great sword school. Of course, whenever this was mentioned, someone who pushed for the Wudang sect always appeared. From then on would be an argument, going at each other's throats without abandon. It was the beginning of a fierce sword debate. The violet mist sword of Mount Hua is truly a peerless divine art. Are you looking down on the purple mist sword Chi right now? However, do you perhaps not know the polar principle of Wudang's Taikai? Yeah, okay. And wisdom sword of cosmic harmony. Eat this instead. As emotions intensified like so, some, who had no connection to the major sects of Murim, would claim to represent them and initiate proxy battles. And that moment was when the spectators would cheer the most. This was the mere level of entertainment in the primitive ancient times of China. At any rate, if one were to choose the most outstanding sword sect among the numerous factions in Murim, the Mount Hua sect and the Wudang sect would naturally come to mind. That was the position Mount Hua held in Murim. However, for King, it didn't matter whether the Mount Hua sect was ranked high or low. The important part was that she had been tricked, she had been backstabbed, and she had been quite possibly bamboozled. The mountains are pretty and all, but where is it? The rugged mountain terrain, one of the 5 great mountains of the Central Plains, instilled a rather polite and respectful heart in anyone who gazed upon it. There were no slopes in Mount Hua, only sheer cliffs. The white things are cliffs, the red things are trees. This was an apt description that summarized the terrain of Mount Hua in autumn. It was a month's journey to the Mount Hua sect. In King's opinion, there had been significant changes during this time. Chengbin had finally stopped babbling and started actually speaking. Of course, he still could not clearly distinguish between formal and informal speech, thus using it awkwardly. He also didn't seem to know that he should at least pretend to look at someone's face when speaking to them, a form of common sense that even King was aware of. Still, since he had overcome the divine punishment of being mute through his own efforts, she could understand at least this much. That meant Chengbin still had room to grow even further. Since I'm the oldest in this party, I should embrace him with a warm gaze and ample attention. A broken bar, a broken bar, a broken bar. The Mount Hua sect is located on Purple Night Peak, so just a little more broken bar, a broken bar. No, I'm not talking about the Mount Hua sect. Where are the volcanoes? I don't see any smoke, you know. Is it a dormant volcano? Like, is it playing around, or unemployed? Did it leave to go fetch some milk? Chengbin smiled brightly. It was somewhat a smile befitting a Taoist. Seems like he's trying to act like a Taoist since we almost arrived at his home. Huh? Young lady Xamen, I see you, too, make such a cliché joke. It is something everyone who comes to Mount Hua for the first time says at least once. So this Taoist here has already heard it dozens of times. A broken bar. Chengbin trailed off upon seeing King's grave face. It truly was a joke, a broken bar. King maintained her grave demeanor. To be frank, it was a rather brilliant response of itself. King yelled in exasperation. This is seriously so upsetting. My volcano, my lava. Young lady Xamen, if you raise your voice like that, a broken bar, a broken bar. Since when did Mount Hua become yours? Bang Dison rebuked her. It could be, you know. This is pure bait. I got baited so hard. My volcano. I wanted to see lava, flowing fiery rivers, intense heat. By the way, what's delicious here? What dish is this place famous for? A broken bar, a broken bar. The shift in topic that was as smooth as water was like the mysterious principles of polarity and unity in Taikai Yin and Yang. Bang Dison was momentarily taken aback by how miraculous it was. Ha ha, sword brother. Mount Hua is not a restaurant. And in the first place, meals in a Taoist sect cannot be considered me. Expecting too much will only lead to disappointment. Eh? What? The meals at the Divine Maiden sect were hella delicious, though. Everything you just said? It's just prejudice, you hear me? Prejudice. In fact, the meals at the Divine Maiden sect were truly tasty, even though it was made with just ordinary mountain herbs. There was a certain specialness that came from its subtly deep flavor and aroma. This was actually the case for a majority of female-led sects. Unlike men who would be moved to tears at the mere sight of meat, tearing into it like beasts, for women, meals were a significant matter. At any rate, the group members did not particularly mind King's attitude. After all, though she grumbled in complaint, King was actually enjoying the scenery of Mount Hua. Her gaze constantly swept over the surroundings. Whenever they reached a spot where the terrain was majestic and beautiful, she would stop and look around, just like a country girl going sightseeing. In truth, Mount Hua was an incredibly rugged mountain. It was not a place suitable for leisurely strolls and sightseeing. However, there was not one person among the group who was not a master. So, this wasn't exactly an issue for any of them. And finally, upon reaching the Lotus Flower Summit, too, the gates of Mount Hua sect came into view. Mount Hua was relatively close to the secular world for a Taoist sect. In fact, it was quite excessively close. When joining a Taoist, Buddhist sect, one's name would be put on record. This was called register entry, a ceremony where one left behind their secular name and received a new Dharma name. However, there were also disciples who were accorded, but did not abandon their secular names. These were the secular disciples. Each sect had its own criteria when it came to the initiation of secular disciples. For example, the Divine Maiden sect did not accept secular disciples. Instead, if a woman decided to leave because she had found a man or claimed she could not live without a man anymore, the sect would only break her dantian and return her name, thus displaying tolerance. And in fact, it was a remarkably merciful leniency. Other sects would sever the tendons of the limbs and then generously stamp the expelled with a burning seal as a parting gift. Moreover, Taoist, Buddhist sects would rigorously examine a person's character and qualities before accepting them as secular disciples. There was a rumor that the amount of donation could significantly benefit one's character score. There was no official response to this, however. In this regard, Mount Hua was known for its lenient stance, to the extent of being criticized by other sects that were even Taoist like them. Their qualities are decent and they aren't a bad person, accepted. Their qualities are actually really decent, accepted. By the way, their family is really wealthy, accepted. Mount Hua had their own reasons, too. Since a neighboring sect has taken over the entire land of Shaanxi, we might as well earn something from the secular disciples, right? The land was all but taken away by the neighboring Zhongnan sect. Moreover, they were considered a legitimate Taoist sect with ancestral rituals held throughout the entire year. At any rate, for these reasons, Mount Hua disciples were spread all over the Central Plains, and thanks to this, the Mount Hua sect was relatively wealthy, with my people overflowing its main mountain. The result of that was a sprawling complex that completely filled the Lotus Flower Summit. King looked at such a scenery in surprise. Whoa! How can a single sect be so massive? The Divine Maiden sect is like a tiny shop in comparison. What the hell? Chengbin looked at King with a pleased smile. The disciples guarding the sect's main gate and signboard warmly welcomed Chengbin. Great senior brother, have you returned? Young expert Peng and young expert Namgung. It has been a while since we last met, hasn't it? Oh, but who might this young lady be? Broken bar. Could it be? As expected of great senior brother. We have always believed in you. A fiend among Taoists who can captivate any woman with just a breath. How did the world create women yet also birth Chengbin? This is the esteem that Chengbin of Mount Hua holds. Remember his name. The fault lay in Chengbin's usually frivolous words and deeds. To the junior brothers, Chengbin was a great man who would have beauties from all over the Central Plains courteously following him and competing for his attention with just one word: alcohol. After all, according to his dogma, it was not right for one to drink alone. Chengbin's face turned red. No, it is not like that. This is young Lady Ximen, a distinguished guest here to greet the sect leader. Broken bar. Greetings to the sect leader. Do we get to suck on candies now? Oh, candy. Hey, guys. Great senior brother will be throwing candy. Wait, junior brothers, wait. A broken bar. And then, without even giving Chengbin a chance to stop them, the disciples rushed inside, shouting candy, candy. The sophisticated movement technique of dark fragrance swiftly slid among the people of the Mount Hua sect. The expression receiving candy meant the same thing as eating galbitang. 3. In modern Korean vocabulary. To put it simply, in ancient primitive China, candies had to be distributed to guests at wedding celebrations. Thus, they were implying that Qingbin would soon be wedded. Why did it just so happen to be that one of the loose-mouthed bastards are manning the main gate today? The rumor was bound to spread throughout the sect by the end of the day. Qingbin awkwardly retracted his hand and glanced over at the party cautiously. About that, little brother Peng. It was not my intention, so please do not look at me with such menacing eyes. After all, I am still your senior. A broken bar. It was when they had sent word of their arrival to the sect leader's temple and was sitting in the temple's annex, having drunk half a cup of tea. A call came to come up immediately. It was truly a rare occurrence. Normally, once one reached the status of a sect leader, they would possess a certain gravity, so they wouldn't just scurry out because a guest wished to see them. Moreover, when it came to face culture of the ancient, primitive, barbaric China, guests were to wait in line according to their status. After all, arbitrarily changing the order could be a great insult to other guests. Yet even so, the sect leader urgently summoned the next great disciple. The reason was simple. Qingbin was 29 this year, and it had now reached a time when autumn was in full bloom. As such, just a few months later, he would become an old bachelor who was too late to find his match. A man had to have a family, by any means necessary. It was a happy event for a man to become the head of a family and enjoy the affection of kin. Furthermore, it helped a man maintain a balanced life while walking on the path to the transcendent realm. So, it was an incredibly crucial time for Qingbin. How could he not meet the woman that his bachelor disciple had brought? Thus, Yu Jianin, the righteous Iron Plum Blossom and sect leader of the Mount Hua sect, hurriedly welcomed the guest. I see. So you are that child. Do you know me? I only just heard about it as well, you see. Yes, that brilliance in your eyes is undoubtedly the mystical aura of a broken bar. Taoism. A broken bar. It is overflowing with mystical aura. Beauty. Broken bar. It is not just a mystical aura that is overflowing, but also a broken bar. Yu Jianin thought to himself. What is with this child? The eyes that bore the unique brilliance of Taoism were profound, so the realm she had reached in such qualities was far from ordinary. But what was this sinister madness that was stuck in between? Such a dreadful thing was definitely not normal. After all, there was a kind of uneasiness that could not be expressed with mere written descriptions. You are broken bar. As Yu Jianin struggled to find the words he wished to say, Qingbin quickly added an explanation. Great Master, this is young Lady Ximen, the named disciple of the matriarch, Elder Ximen Zurin. Senior Ximen's, thunderstruck in Yu Jianin's mind. Senior Ximen's named disciple. Then, it made sense for her eyes to hold a bit of madness. Of course. Yu Jianin was immediately convinced. Ximen Zurin's female-oriented ideology had become significantly milder with age, thus reaching its current state. As such, only the previous generation of masters knew just how vicious the zenith among women was in her heyday, when the female activist shouted, fought, and advocated for women's ascendancy. And at the same time, he realized one other fact. She must be the youngest sister who suddenly appeared in the record of generation names. Moreover, unlike that other Ximen, her face was full of bright smiles, making her look extremely amiable. Yu Jianin, who suddenly had a younger sister despite being over 50 years apart in age, smiled warmly at her. Ho! I never expected to see a youngest at this old age. Is Senior Ximen doing well? Yes. She was in good health the last time I saw her. Is that so? But it appears that our youngest's attainments are not low whatsoever. Can you perhaps tell me? I'm still only at the late-stage peak realm. Oh, a great blessing has come to the White Path Orthodox factions. Yu Jianin did not skimp on his admiration. To think a young girl of only 20 was at the late-stage peak realm. It appears that Senior Ximen has been raising a monster. After all, Even senior celestial martial emperor had not reached the middle stage peak realm at such an age. Yuhajinin's warm gaze became even icy. Did you come to see the absolute sword wall? Yes. My sword brother over the no, I mean, young Master Namgung said that one just had to see Mount Hua's absolute sword wall. Ho ho, the absolute sword wall is the insight gained by our great senior, the celestial martial emperor, after witnessing the sword of Mount Hua. It is also a divine relic of our sect. We cannot show it carelessly to outsiders. It seemed it was not a spectacle shown to just anyone. Originally, King thought that no matter how beautiful nature's scenery could be, it wouldn't be all that impressive. However, the breathtaking view she saw while ascending Mount Hua was beyond imagination. After all, as a worker who had lived only within industrial complexes in the past, this was the first scenic masterpiece of the world she had seen. Although Korea's landscape was beautiful, its scale was modest and didn't overwhelm people. As such, King couldn't hide her disappointment. Ah, is that so? Broken bar, a broken bar, a broken bar. Then, Yuhajinin smiled warmly. However, since the youngest is a part of our Taoism family, it would not be right to call you an outsider. Then can I see it? Am I allowed to? Instead, if you think of something after seeing the absolute sword wall, would you tell me? With the talent that our youngest holds, you might see something different. Of course, I'll write down a review that fills an entire page, without missing a single thing. Ho ho. You do not have to go that far. Of course, Yuhajinin truly didn't expect that. Even the greatest masters of Mount Hua could only feel the overwhelming gap in skill upon gazing at the absolute sword wall. What could a mere young girl at the late stage peak realm possibly understand? Beng Disan and Namgung Shinji, sitting behind the conversation like a folding screen, exchanged glances. It was because they found this situation incredulous. For those from the noble clans, the Mount Hua sect had passed on the responsibility of a mission as the price for viewing the absolute sword wall. It was neither difficult nor dangerous but was extremely troublesome and success was not guaranteed. Hence, they had been wandering around Jianghu in order to complete the mission instead of staying comfortably in their clan. Of course, it was not mandatory for the mission to be done with all their might. However, since they had seen the absolute sword wall, they had to at least pretend to undertake the mission given. They couldn't just return to their own clan and immediately sprawl leisurely. And yet a broken bar. Here the sect leader was, babying and fussing over King, ready to show her the absolute sword wall right away. They were aware of the warmth and affection between the Taoist sects. However, they could not help but feel that such differential treatment was excessively unfair. But Yuhajinin had an entirely different perspective on this. Even if they were from the 5 or 10 noble clans of Broken Bar, even if they were rulers of regions said to be a part of the orthodox faction, in the end, they were people who, at a moment's choice, would prioritize family over the greater good. Senior Celestial Martial Emperor had also said the same thing. That only the Mount Eyes, the great pillars, of the orthodox faction truly cared for all under the heavens. And even among those pillars, those grand mountains, Matriarch Ximenzuren stood particularly tall, reaching an astounding peak. As such, the reason why he was so lenient on King was not because of the Divine Maiden sect, but rather due to Ximenzuren herself. Furthermore, the present times were already filled with signs of ominous divination. It wasn't without any reason that the successors of the clans were allowed to see the absolute sword wall and their debts were cleared. If the signs of divination came to pass and great trouble arose for Mount Hua, perhaps the goodwill of King could be leveraged to borrow the power of Ximenzuren. Of course, the fact that he found the youngest so adorable and lovable, as she seemed almost like a granddaughter, also played a part. As one aged and gained status, seeing the young ones hesitating in their presence became all too common. It was natural to fall for the ever so bright and assertive youngest. Ho ho, I would love to talk more with youngest sister, but as the leader of a sect, I am far too busy. There are so many who wish to meet me that I cannot afford to spend much time like this. Ah, are you busy? I shouldn't bother someone who is so hard-pressed. A broken bar. A broken bar. We do not have much time, so let us quickly go and return. I can spare at least this much time for our new youngest sister. the celestial martial emperor's realm was not known to anyone. However, what was well known was that he had reached the level where it was possible for him to ascend to an immortal before the age of 60. Also, that he has chosen to remain on this earth instead of ascending. He declared that he would not become an immortal until he had seen the extremity of martial studies, a stern vow famously known as the non-ascension of unseen martial peak. Thus, the celestial martial emperor traveled among the 9 sects, obtaining the essence of martial studies and the secret martial arts of the sects. According to unofficial history that had been passed down orally, it was rumored that the celestial martial emperor had simply barged in and demanded their esoteric techniques, causing an immense commotion. The truth was taken to the grave by the seniors of the previous generation, thus making it an unknown mystery. However, even if he was the benefactor who saved the entire Murim from the conspiracy of the government, it was still hard to understand how they could so readily hand over the secrets of their sects. That couldn't be denied. So, instead, the celestial martial emperor left the insight he had gained from observing the esoteric martial arts in the form of sword marks. That was exactly what the absolute sword wall of the 9 sects signified. Some criticized why something left by a great senior of Murim was monopolized by the 9 sects. But regardless of such complaints, the 9 sects stood firm and proud. The place where the celestial martial emperor left these sword marks was enough of an explanation in itself. It was a location difficult to find and blocked on all sides, thus preventing outsiders from casually observing. Why else would he have engraved the sword marks here? It was a gesture of consideration, so that not just anyone could see his legacy. He had blatantly made it a gift intended for them, the 9 sects, rendering any outsider's criticism moot. This was the story shared by Yuhajinin, awfully reminiscent of ones told by grandfathers. As King listened, engaging and asking questions along the way, they soon found themselves at the entrance to a narrow canyon on a peak. After traversing the cramped canyon, they reached a basin surrounded by cliffs. And there stood the absolute sword wall. Oh, a broken bar, a broken bar! King let out an exclamation. Simply put, it was a giant cliff filled with densely packed, petal-shaped scars. Truthfully, it wasn't all that shocking or mind-blowing. And she wasn't even sure if those were made by a sword or were the result of some natural erosion. After all, the grandeur of the landscape, blending with the uplift of the earth, was honestly a more astonishing sight to her. King thought. But still, since he showed her with such sincerity a broken bar, it was both polite and her duty to lavish praise for the kindly grandpa of the Mount Hua sect. And this judgment was exactly why King was so beloved and babied by the elderly. Just as King was about to speak a broken bar, strange fate occurrence, the legacy of the celestial martial emperor. You have witnessed the insight left by the celestial martial emperor. Suddenly, the world turned ash gray. One old man, the sole individual with color, his hair, turned completely white, was tightly tied back. He looked like a grandfatherly figure filled with stubborn determination. While letting his hand, which held a long sword, droop, he stood quietly, closing his eyes and calmly breathing. From the sword flowed white petals. The blade scattering into snow-white petals seemed as if the sword was melting away. And then, the sword moved. Following the trajectory of the sword, countless petals blossomed. The petals floated in the air. Swept by the wind, they fluttered gently, landing softly only to suddenly fly up again with a guffaw. Like a whirlwind, they swirled around, spreading across the vast blue sky without any lingering attachments and simultaneously filling the entire world with a rain of petals. A broken bar, a broken bar. Everywhere her field of vision reached, her eyes were dazzled by white flowers. Alone in the maelstrom of painfully beautiful light, her broken bar. King unconsciously reached out her hand. But whenever she grasped at the petals that seemed to overflow the entire world and opened her hand, she found that she had caught nothing. That was when a single petal landed gently on the palm of her hand, which she had been dazedly looking at with a sense of loss and regret. Something that was not caught when trying to grasp. Something that only came near when staying still. King lifted her head. The old man was no longer in sight. Only a sword remained. The old man was there, however. After all, the old man was the sword, and at the same time, the sword was the old man. Finally, the the sword flew. Each and every one of the countless petals were formed from concentrated sword force, the manifestation of sword compression. And they all chased after the sword like a storm. Starlight twirled, swirled, and frolicked with innocent laughter, plaguing and tormenting the cliff with traces and marks. King looked at the cliff. It was a message left by the celestial, martial emperor. Strokes without rules, formed by incomprehensible sequences of random moves, wrote chaos, as well as a message. A voice trickled out of King's mouth, as she stood there in a daze. The flap of a butterfly's wings in the Qinghai province's flower gardens can cause a storm to rage in Beijing. As such, all changes in the world are the harmony born from the will of a mere small and insignificant creature. It was as if I was speaking, yet it was not I who was speaking. King did not even understand what she herself was saying. If even a small and insignificant creature can do that, then the will of humans, being so innumerable in the world, makes any change utterly unpredictable. King looked up at the sky. The sky was cloudy and the surroundings dark. 1,000 changes leads to 10,000 distortions, a veritable kaleidoscope. Can a human dare to understand the will of the heavens? Do martial studies truly place its truth beyond the 9 heavens, in a terminal bud unreachable by man? The old man despaired. Yet, he never gave in, because it was in the face of despair that people showed their purity. Since they were organisms that had evolved through such means and manners. The old man opened his mouth. The heavens. Suddenly, King's senses expanded. She crossed Mount Hua, going beyond the lands of Shaanxi. The disciples of Mount Hua laughed, chattered, and trained, and in distant cities and inns, fights and disputes followed just as usual. And in the bars, I wasn't intending to peep, but how embarrassing, the sun hasn't even set yet. But what an interesting posture, huh? Wait, let me just watch a bit longer. Her senses expanded further, crossing the central plains, over the highest mountain ranges of the world. Ah, the red-skinned barbaric white fuckers eating swine soup, white fuckers burning witches, white fuckers clad in iron charging in the name of God, a broken bar. And finally, after crossing the great oceans to brush past people in tents wearing feathered hats, a broken bar, King finally faced the blue planet, soaring among the sea of stars. The majestic universe unfolded before King's eyes, the most beautiful sight a human could behold. It was then all the stars twinkled at once, welcoming King. The stars whispered in an ever so guileless and tender voice. The mouth opened. I will not seek the understanding of the heavens or the earth. I will only devote myself to walk alone on the path of a lonely person, longing for the end of the sword. King suddenly vomited blood. Dark gore poured out onto the ground. See child. King, are you alright? Sword brother. The blood. Young lady, are you alright? 4 different voices slammed into her ears at once. King waved her hand. It was to signal that she was okay for now. But her stomach was still churning, burning, surging. My back, a broken bar. King gestured towards her back. Though she did not know who among the 4 it was, someone began thumping her back gently. Then, the unfinished vomiting continued. Along with the embarrassing sounds, King kept retching blood. It was as if she was throwing up all the blood in her body. After that, she felt strangely refreshed. King wiped her mouth with her sleeve. Phew. Finally, I feel much better. How refreshing. Her body felt strangely light. Wait, is it just my imagination, or did it really get lighter? Youngest sister, are you alright? Just a moment. A broken bar. King opened the martial arts window that continued to send her notifications. A new martial art that had been added was sparkling. A purple border, at that. Then, she suddenly recalled one movement of a martial art she had not known before. 9 Swords of Solitude. 8th movement. Kaleidoscope. It was the move shown by the old man. Was that Grandpa the celestial martial emperor? What was embedded in her mind was not just a single movement. Free practice points could not be used on the 9 Swords of Solitude. Instead, every time a movement was filled through the respective absolute sword walls of the other 9 sects, the mastery would increase by 1 star. After collecting all 9, thus reaching 9 stars. There was information written that one could reach the realm of 10 stars through a special mission. It was information she had neither seen nor heard of before. Is it even possible to have something as unpleasant as this shit in my head? Martial arts window, it's you again, isn't it? You motherfucking piece of shit. However, considering she was attacked by this monster of a status window that felt like it ate her brains, it wasn't as filthy a feeling as she expected. Somewhere along the way our broken bar something, Swamp Thing seemed like a really great opportunity, but it felt like someone interfered. There was, I think, but I'm not sure what it is. In truth, King had taken about 2 steps into the door of demonic ascent, before returning. Demonic ascent. It was a kind of loophole that demonic humans who had gone beyond the transcendent realm entered instead of the unrestrained realm. It was a much easier method than overcoming the wall of the unrestrained realm. However, the side effects were quite severe. Typical symptoms included a murderous impulse, a sadistic disposition, and a predilection for cannibalism. To be fair though, it wasn't all that different from King's current state. At any rate, if one entered the realm through demonic ascent, they would go batshit crazy and become a demonic human. And until they reached the next realm, it would continue to be as such. Only when a demonic human overcame the wall and entered the profound realm did they finally regain their sanity and return to normal. This was called demonic descent. However, in a long history of Murim, there were only a few who returned through demonic descent. They were bastards who easily overcame the wall through a loophole, and after, since they had to overcome even higher walls, they had to suffer several times more than martial artists who had properly ascended to the unrestrained realm. At any rate, King had returned from almost falling into the eternal pit that was a demonic human. It was thanks to the great senior, celestial martial emperor, who magnificently led her out of such a state. Unfortunately, King had no memory of it. People often erased memories when they received a strong shock for the sake of recovery. It was a type of ultimate move called, "Why don't we pretend it never happened?" The experience of being antagonized by the entire universe had long surpassed the level that King's fragile and pitiable mind could withstand. In fact, she might have not even been able to kill a bug. At any rate, if there was no memory, she didn't know, and King didn't think deeply about things she didn't know. It was natural for one to not remember something if they tried to forcibly hold on to it. She already knew that if she just let it be, it would naturally come to mind. It was a similar concept to the oh-so-high-quality jokes that Arshis would suddenly remember while they were lying down, thus ending up chuckling. King sent an awkward smile to her companions who were looking at her with worried eyes. "I'm all right." "I'm sorry for worrying you," Bang Dison frowned. "Are you certain you are truly fine?" "It is a bit difficult to say you are all right when you have bled this much." "I did." Instead of answering, Bang Dison just pointed at a spot. Following the direction of the end of his finger, there was a dark pool of blood. It was far too extraordinary of an amount to have come from a human. Normally, if you vomit that much blood, wouldn't you just die? King denied it. "What's that?" "It's not my blood. ... Did you not just vomit it out?" Me? I don't know anything about that." "You even asked to thump you on the back." "Did I?" King sneakily hid her blood-stained sleeve behind her back. "Can you not be serious for once?" "Just in case, circulate your inner chi to check your chi and blood." King obediently followed Bang Dison's words. Her inner chi, practically overflowing from her dantian, gently circulated through her entire body's acupuncture points, swirling around her fine meridians. 1. How to put it? It seems more natural than before. Despite the speed of the inner chi flow being faster than before, the control of the flow had still become easier. Basically, it had become possible to deliver much more inner chi in one strike than before. "Oh, what's this?" "It's gotten much better." "Huh? Better? Is this what happens if you vomit blood? If I throw up again, won't I just reach the transcendent realm? Is this what enlightenment is?" King made a huge fuss. Bang Dison experienced firsthand that when a person was too flabbergasted and incredulous, words simply could not escape the lips. That was when King turned her gaze to Yuhajinen, elder sect leader. "That's a trace left by senior celestial martial emperor." Apparently, It's called kaleidoscope. Yuhajinin's eyebrows twitched. Kaleidoscope? What is it that you mean? It's that movement. The martial art is called the Nine Swords of Solitude. So, a sword sought lonely by oneself. How can this be? Oh my world. Sword brother. What is the meaning of such a beautiful phrase? How can such stirring words come from that rough and unruly mouth? Then, that is the celestial marshal, a broken bar emperor, a broken bar, a broken bar, a broken bar. Namgung Shinji interrupted. Spit flew out of his mouth and a frenzied glow glittered in his eyes due to his overzealous excitement. However, upon receiving a ferocious, sharp glare from Yuhajinin, he suddenly mimicked the persona of a solemn young man. But, by the way, somehow, wasn't there an unnecessary addition in the middle? Why? How? I'm pretty sure he dissed me. Right? As King cocked her head, pondering Namgung Shinji's dialogue, Yuhajinin urged her on. Youngest sister, please, tell me in detail. I saw like some kind of illusion. Some grandpa transformed into a sword, and then he used sword compression like this or something. Sword body unification. Sword compression. Indeed. The celestial marshal, a broken bar emperor, a broken bar, a broken bar. Can you not just stay quiet? I apologize. It slipped out in spite of myself, or broken bar, a broken bar. Namgung Shinji turned courteous once again. However, his politeness was slightly different from King's. It was not out of fear of Yuhajinin's might. It was out of respect for one of the most renowned swordsmen of Jianghu. After all, Yuhajinin was a true swordsman worthy of Namgung Shinji's respect. While Namgung Shinji shrank back, King described the technique she saw in the illusion to Yuhajinin. She had promised to, after all. She had agreed to share if anything came to mind. It was a technique she had acquired without any effort, either way. Furthermore, it was an insight gifted by the Celestial Martial Emperor to the Mount Hua sect. It's not even mine, so I should just share it and enjoy the findings together. I see. You have read his sword marks. A divine talent. You are truly a divine talent. Can you perhaps demonstrate it once? Of course. King drew her sword triumphantly. And then, just as her brain and body remembered, just as she remembered a broken bar, King merely glared at the innocent moonlight sword. Number 8. A mere broken bar, a broken bar. What is wrong, youngest sister? I don't know how to combine with a sword. And I can't use sword force either. A broken bar, a broken bar. The movement she had painstakingly learned was utterly useless. It was impossible for a martial artist in the late-stage peak realm to replicate the supreme force. 2. Arts that the Celestial Martial Emperor had mastered only in his later years. King's shoulders drooped. Aha, broken bar, a broken bar. Yuhajinin lamented. Though she had read the sword marks, since she was only at the late-stage peak realm, it was natural she could not replicate it. The inexplicable principles of sword body unification are still beyond the youngest sister's experiences, I see. However, Yuhajinin didn't seem disappointed at all. As the youngest sister's realm rises, you will naturally come to realize it. The insight left by Senior Celestial Martial Emperor will surely help in breaking through the wall. Really? Of course. Yuhajinin's internal evaluation of King's sword vertically. From a rising star with a strong backing, to a hidden dragon, a divine sword, who was worthy enough to aim for the next generation's greatest under heaven. And of course, building relationships with influential figures was an ingrained instinct unique to the Chinese people. You must be tired after vomiting such blood. Rest well and let us prepare a big meal tonight to replenish your energy. How does that sound? Food. King's eyes sparkled. King had a very lively week. It was thanks to the sincere hospitality of the Mount Hua sect leader. In fact, the extent of their closeness had people whispering whether the Mount Hua sect leader had found a long-lost daughter in his old age, thus bringing her home. Apart from the sect disciples, numerous guests were staying at the Mount Hua sect. Naturally, these guests also took turns attending the dinners, that were at a level of grand feasts, held over the week. As a result, it practically became a situation where Matriarch Simon Zurin's named disciple was officially participating in a Murim event. Yuhajinin went out of his way to offer genuine hospitality, and if asked to choose the climax or such a reception, it was this. She is like the incarnation of the maiden herself, a peerless talent that will be called the Divine Sword in the near future. There were various ways titles were created in Murim, and among them, some were created with the endorsement of someone who held incredible authority. Furthermore, Yuhajinin had laid it on a bit too thick. So much so that guests who visited the Mount Hua sect had a title mistakenly engraved in their brains for the great matriarch's named disciple. The Divine Sword of Crescent Moon. Among the characteristics for a person of Jianghu, there was a habit of being unable to resist sharing a fact known only to oneself. Later, guests who left the Mount Hua sect did not hesitate to talk about the fussing scene that the sect leader made, as well as the female expert, a new divine star, who had appeared in the Orthodox faction. Of course, they were unaware that this Orthodox female expert actually took pleasure in killing people and wielded the demonic arts. Nonetheless, King was enjoying herself. Yet, all pleasures had to end eventually. "So, what are you planning to do now, my youngest sister?" At some point in time, King had been promoted from the youngest sister to my youngest sister. "I'm thinking of going back to the Divine Maiden sect. It's been quite some time since I've seen my master. I told her I would return around this time." "I see. Very well, then. Feel free to visit us again anytime. It would be very nice of you to share stories of the world with an old senior brother like me." The Mount Hua sect leader himself had come out to send her off. If other sect leaders from the 9 sects had seen this, they would have clicked their tongues and frowned. How could he be so ignorant of his own status and dignity, thus acting like some snobbish vulgarian? However, Yuhajinin had always been known for his extremely secular nature anyway. The current prosperity of the Mount Hua sect stemmed from such characteristics, so Yuhajinin was proud regardless of what others said. "Take care of yourself too, Chengbin. See you again someday." "Please take care as well, young lady Xaman." "A broken bar, a broken bar," Chengbin replied while stealing glances at the sect leader. As the great senior brother of his generation name, Chengbin had to re-enter training at the Mount Hua sect for a while. "And besides him, a broken bar. It is time to return to my clan." "Indeed. It should be around time father's wrath cools down. Moreover, I cannot be away for too long. After all." "What the?" "San." "Sword brother, are you saying you're going to leave me?" Peng Disan let out a deep sigh. He had once prided himself on being far and away the greatest among the rising stars, thus regarding his title of Jade Kailin as shameful. However, that pride had been shattered. Now, in Peng Disan's heart burned a passionate desire to train and reach the next realm. Above all, he did not want to lose to this woman. King's occasional taunt, "You're weaker than me, you know?" inexplicably ignited an uncontrollable fury within him. Because, for some reason, he felt his insides boil again. Peng Disan took deep breaths to calm his emotions. "If you ever visit Hebei, make sure to stop by our clan. I will make sure you are fed with so much delicious food that your stomach bursts." Peng Disan took out a wooden box from his possession, fiddled with it, and then handed a piece to King. What is supposed to be the meaning behind this? When in the world will your way of speaking a broken bar? Never mind. Forget it." King received the wooden plaque offered by Peng Disan. It was a block of wood with the name Peng Disan engraved on it. "It is a plaque of proof that you are a guest of the Peng clan. Even in the case that I am not there, the clan will welcome you as a guest and treat you well." "That is right. I see." "Sword brother, take mine as well. If you ever visit Anhui, stop by this sword brother's house." After all, a swordsman should undoubtedly visit the greatest sword clan under the heavens at least once. King received 2 guest plaques. "Well, I guess it's kinda like a business card." It was a roughly accurate concept. However, there were different levels for even guest plaques. King was unaware that the plaques she received were of the highest grade. Special plaques reserved only for distinguished guests. With that, the group parted ways, each heading to their own homes. It was nothing to be sad or lamented about. If fate allowed, they would meet again. And even if it didn't, they told her she could go visit their homes. No matter how fun something was, it would eventually have to end and one would head home. After all, what was more important than such enjoyment was the fact that she now had a home to return. Do you know the heart of a father on a cold winter day who, despite shivering from the cold, buys a whole fried chicken and carries it home in his hand, breathing out cold air? Of course, King didn't know. She didn't have a child, after all. But she thought it might feel something like this. Her steps were light and lively as she climbed up the Divine Maiden Peak with a large bundle on her back, akin to some wandering peddler. In fact, if one knew the contents of the bundle, they would truly consider her as some mobile peddler. After all, she had used her remaining gold to sweep up and fill the sack with sweets and ornaments. Thanks to a wealthy friend, King had never used her money. In fact, she rather gathered it. As such, King's money bag was plentiful. Of course, King hadn't been one-sidedly fed because she was a freeloader. Not that that wasn't the case either, though. It was because in this era, if King took out her money bag, Peng Disan and Namgung Shinji's reputations would become absolutely fucked. How narrow-minded was a man of the 5 noble clans to mooch off a woman? That was what people would say. So, even when King would occasionally shout, "This meal's on me," the two would become startled and start begging her to put her money away. For this reason, King's gift bundles could be compared to a certain someone from another world. A grandfather who only wore red clothes, had a bushy beard, shouted for the equality of all young friends around the world, and distributed items of personal preference for free. The Divine Maiden sect disciples guarding the main gate posted King and waved their hands frantically. "Ah, Great Junior Grandmaster! Great Junior Grandmaster is here! Great Junior Grandmaster! Have you returned?" It was a greeting of pure joy from the girls. King's heart swelled with warmth. However, she still found the Divine Maiden sect disciples a bit difficult to interact with. You are all working hard, huh? Here, take this." King reached into the puddle and, with a neat trick of her hands, fished out sweets wrapped in yellow paper. She handed out lumps of hardened sugar on bamboo sticks to the disciples, one by one. "Whoa, candied fruits. Thank you so much." "Thank you. Great Junior Grandmaster is the best." Sweets were a serious matter for women. Before the start of her journey, King was an ordinary production worker who didn't particularly like sweets, but now she understood completely. There was a kind of ecstasy that only something as sweet as this could provide. Rinsing one's mouth with tea and then filling it again with sweetness was the very definition of a drug allowed in the Central Plains. To be honest, other drugs weren't exactly illegal. It was because in this uncivilized, primitive, ancient China, laws and regulations regarding the management of drugs weren't properly established yet. At any rate, a broken bar. "Thank you so much, Great Junior Grandmaster." She watched the bright and cheerful youngest disciples chirping in joy. "Broken bar, youngest junior master, thank you," and bowed to the auntie-like junior sisters who were actually sect elders. "Junior Grandmaster, a broken bar, it's sweets, a broken bar," and even gave some to the second-generation disciples who were busy rolling around from training. King crossed through the sect, handing out sweets to every disciple she met. Because of her status and rank, there was no woman to stop her, so her steps were brisk and vigorous. Home sweet home unfolded before King's eyes. The real estate market in the Central Plains wasn't exactly booming, but still, how exhilarating it was to have her own home. It was then, a girl lying on a wooden bed that King herself had made suddenly jumped up and attempted a body slam. However, King was a master. She was long past the point of being caught off guard by such an obvious surprise attack. "Why are you dodging a broken bar? How could you? A broken bar? Who are you?" "This is the residence of Ximen King, an outer sect elder." "How dare a mere disciple enter without permission?" "For the sin of not recognizing the hierarchy of this sect, I shall personally give you sweets." A broken bar? King swiftly handed a sweet to the girl. The girl's eyes narrowed. "What are you even saying?" "That phrase? Impossible. We're broken bar. Could it be that a broken bar you're Jiang Maiong?" "You're so mean." Honestly, King had every right to feel wronged. The Jin Jiang Maiong King remembered was a kid who was more handsome than pretty. How could she possibly recognize her at first glance when such a cute little kid turned into a beautiful girl in just half a year? But still, a broken bar. Isn't she the same height as before? Is the Divine Maiden sect not feeding her? To think you could completely fool me like this. Your dark scheme is quite impressive. I never tried to fool you. Thor U for broken bar a broken bar. Regardless of whatever she said, King continued to babble and make jokes. Wow, I didn't recognize you because you became so pretty. Jang Myongi is so pretty, so cute, so lovely, so beautiful. Like a flower, like a fairy. You're now totally a girl, you hear me? A girl. An actual girl. So, I wasn't a girl before a broken bar. Jin Jang Myong cocked her head, thinking, isn't this just an insult to me? Then, upon feeling a sudden surge of despondency, Jin Jang Myong's cheeks swelled in frustration. The tender reunion she had always imagined turned out to be a far cry from this bizarre reality. Forget it. I'm leaving. Wait a moment. Look, I brought a gift. It's something especially expensive for Jang Myongi, so you mustn't blab about it carelessly to others, okay? Jin Jang Myong's ears perked up. Especially. Let me see. I'm pretty sure it was here somewhere. Broken bar. King rummaged through her belongings. Shortly after, a glittering golden leaf was revealed. It was a type of hair ornament for women, designed to be secured in the hair by two-pronged needles extending from the decoration. The hairpin, with leaf veins extended into a skeletal shape, had green jade stamens attached to the golden leaf. Despite this, it was not all that big or flashy, but instead quaint and cute. Jin Jang Myong's eyes widened into saucers. Woha broken bar. It's pretty, right? I picked it up on the way. You ain't got anything like this at your house, do you? Spring potatoes. A broken bar, and not what that is. What are you even saying? But despite such words, her face was all smiles. Put it on for me. Hey, do you not have hands or feet? Do it yourself. Hurry up. I'm pretty sure she isn't at the age to be acting like a baby. Thor U for broken bar. To be fair, Jin Jang Myong was never really in a position to get babied in the first place. And it continued to be like that even after she entered the sect. King became weak-hearted, thus eventually giving in. Sigh. I can't even with you. I'll only let it slide since you're cute. Since she had been taught exactly where to place the ornament, King carefully inserted the hairpin on the right side of her coiffed hair. Here broken bar. Owing just now a broken bar. What's wrong? King tilted her head. Did I hear wrong? It sounded like a really sly and sinister chuckly. Broken bar. How strange. I'm pretty sure I heard something, though. It's nothing. I should go see master now. Wanna come along? Jin Jang Myong's face turned grim. After all, that was that and this was this. Jang Myongi is so very straightforward. How about at least pretending to think it over? I don't want to. Alright. Have it your way then. She's so assertive. After unpacking, King left her thatch, once again with a bundle of gifts in tow. Behind her, Jin Jang Myong fiddled with the gold leaf hairpiece atop her head with flushed cheeks. Of course, King's eyes were fixed forward. Hence, she remained unaware that such was the case. Master, your disciples has arrived. How dare a fully grown maiden stretch out her words in such an undignified manner. To think this is how my so-called disciple acts. Tsk. Ximenzuran clicked her tongue. King's ability to read between the lines translated it as a sign of welcome. She must be happy to see her. A broken bar. Do not laugh like that. It appears that all my teachings have gone back to Amitabha. Despite her words, Ximenzuran's face couldn't hide the smile that blossomed. She nodded after looking in the eyes of her disciple, who had returned safe and sound. The glimmer of your eyes look much clearer. It seems you have not out and about, engaging in foolishness somewhere. I feared that the heavenly slaughter would worsen. But it seems like my worries were for naught. It was a complete misunderstanding. Ximenzuran didn't know that the heavenly slaughter accumulated over time was flung away in one fell swoop by Senior Celestial Marshal Emperor himself. She swallowed in relief, thinking her disciple's journey must have been peaceful, simply because the faint signs of heavenly slaughter that were present up until her departure were no longer visible. "Ah, master, this disciple has brought a gift for you." "What need is there for gifts? How pointless." Disciples say for a turn is more than enough. "It's a flute. Since you seem to play it occasionally." King pulled out the boxinjiao she had hidden behind her back. Ximenzurin's expression turned rather subtly complex. The flute was far too unsightly to call it a gift. After all, it more resembled a chunk of metal that had not been finished being made into a flute. "This is a broken bar." "A broken bar." "The name of that flute is boxinjiao." Ximenzurin let out a soft burst of laughter. "Hoo-hoo. It seems even disciples' jokes are humorous at times." "You were always calling your sword, Moonlight Sword, after all. Is that perhaps why you have found amusement in naming things?" "Very well, then. Where did you pick up the name, Boxinjiao?" King grinned with that look again. "The one she wore when she knew absolutely nothing." Ximenzurin's expression hardened. "What in the broken bar?" "A broken bar. Truly a broken bar." "A broken bar." King continued to smile brightly. Ximenzurin took another look at the ugly flute. Upon closer inspection, it was significantly heavier than its size suggested. A chill emanated faintly around it, and its body, lusterless like the color of the night sea, caught her eye. Sure enough, it was made of 10,000-year cold iron. And there existed only one flute made of 10,000-year cold iron in this world. "What a broken bar! Where did you find a divine relic such as this?" "It was supposed to be buried with the Heavenly Queen in her tomb." Boxinjiao was famously known as the beloved treasure of the Heavenly Queen, Xiao Nuncho, who was the zenith among women of her time. It also symbolized the marriage vow she shared with her husband, the legendary blacksmith Banchai. The Heavenly Queen openly declared that, upon her death, this flute alone would be enough when it came to the objects buried with her. After completing her wash of the golden basin in secret, it was assumed she was buried alongside this treasure. Such was the renown of this divine relic. For reference, in the Central Plains, the term, wash of the golden basin, was an excessively elaborate way to describe one's retirement. Of course, it wasn't excessive for no reason. After all, retirement was actually a significant affair. The favor and grudges of martial artists were complex, and of course, it was all there. More so when it came to resentment. So, what would occur if someone suddenly declared, "I'm retiring, so let's forget all our grudges." Would their enemies clap their hands, exclaiming, "Congrats on retiring," and proceed to walk away with a thumbs up? Of fucking course not. They would obviously come rushing with swords drawn, ready to settle scores. A wash of the golden basin was an official ceremony that resolved even such grudges once and for all. Naturally, not just anyone could hold such a ceremony. Only those who had the qualifications could grandly proclaim their intentions for a wash of the golden basin. Of course, King was utterly unaware of such circumstances. As such, she spoke in an ever so bright and innocent manner. "Ah, then that must have been the Heavenly Queen's burial chambers." Ximenzurin's expression grew serious. What exactly had her disciple been doing over the span of her Jianghu? "Speak in detail." "In the utmost detail." "About that, the demonic cult's advance." "A broken bar." "A broken bar." "A broken bar wave." "Labor Brigade?" King cocked her head. Was it actually a combination of the two? Something brigade? But it kinda seems right. King tried to recall the memory. Meanwhile, Ximenzurin was horrified. It was understandable since the very beginning of the sentence had already taken Ximenzurin's breath away. Demonic cult. Those damned evildoers. They were really bad guys, I think. That was correct. In fact, there wasn't a single one among them whose evil karma was low. It was said that the demonic cult was a gathering place for bad guys, and apparently, that information seemed rather accurate. That happened when I entered some city. There, this Grania broken bar. A broken bar. King naturally skipped over the name of the city. After all, reciting specific proper nouns that were just heard in passing was a trick only protagonists in novels could do. For the same reason, though King recited a grand, heroic epic about acquiring a flute, people's names were strangely omitted. However, the storyteller's subjective interpretation was somewhat mixed in as well. The indomitable advance labor brigade of the wicked demonic cult. King alone blocked the enemies in a decisive short-term battle, just like Zhang Fe in the Battle of Qingpan. Won, and took their heads. Then, the puppets of the wicked demonic sect wiped themselves in fear and fled. Thus, Ximendzurin's disciple pursued the enemy in a phenomenon similar to storm and gale. Upon finally facing the enemy's leader, she intended to finish off the evil tomb robbers. As such, she took the head of a transcendent realm near Broken Bar. So, the captain of a demonic cult combat unit was at the transcendent realm? I have not heard the name of advance labor among the elite brigades, though. King flinched. Ah, so she knows the combat units of the demonic sect, huh? King switched up her words. He wasn't exactly at the transcendent realm. So he was at the really late stage peak realm, which was basically no different from the transcendent realm. A broken bar. King's guilty conscience made her twist the story from a heroic tale to a kind of memoir. She included the scene where, when offered to spare only one, the enemy immediately stabbed his own boss in the back, showing no loyalty whatsoever. Indeed, those scoundrels of the demonic sect are like that. Disciple's performance was truly excellent. That is right. It is time for a renowned female martial artist to emerge as a hero in Jianghu. Ximendzurin was very pleased. It was a bit awkward for King to genuinely share in the joy, though. However, Disciple's achievements are still quite modest, so it seems that it is not yet time to raise the value of your name in Jianghu. Broken bar. But still, that very disciple is at the late-stage peak realm. A broken bar. Is it not merely the late-stage peak realm? In a world where any martial school in a city of considerable size has a peak master, how could disciple be so frail, delicate, and sickly? A broken bar. It would be a sorrowful thing to hear for the peak masters of Jianghu. If a 20-year-old girl was considered frail at the late-stage peak realm, then those who were happy to just reach the peak realm at the age of 50 should reflect on themselves with tears streaming down their faces. But that didn't mean she was wrong. After all, there was no law that said King wouldn't always face opponents with similar levels of experience to her. It was a time when the level of martial studies in Jianghu was unprecedentedly high. It was thanks to senior celestial martial emperor who had won the freedom of Murim from the government. The now frail, delicate, and sickly King protested. Still, your disciple actually defeated a transcendent master, you know. Is that so? If it was a transcendent master, he must have had a title worthy of his prowess, would he not? Tell me. Someone called the demonic cannibal a broken bar. As Ximendzurin was merely humoring King when she skeptically asked, she was taken aback when a familiar name was mentioned. After all, he was a demonic adept who was known for his notoriety and had reached a level that surpassed the mid-stage transcendent realm. What in the heavens are you saying? The demonic cannibal? About that, in a lake called Dongding Lake. Broken bar. Do you know Dongding Lake? It's a super huge lake. In fact, this disciple initially thought it was the sea. Is there anyone in this world who does not know of the Dongding Lake? So she knows Dongding Lake too. Huh? King was a bit sad that she wasn't able to show off her newfound knowledge, not realizing exactly how ignorant she herself was. The demonic cannibal, you say? Did you finish him off completely? Yes. Just as Master told me, I made him go pop with the internal explosive chi strike. How many times do I have to tell you about your manner of spear? Broken bar number. Never mind. You did well in that. The bastards called demonic humans are known for being narrow-minded and degenerate. Worse than pesky flies. It is important to ensure there is no retaliation. Ximendzurin nodded in satisfaction. Then, she asked again upon a sudden question coming to mind. Halt. Wait. You mentioned the internal explosive chi strike, but no matter how profound disciples' inner chi is, it would have been impossible to overcome such a difference in levels with just that. About that. Do you know the Buddha's palm? It's super strong. With the Buddha's palm, your disciple went bam. Then, the demonic cannibal also went bam. And that's what happened. King made a gesture with her arm as if throwing something, boasting her own supposedly Empyrean presence. As she swung her hand in time with the bam, the cute sound of a bell echoed, Going dong dong. A broken bar, a broken bar. Ximendzurin was taken aback once again. The Buddha's palm. It was an esoteric technique of the Shaolin Temple. However, it had already become a legend, only recorded in texts. It was because of a similar martial art called 100 Steps Divine Fist. As it was routed in fist techniques, it matched well with Shaolin's martial arts. Moreover, its power and scope were superior. Due to this, the direct disciples chose to practice the 100 Steps Divine Fist, leading to the discontinuation of the Buddha's palm at some point in time. It had become Shaolin's lost supreme technique. So, how could it have possibly been unfolded by her disciples' hands? But to dismiss it as a bluff was impossible, considering the characteristic sound of the bell, a feature only heard from the supreme vehicle. 2. Of Buddhist Chi arts. How a broken bar? How could this be broken bar? Ximendzurin was thrown into confusion. However, since the inner chi of the current highest-ranked senior in Murim was profound, she quickly regained her composure. I suppose it is fine. What could possibly be a problem with that? Since those depraved bastards that call themselves Shaolin monks have neglected their secret technique, what could they possibly say in opposition, even if it continues in the hands of disciple? Ximendzurin's face brightened. Serves them right. The esoteric doctrines of those depraved monks, who treated women as if they were some kind of monstrous eccentricity, has ended up being passed on to a woman. How ironic. The more I think about it, the more gratifying it is. Nothing could be more satisfying. Disciple has truly become a lump of fortune in my later years. Oh my, how can you be so lovely? To Ximendzurin, the Shaolin Temple was nothing more than a bunch of fools who outright banned women from entering their sect. It was as if they thought women would seduce the Shaolin monks. Ridiculous, considering they were fucking bald. Upon being faced with yet another fierce oratory from the female activist, King didn't exactly know how to respond. And usually, in such situations, it was best to just smile anyway. A broken bar, a broken bar. I have told you over and over again to not laugh in such an undignified a broken bar. Never mind. If those depraved monks ever make a fuss about that divine art, just mention your teacher's name. Let's see what those fools have to say. Who do those bastards think they are? Yes, master. Very well, there must be a story behind it. But this teacher shall not inquire about the origin of such a divine art. Have you perhaps learned any other martial arts? King gauged Ximendzurin's reaction, trying to decipher whether it was okay to tell her. Seeing how happy she was about the Buddha's palm, wouldn't it be possible to also tell her about the white hand demonic art without getting in too much trouble? If she gets a hold of my meridians, it will be exposed anyway. After all, Master is a guru of traditional medicine. So, it might be better to be honest now while she's in a good mood, right? Well, about that a broken bar. So, Master, this disciple just happened to have learned a demonic art, you see. Demonic art? Ximendzurin's eyebrows twitched violently. King hunched her shoulders, shrinking back. Seeing this, Ximendzurin became weak-hearted once again, softening her demeanor. Very well. I understand. It is indeed plausible for a young girl to harbor just one vicious technique when wandering Jianghu alone. For a martial artist, having an ace in the hole or a life-saving absolute move was essential. In that sense, having just one demonic art was not that big of a deal. Ximendzurin thought as such. So, what is the name of this demonic art? Meanwhile, King was immensely relieved. It's working. Yes, it's the white hand demonic art, King exclaimed cheerfully. It was a testament to how much trust she had that her master would cherish her disciple. And it was a trust that was immediately betrayed. Thwack! Yukiak! A scream akin to a frog being stepped on burst out from King. It felt like her head had exploded. King grabbed her head and rolled on the ground. It was a pain that seemed as if her skull had shattered. In an instant, her face heated up and tears and snot streamed down. In her consciousness, blanched as white as a blank page, only pure pain existed. It was the very definition of an agony akin to torture. Holy fucking shit. Fuck. Shit. That's crazy. It hurts so fucking much. Did my head split in two or something? Normally, a nuclear nuke should have flown her way. However, Ximendzuren just happened to be holding King's gift at the time. Since times of old and even into the future that would unfold, the flute had been one of the most powerful weapons, as well as worldly possessions, that a teacher could own. Moreover, the item in question was Bokshinjiauk, a chunk of metal made fully of 10,000-year-old iron. "Oh no, are you alright?" Ximendzuren also startled at her mistake. She hadn't thought about the 10,000-year-old iron club in her hand. In essence, she had completely failed to control her strength. The power was comparable to that of a tungsten rod, which weighed 10,830 kilograms, falling from a dizzyingly high orbit in space. Truly a might worthy of being called a rod from God. 3! If it weren't for King's high musculoskeletal stats, a major disaster could have occurred, where a teacher cracked her disciple's noggin. And in all honesty, even if her skull had been cracked, it would have been considered justified to think her disciple was a white-hand witch. After all, there was a limit to how much one could tarnish the reputation of both her sect and teacher. "Stop making such a fuss and get up." But this really hurts. A broken bar. A single tear rolled down from King's eyes, which had turned red at some point in time. Ximendzuren sighed deeply. "Where did you hear about White Hand demonic number? Even if you have heard of it, what were you thinking, learning such a heinous demonic art?" "I didn't know demonic arts were that bad." A broken bar. King also had her reasons to feel aggrieved. It was unknown whether she crossed over timelines, worldlines, or even the computer screen. But the point remained that King was a person of the modern era that existed beyond some boundary, and compared to the Central Plains, the expressions of the modern world were not just aggressive and radical, but also void of any morals. In essence, there was nothing that was tuneless to say. Even if friends casually exchanged insults and curses, no one would despair and declare gravely that it would lead to the collapse of families and society. At best, they would frown. Moreover, Koreans were known to be more tolerant of harsh expressions than any other nation on earth. That was King. There was no shot the significance of expressions like demonic arts would register with her. Had it been named something like human trash arts, motherfucker arts, or life sentence arts, she wouldn't have learned it. So, to King, who was a martial arts ignoramus and a gamer at heart, there was no difference between demonic arts and magic. They were just siblings of the same ma. 4. Family. To summarize, she didn't think it was all that big of a problem. "What am I to do with this slow-witted and foolish brat?" A broken bar. Ximendzuren had no choice but to let out a frustrated King vigorously rubbed her head. To be honest, massaging a wound didn't necessarily make it any better. But what else could she do? It hurt so fucking much. "Ah shit. It still hurts like a bitch." A broken bar. "Isn't it possible that my scalp got torn?" As King rubbed vigorously, she intermittently checked her hand. She was making sure if there was any blood that had rubbed off. But surprisingly, her hand was clean. "Hey, but it feels like something got torn, though." "That's weird." King was originally prone to overreacting. But this time, it seemed she was truly in pain. Seeing her in such a state, Ximendzuren felt a surge of pity. Just as there were no parents who could win against their children, a proper teacher could not best their disciple. Fine. I see. Even though you have learned the demonic arts, I see no malice in your eyes. It is clear that disciple is being careful. I understand. It was a ridiculous misunderstanding, but nevertheless, she meant that she would let go of her anger. King responded with a bright expression. "That's right, as long as I don't get caught." Is Ugd Thwack the place where I got hit. A broken bar again. "You a broken bar." King unnecessarily inserted slang and ended up receiving another nuclear noogie. A single teardrop once again rolled down. A broken bar. Ximendzuren shook her head. "Indeed. As long as you are careful." A broken bar. "As long as you are careful." A broken bar. Ximendzuren trailed off. "But still, no matter how careful she is, isn't that demonic art far too wicked?" No wonder her hand looked so unusually beautiful. White hand demonic art directly cuts through flesh and bone, thus accumulating malice. A person becomes increasingly evil and eventually turns into a monster that finds joy in murder itself. Disciple must remember this and use it only in truly dire circumstances. To be fair, by that standard, it was already far too late for King. The monster specializing in killing evildoers, clad in human skin, promptly replied, "Yes, master." "All right. Since you have already learned it, there is nothing we can do anyway." It wasn't like she could destroy her disciple's dantian and sever her muscles and tendons to cut off the very roots of the demonic heart. Of course, though, those who called themselves the Orthodox faction would surely attempt to do so if they knew about this. After having such thoughts, Ximendzurin felt a simmering irritation once again. What is so wrong with this foolish brat learning some demonic arts? Despite the divine punishment of heavenly slaughter, she grew up so well. She is such a kind child. What sin has she made to deserve such cruel reception? These were the thoughts of Ximendzurin, who had, in fact, killed countless demonic humans in the past. Very well. Disciple, if ever you are caught using that demonic art, there is something you must remember. What is it? Kick up a fuss and deny it to your last breath. Excuse me? Ximendzurin spoke gravely again. Just claim it is not a demonic art. Just say a broken bar. Yes, you can just say that it is a divine hand arts of the divine maiden. Something like that should suffice. She was telling her to stubbornly lie, thus denying the truth. King thought. So, I guess the biggest yappers win in Jianghu. Huh? Loud makes right. You are broken bar. A broken bar. Is that fine? Can I really do that? Of course not. At least, not usually. If they persist, say it is a martial art that this teacher of yours created. What can they possibly do then? How could those mere things dare to challenge that? King was unaware of this, but it was basically a vow from a renowned martial artist that she would put all her honor on the line to share the burden with her disciple. Won't we get caught lying, though? Ximendzurin smiled broadly. That is why you must practice from now on. Practice? That is right, my disciple. Your inner chi is of a righteous, orthodox nature, which does not suit the extremely evil white hand demonic art. Ximendzurin imparted her teachings. Yin and Yang were fundamentally classified into 4 types. The energy of the sun was Yang. When hot, it was pure Yang, and when bright and righteous, it was orthodox Yang. The energy of the moon was Yin. When dark and evil, it was unorthodox Yin, and when cold, it was pure Yin. When inserting the golden mean into these 4 types, it became 8. The reason for that was because the golden mean was not considered a quality in itself, thus making it 8. It was simply hot. It was hot and bright. It was clear and virtuous. It was hot yet evil. Golden mean. It was bright yet cold. It was dark and evil. It was cold and dark. It was simply cold. Pure Yang, extreme Yang, orthodox Yang. Unorthodox Yang, golden mean, orthodox Yin. Unorthodox Yin, extreme Yin, pure Yin. This arrangement colored the energies of Yin as blue and Yang as red in the diagram known as Taikai Yin and Yang. When adding the attributes of fire, wood, water, metal, and earth to this, it became the Yin, Yang, and 5 elements, a principle encompassing all things in the universe. Previously, when Ximendzurin grasped her meridians and pulse, she had found that the maiden cultivation technique that King had learned was based on the Tao of the Golden Mean, and their Zhuxiang's heart cleanse mirror, created with the imagery of the Yan Emperor Shennon, was a breathing technique that contained the energy of righteousness among the Yang qualities, orthodox Yang. Late blooming heavenly love cultivation technique, a subcategory of fairy arts, was also the same. This meant that King's current inner chi was biased towards orthodox Yang. The sunset yellow glow of King's sword chi was proof of this. White hand demonic art is a martial art based on unorthodox Yin. So, if disciple handles it with righteous energy, won't the traces differ from those of demonic arts? If one could separate and handle only the energy of orthodox Yang from their flowing inner chi, the traces of use would diverge. Even if it was the white hand demonic art, then, they could obstinately insist it was something else. And strictly speaking, it would be a lie either. So, how do I train something like that? Fortunately, is it not the season of winter now? My disciple, It appears fortune has followed you, thus allowing you to seize this opportune time. Yin and yang become stronger when colliding. As such, it is natural for yang qi to surge when the external qi is yin. So, you're saying it's good to train in the winter? Indeed. As such, it is not that difficult to training. In fact, it is rather simple. Very much so. Simple training. King's face brightened. Then, what does this disciple need to do? Ximenzuran replied, undress. Excuse me? Hey, Oing, eh? Did I hear that wrong? I think I heard something weird, thought for broken bar. King hesitated. Upon seeing this, Ximenzuran spoke again. Only in the cold does warmth truly come to you. Isn't that the case? So what that means is a broken bar. Ximenzuran smiled benevolently. That is right. All you must do is feel the yin qi of the world directly on your bare skin. How could there be a training simpler than this? To people, a house was not just a place to stay. A house held a value far beyond that. This value could be expressed in a single phrase: a comfortable and warm refuge. Thus, a house that was neither warm nor comfortable was no longer a house. It was merely a space that uncomfortably confined someone, suffocating them with anxiety. In that sense, King had lost her home. It's so cold. A broken bar. King shivered as she thought. I finally managed to get my own home after going through so much. But now, I can't even light a fire in my own house. And she took all the blankets away. She even removed the windows and doors. And then, all that was given to her for clothing was a single, extremely thin piece of fabric with shoulder straps. Originally, the purpose of clothing was to protect the body, so this piece of fabric could hardly be considered garment. Even her underwear was taken. Every single fucking one of them. The winter wind at the top of the Divine Maiden Peak was fierce. It didn't stop at just chilling the flesh. It was as if it dug into her skin, permeating deep inside. The winter wind blew up and down, burrowing in without resistance. But it didn't even need to be so fierce. After all, the thin piece of fabric was so well ventilated that the icy wind moved through it akin to leaving a door open. I'll tell you everything I know a broken bar, from the location of my base to how to decode all our codes. Please, just give me one blanket. A broken bar. No, wait. On second thought, this pisses me off. This bullshit is supposed to be training. Shouldn't I just run away now? Better late than never, right? Despite King's anger, the results could not be denied. Rather, they were outstanding. After all, she was still alive and breathing. No matter how strong a master was against the cold, there was still a limit. Surviving a harsh winter wrapped in just a thin piece of fabric was impossible. Initially, when she thought she was going to die, a surge of heat wrapped around her body. After warming her just enough to prevent death, the spiteful heat subsided. And then, after a month and a half of that, a broken bar. Now, she could skillfully handle the true qi of orthodox yang. It wasn't that she wasn't cold. It was just that she could maintain the minimum body temperature. For this reason, King had become the very personified concept of shivering. In fact, if asked what an earthquake was, someone could just point at Ximen King for a dynamic, visual understanding. Jinjiang Maiyong, who had come to bring her food, watched her in such a state. Are you cold? I think I may actually gonna die. A broken bar. Then, Annie, do you want me to hug you? You are broken bar. King was conflicted. However, the laws of her proud nation were strict and the heavens and earth were clearly gazing upon her. Isn't that right? It wasn't even an emergency situation or crisis like before. How could she dare hold a minor in her arms? Of course, child rights were not established in the Central Plains. Laws protecting children and juveniles from sexual abuse existed only in King's mind. No, a broken bar. TCH. But seek a diet. That tea today's a lunch. T2 ice. A broken bar. Jinjiang Maion opened the lunchbox she brought. Cold buckwheat noodles. Cold salad. Please. A broken bar. In the end, King couldn't help but let a teardrop trickle down. In primitive, uncivilized, ancient China, cold buckwheat noodles was simply a term for noodles in cold broth that, along with cold vegetables and various meats that had been boiled and cooled, made up a 3-layered lunchbox. Please, something warm. I just want to eat something warm. But even in this cold, she was still hungry. That couldn't be helped. King scooped up the cold salad as she thought. Ah, but it really is delicious. A broken bar. Despite her grumbling, King completely cleaned out the lunchbox, before curling up in a corner of the room and hugging her knees. As there were neither windows nor doors, a storm raged inside the house. The corner she found was a relatively less windy spot. But still, if she got too close to the wall, the cold would burrow deep into her bones. As such, it was a spot that was subtly distanced from the wall. Play the flute for me. How can I play? Oh my god. King couldn't control her shivering, her whole body vibrating as if she was having a seizure. Still, shivering this intensely once helped her feel a little better momentarily. Play the flute for me. Ah shit. That's cold, though. It's not a flute. It's like a block of ice. My fingers will freeze. Honey, hurry up. Why is a tiny little thing like you so persistent? A broken bar. Sigh. King picked up Bokshenjiauk, value estimated to be around 10,000 gold, that had been flung away in a corner. It was a flute made entirely of cold iron. There was no way blowing into it normally would produce a sound. She needed to utilize the subtlety of sound transmission and breathe into it with her inner chi infused. Ximenzuren had explained it to her. Once it produced a proper sound, the owner's inner chi would remain within it for decades, preventing all others from playing it. However, it was too cold, so she only listened to half of the explanation, and the other half was too complicated to understand anyway. I guess I just need to blow into it to unlock it. Like a phone passcode. Or there was a rather touching narrative here that could not possibly be heard without a few tears being shed. Previously a broken bar. As Ximenzuren returned Bokshenjiauk, she said, a broken bar. This teacher is already old, so there is no need for a new flute when I have an old friend, worn with my use. Upon hearing this, King began to yap. Master, this is basically a designer good worth 10,000 gold, you know? It's one of the best treasures under the heavens. But right now, it's free. An exclusive benefit just for Master, brought to you by this disciple's fervent heart. Ximenzuren was about to punish her with a nuclear noogie but hesitated. Bokshenjiauk was indeed a priceless treasure, which could not be bought even if there was a blank check. Yet, if one just had to put a price on the treasure, it would be around 10,000 gold. For reference, something worth less than 10,000 gold would not befit the stature of a treasure. And if one possessed at least 10,000 gold, their family would not need to work for multiple generations. They were able to live solely off of such money. Thus, 10 or 20,000 gold made no real difference. It was a huge amount regardless. The reason why Ximenzuren was surprised was because King, unexpectedly, knew the exact value of Bokshenjiauk. She thought it was just given out of her disciple's ignorance regarding its value. But to think she unhesitatingly offered it to her teacher while knowing it's worth a broken bar, it was enough to make the heart of an elderly woman ripple with waves of emotion. In short, she was deeply touched. Yes, as I thought, this child is truly kind. She is a little one, born with heavenly slaughter, yet still so upright. Though she is a bit obtusey. Broken bar number. But still, there should be a limit to how dumb she could be. Isn't that so? Even utterly plain water would not be this dull, would it? However, gratitude was still gratitude. It was not an emotion that could be controlled. She could not help but feel that her disciple's heart was truly commendable, joyful, and lovable. Ximenzuren smiled warmly. I shall just receive your thoughtful heart, then. You may keep it for yourself, but I don't even know how to play it. Shouldn't a woman at least be proficient in one of the 4 arts? The 4 arts referred to kin, music, go, 1, calligraphy, and painting. They were the most esteemed hobbies acknowledged in the Central Plains. After all, it wasn't just a simple hobby. It was akin to yachting, horse riding, golf, and clay shooting in modern terms. Basically, engaging in them made one appear very sophisticated and refined. In the Central Plains, the 4 arts had such an effect. Opportunely, there is a fine flute available, and music soothes the human heart, thus serving as a tool to quell restlessness. It will also greatly help in calming disciples' murderous internet. Your killing star. Thus, Playing the flute was added as her minor along with her major, which was training. Therefore, throughout the winter, she played the flute incessantly, despite the freezing cold. Naturally, the melody was utterly upsetting, and a rather desolate emotion was aroused in spite of herself, leading to tears flowing freely. But in a broken bar one day, she was able to actually play a note, and the more surprising part, henceforth, she began to play it rather well. No, it was an insult to merely call it at a level of playing well. To Zurin, it seemed as if melodies unheard of in the world freely burst forth. The unexpected achievement of her instrumental prowess was enough to evoke immediate admiration. "You are truly one that could establish an entire school of music." "No, strike that. You are a talent that deserves to write an entire history." I had no idea that disciple had such a gift. When hearing that, King was about to smile shyly. But then, she thought perhaps Zurin might offer a blanket if she saw her shivering so severely from the cold. So, King gazed at her master ever so pitifully, hoping it might rouse her sympathy. There was no such a return, though. Of course, the nature of that supposed talent was plagiarism. Any person from the modern era would have certain melodies they remembered, and unless it was an extremely radical category or genre, to the ears of those in the Central Plains, it would seem like a shocking breakthrough. One that leapt to a new era, beyond even the most fundamental forms of music. Among them, the Divine Maiden sect disciples considered two melodies the finest of them all: Canon in D, 2, and Merry-Go-Round of Life, 3. Of course, it was incomprehensible why such an optimistic hymn was named after a brutal canon, 4 apostrophe. Nor could one understand what a merry-go-round and a nostalgic melody evoking past beauties had to do with each other. But what did it matter? The music was good. For King, it was a relic of the past that existed before the start of her Murim journey, evoking a certain nostalgia for her homeland. Her previous life wasn't all that excellent, but she had still lived alone in content. Such a time was clearly better than her current cold and embarrassing state. So, the tunes she played on the flute could only be memories that did not exist in this world. The Murim Alliance headquarters was in turmoil. It was due to a newly confirmed report. The issue started with a protest from the foot of the Yangtze River waterway. A lone enforcer of the Murim Alliance was apparently part of a covert group known as the Association and was also a wicked sorcerer who controlled blood jiangshis and living jiangshis. Moreover, the son of the waterway fort's commander had even lost his life because of her. The Murim Alliance immediately sent martial artists to the Yuan clan of the Jin prefecture to verify such testimony, and all that resulted from it was a return from an already decrepit estate of the Yuan clan. Without a child constantly sweeping and cleaning in wait for someone, like King's thatch had done, even a large house would quickly fall into desolation. Thus, when the investigation team stormed into the Yuan clan estate, they found nothing but ruins with no signs of any recent human presence. What was surprising was the testimony of the city residents. After all, they claimed they had seen many members entering and exiting the Yuan clan estate up to just 7 days prior. This supported the statement from the foot of the Yangtze River waterway that Yan had wiped out her clan and turned them all into jiangshi. In essence, no one was living in the Yuan clan of the Jin prefecture in the first place. As such, this meant that there existed a force that included the demonic cannibal and the most powerful jiangshi sorcerer of the Central Plains, an organization cunning enough to operate right under the nose of the Murim Alliance. The Murim Alliance had to prepare a response to this danger, and so, this great gathering of the Orthodox faction was about to mobilize its heavy and enormous body in an effort to confront this mysterious and dangerous association. To be frank, when Zurin told King to undress, it was not actually for training but rather for punishment. She was a despicable, disgraceful disciple who lacked any alertness and awareness, was foolish, and even learned demonic arts without a single care. A figure who endangered both her teacher and sect. Thus, this was the most severe punishment she could think of giving her. But, what's this? Normally, tears should have been trickling down as she pleaded for anything but that punishment. In fact, It was a punishment that evoked even more shame because she had to display such an appearance to her juniors. Ximenzurine would have rather bitten off her tongue than do such a thing. If not, she might have even broken her own dantian and severed the muscles and tendons of her own limbs, complaining she would rather maim herself than deal with such fuckery. Buta broken bar? What's with the state of disciple? Oh my heavens! How could she be so shameless? Yes, she was a bit embarrassed, but that was all there was to it. In reality, the cold was a far greater concern to her than shame. As such, this was the greatest crisis Ximenzurine felt among all the various incidents she had witnessed from her disciple. After all, a woman should know the shame that inherently comes with her gender. One must know that there were things more precious than life itself. So, she had seized all underwear and bedding, even stripping the windows and doors from the thatch. It was to make her disciple realize how hideous she looked and how ashamed she should feel from it. However, she merely shivered without feeling any embarrassment. Baffled and incredulous, she left her be. And when she secretly checked at night, fearing she might actually freeze to death a broken bar. What in the heavens was this? Her protective mirror rose automatically to safeguard her body. Protective mirror was a type of art that shielded the body within a chi. Every night, King subconsciously surrounded herself with protective mirror to survive. And when using protective mirror, the highest skill was considered to be such an unconscious operation. After all, couldn't it only be called a protective mirror if it sprung forth in times of danger, even without conscious thought? Yet, in reality, even masters who reached the transcendent realm and used reinforced chi armor in major confrontations had to exert effort to raise their true chi consciously. If one could use protective mirror as naturally as breathing a broken bar, they would have to be in the mid-stage unrestrained realm. That was the only way such a thing could be attained. Ximenzurine reconsidered her way of thinking. Yes, her disciple was one who didn't know shame. But if, by chance, this all too natural and instinctive mastery of the protective mirror could be achieved at a broken bar, then, at the very least, she wouldn't lose her life when she ventured back into Jianghu. After all, it was akin to constantly wearing powerful body armor. Indeed, there were things more precious than life. But still, Ximenzurine desired beyond all else for her disciple to continue to live and breathe. Thus, she had no right to criticize Yang Xiaowao, that terribly runaway disciple, who burdened her own child with such karma. The heart of a mother who merely wanted her child to live, even if it meant bearing scars for the rest of her life, must have felt like something like this. If only King could remain forever ignorant, thinking of it only as memories where she had to suffer a bit. I am sorry for this extreme selfishness. I am sorry for being such a bad teacher. But, it couldn't be passed as mere suffering. It was abuse. After all, what kind of teacher allowed their disciple to endure such a state? There was nothing she could say, even if King resented her and considered her an enemy later on. But even if her own disciple were to turn against her, sword drawn, Ximenzurine could not let go of this opportunity. After all, her disciple had to return to Jianghu eventually. If the public knew, she would surely be criticized for her decision. Even so, Ximenzurine decided to bear it all. Of course, if King knew such sentiments, she would say it was an unnecessary worry. Couldn't I just be cold at night? Why do I have to be undressed for the entire day? It doesn't really have to be abuse, right? She might pout and grumble as such, feeling chagrined. Nevertheless, it was a significant resolve for Ximenzurine. For that reason a broken bar. The Divine Maiden sect disciples benefited. Unlike King, who was chilled to her very bones, the winter at the Divine Maiden sect was exceptionally hot. It might as well have been called the Volcano 5 Peak instead of the Divine Maiden Peak. Why, you ask? Of course, it was because the youngest adult of the highest rank in the sect wore such indecent and vulgar clothes. It was questionable whether the thin fabric should even be considered clothing. After all, it clumsily revealed the body's contours and was practically see-through. There was no exaggeration in this. Indeed, even a femme fatale known for her allure in Jianghu wouldn't wear such provocative attire. However, unbecoming of such hot attire, King was completely pale, shivering intensely. Her appearance was utterly pitiful, and as her pitiful state hid her seductiveness, it actually bloomed her into an undeniable belle. Of course, It was true that playing the flute stimulated her inner chi, which then subsided the cold. But still, when she started gracefully playing the flute, as if she hadn't been pathetically shivering before a broken bar, a beauty descended upon these plains. One who played such beautiful melodies with tearful eyes, steeped in intense longing. Originally, the charm of music was in creating an atmosphere that had never existed in the world before. And fitting of that, the uniquely atrocious outfit instead brought forth an emotion that could never have been anticipated in this world. How elegantly lewd, how calmly provocative. The very definition of a moving collection of erotic paintings. No, forget eloquence. It was just lewd. No matter which way one viewed it, it was way too provocative. The complete incarnation of Mara Papiyas. Mara Papiyas, also known as just Mara, was the supreme evil deity in Buddhism. Surprisingly enough, there was always a common thread in the mythologies of the world, so it could be said that he had a similar role to Lucifer as described in the Bible. Mara governed desire and was a symbol or the very embodiment of passion. The character Ma in Mara was the same used when referring to Magong, also known as demonic arts. He was most famously known for the incident where Mara was rebuffed while trying to tempt the meditating Buddha. At any rate, whether elegant or calm, the conclusion remained the same. The mere sight of King would cause one's body to inevitably heat up, causing warmth to rise from behind the dantian. So, in this cold timey broken bar, oddly enough, there were a great many disciples plastering their bodies against one another and interlocking fingers with each other. Moreover, even the strict hierarchical barriers of rank and status were breached, with several disciples and masters sharing a bed. That was the kind of winter that it seemed that the warm spring sun had come only during the day. Then, in the blink of an eye, the weather became completely mild. How swiftly time flows! Suddenly, flowers blossomed and the day was sunny. Spring was in full bloom. King had been walking around naked since the beginning of winter, enduring the chilly early spring weather for over 4 months. In King's residence, windows and doors had been refitted and her bedding had been rearranged. The missing clothes and undergarments had returned as well. But this outfit is just so comfortably broken bar. A garment? Made of very thin, semi-transparent fabric joined in a cylindrical shape with 2 straps over the shoulders. It was light, flapping around weightlessly, and the length, reaching to the thighs, was convenient and unobtrusive in movement. It was the birth of her favorite pajamas. Wearing comfortable pajamas and getting into bed felt like paradise. Nothing could be better. Above all, not wearing underwear was a whole new world. At first, it was so embarrassing she wanted to just die in some hole. But once accustomed, it felt like there could be no greater liberation in the world. The very definition of freedom itself. It was because the primitive weaving technology of ancient China had not invented stretchable fabrics. As a result, there was a certain inconvenience of having to tie knots with strings, and for King, it had always been a great ordeal. Due to this, for a while, every single day was a nuclear noogie fest. Shit, fucking hell. How can she just notice I'm not wearing underwear right away? Does one gain X-ray vision upon becoming a master? Like hello? You wouldn't let me wear it when it was cold as fuck. But now that it's a bit warmer, you beat the shit out of me for not wearing it. Our broken bar. King's lips protruded sulkily. Ximenzuran sighed deeply at that sight. Should I have just made her roam around stark naked? A broken bar. There wouldn't have been much difference even if you... Right, as King cheekily retorted, she received a nuclear noogie. However, the magnitude of King's screams had significantly decreased. It was thanks to the protective mirror King had honed over the winter. Now, a nuclear noogie was nothing to thwack. King rolled on the floor. Humans were creatures that continuously evolved. Moreover, the person in question was Ximenzuran, a woman who had defeated numerous formidable male masters and stood as one of Murim's 10 masters under heaven. Adjusting the power of a nuclear noogie was simple for Ximenzuran, whose very life was a constant struggle. In the first place, no matter how impressive a protective mirror in the late-stage peak realm was, it was nothing before a fist of the profound realm. How is disciple getting so increasingly careless and irresponsible? Sob. It really hurts. A broken bar. Indubitably. After all, I hit you so that you would feel pain. What else did you expect? For it to tickle? I cannot understand how you are acting more childishly as you get older. A broken bar. King chuckled in embarrassment. Ximenzurun just completely turned her head away. How could she not be aware that her disciple was acting spoiled because she felt an increasing fondness for her teacher? As such, Ximenzurun was also cautious about constantly giving in to her disciple. Still, it could be considered an improvement. When they first met, King behaved utterly like a man. But now, although still rough like a male farmhand, she seemed like an actual girl. So, you are planning to leave soon? Where do you plan to visit this time? I'm not sure. Wherever my feet take me, I guess. If that is the case, stop by the Ami sect. The army sect? King barely contained her patented "oh." But anyway, the army sect? The name was quite extraordinary. It seemed like a place with Hellafang earls. That is right. This teacher has a deep friendship with the chief abbot of the Ami sect, so while you are there, go inquire about her well-being and learn some of their basic cultivation techniques. Ah, will they really teach me just like that? Of course. If it is Jonki she will gladly pass on the techniques, so there is no need for disciple to worry. But, is the Ami sect far away? It is not too far, though the journey is not easy. It is located west, in the land of Sichuan. Sichuan, King exclaimed. Sichuan was the most familiar region name to modern Koreans. There were many things associated with Sichuan, after all. Sichuan's jajang, Sichuan sweet and sour pork, Sichuan's jambong, and even Mala hot pot. Truly a land for maize where chili oil flowed instead of water. Not actually. Even before the start of her Murim journey, King had enjoyed spicy food. During her poverty days, she was too desperate to survive, so she couldn't even think of visiting. And then, once she became a master, she had forgotten all about it. However, you need not reach the absolute sword wall until you have reached the transcendent realm. Even if disciple, at your pathetic level, were to acquire the profound insights left by the celestial emperor, would it not be mere pearls before swine? Master? What the? Aren't I getting shat on again? Could it be that even Master a broken bar? Moreover, it seems disciple has some sort of connection or fate with peerless martial arts. But that does not mean you should learn just any martial arts, and especially avoid cultivating further in the demonic arts. Do not even think of doing such a thing. I won't do that anymore. Ximenzurun's eyes narrowed. How am I supposed to believe you when you are this untrustworthy? Now I know better, okay? And well, I mean, who in the world would ever threaten me with a sword and force me to learn demonic arts? Unless that happens, I would never. Thwack. King rolled on the floor again. The words that come out of disciples' mouth are becoming increasingly ridiculous. Your manner of speech is one thing, but carelessly uttering such words should never be done. Words have power, and unnecessary speech, behavior, and actions will eventually return as karma. King rubbed her head as she thought. Karma? The fuck? At least say something that makes sense. A broken bar. Who the fuck would ever go as far as to threaten someone with a sword to learn demonic arts? A broken bar. Such a direct visit is an honor of 1,000 lifetimes. Enough. What about that bitch? Is she still in the Divine Maiden sect? That is correct. Aren't those wenches of the Divine Maiden sect bitches that just hole up the together, only mingling among themselves? Couldn't it be that she is just not coming down? Can't we just storm in and take her? The known realm of the matriarch is the profound realm. If she has advanced further, the damage to the divine cult could be broken bar. TCH, are you saying I have to put up with an old wench out of fear? Me? My apologies. Then, let us wait until summer. Have you spread the kids out over there? Will they contact us right away? Yes, they will. What if that bitch doesn't have Bokshinjiaok? Bokshinjiaok is an invaluable treasure. When it comes to such a treasure, even parents and children are rendered meaningless. Then, what if Bokshinjiaok has already been blown? We cannot wait for another 40 years. Will the Orthodox faction bitch cooperate easily? We just need to force her to learn demonic arts. Once she becomes a public enemy with nowhere to run, she will have no choice but to join the divine cult. Those Orthodox faction fuckers. Narrow-minded idiots. Very well, Then, this is why I like our secret pavilion leader so very much. It is an honor of my 3 lives. 2. All shall worship. Glory to the heavenly demon. The divine cult that shall reign all under the heavens. Shit, I think I tied this way too tightly. Even if one was accustomed to something, if not done for a long time, one tended to lose the knack of going about it. King awkwardly grabbed the fabric around her buttocks and pulled. How strange. It keeps sticking into the crack. Did I gain some weight? Having roughly packed everything, it was now time to head back into Jianghu. Contrary to before, leaving her beloved home did not actually evoke a sense of regret. After all, this time, she had suffered far more at home than outside. No matter how many times she thought about it, making her endure winter with just one set of pajamas seemed way too harsh. Because of such thoughts, her steps were light when leaving. And as she did so, Jinjiang Maiyong blocked her spirited steps. "Honey, you're leaving again?" "Of course." "I gotta go." "Can't you just not go?" "Nope, I can't." King had much to do. First, to reach the transcendent realm. Then the unrestrained realm, profound realm, and so on and so forth. Ultimately, she had to settle scores with Lil Window. After all, she couldn't keep living in this state. The anxiety was fucking killing her. "Ria, don't do that really stuff. It's not cute, alright? TCH. Aren't you way too easy to read? It's so obvious that it's boring." "What are you even saying?" Though she said this, Jinjiang Maiyong's voice lacked any semblance of strength or bite. Watching her gaze slowly turn to the ground, King spoke in a gentle voice. "Can't you at least reach the peak realm?" "It needs to be that much for me to ask Master if we can take a trip round Jianghu together, you know?" Jinjiang Maiyong's head snapped up. "Would the peak realm be enough?" "Well, who knows? It depends on Master." "But wouldn't she somehow allow it if I ask nicely?" "Though it probably can't be too far, somewhere close should at least be fine." King thought it might be possible, given Ximenzuran's personality. Though other disciples might not think so. "Then, have a good trip." "I'm gonna go." "What? Go where?" "To train." Her enthusiasm was at its absolute max. King chuckled and waved her hand. After parting with Jinjiang Maiyong, King set out on her journey again. The Divine Maiden sect disciples she encountered sent her off with smiling faces. "Great Junior Grandmaster, bring something tasty." "Great Junior Grandmaster, my hair feels a bit empty. It'd be nice to stick something pretty like a hairpin." "Junior Grandmaster, eat this when you get hungry." Right as she was going through Thesa Broken Bar, one of the Divine Maiden sect disciples handed her a pouch. "Great Junior Grandmaster. Here." Phew. "This is for me. Please take care and return safely." When she took a peek, she saw that it was a modesty panel. 3. Woven from red silk. "I'm thankful and all, but I hope it fits a broken bar. Since I'll get sweaty if it's too tight." "Thanks. I'll make good use of broken bar." A broken bar. Before King could finish her thanks, the Divine Maiden sect disciple had run away with her face covered. "The fuck? Why you running away?" King was unaware. Over the winter, she had become an ideal type known as the reincarnated Divine Maiden to many of the Divine Maiden sect disciples. It was because King's A Broken Bar stage costume had been that impactful. Of course, the performance itself was also extraordinary, and Divine Maiden sect disciples who were fans of such a scene had given heartfelt farewells. "Junior Master, when you return, let's go shopping for supplies together, alright?" "It's a promise." "Okay." "Please A Broken Bar. Come back." "No matter what." "Great Junior Grandmaster, I secretly buried a bottle of liquor last time. Let's drink it together when you return." "Okay." "Junior Grandmaster, when you return this time, I have something important to tell you." "It is really important." "Buta Broken Bar." Why do they all sound so ominous? Aren't they making me seem like I might not return or something? Nevertheless, King was one who strived to live simply. She didn't put much thought into anything that seemed too complex for her. As such, receiving such warm farewells lifted her spirits once again. King hummed a tune as she passed through the gate and descended the slopes of Divine Maiden Peak. As her mood was greatly uplifted, she had a very good feeling about this outing. Like A Broken Bar somehow, it felt like this journey through Jianghu would be filled with ease and good events, or at least, That was how it was until about an hour later, when she was collect yin supplement. Yang referred to the method of taking a woman's essence to stimulate yang qi, a technique practiced by men. It was a cultivation technique from Taoism that promoted the joyful mutual growth of true qi between men and women through the love of cloud and rain, a method commonly known as dual cultivation that benefited all. However, it was revealed by the whims of some sick bastard's little broken bar stick that the effect of increasing inner qi was hundreds of times better if only one side enjoyed it. Thus, methods that harm the other party were considered evil, and those that were mutually enjoyable became a somewhat awkward and embarrassing knowledge for the sake of leading a happy household. It didn't stop there. Jianghu was vast and people had various broken bar tastes. Of course, collect yang supplement yang also existed. In fact, there were sects that actually specialized in this, but they were deemed public enemies of Murim that were incomparably evil and disappeared. In contrast, the Heavenly Flower Hall, famous for collect yin supplement yin, was classified as a sect of the orthodox faction and still operated normally, which showed that the people of the world had quite the double standard. After all, even a collection of erotic paintings based on Heavenly Flower Hall was recognized as a legitimate subcategory of the pornography industry that existed in these ancient times. And collect yang supplement yin also existed. The most famous sect practicing it as its main method was the Bliss Palace. Ever since the founder of the Bliss Palace, the Coatl witch Sion Wuziol, vowed to give men the happiest deaths, countless men have sucked their last breath under the crotches of Bliss Palace disciples. As it was a method that harmed others for training, Bliss Palace was naturally designated an enemy of Murim. However, they escaped annihilation and fled far to the lands of Xinjiang, where they met the demonic cult, who happened to be raising the flag of invasion against the Central Plains and fostering a spirit of revenge. As such, joining the demonic cult was the natural course of action. Currently, the leader of the Bliss Palace was known as the martial artist Hamwell, the Zai-Shi Divine Maiden. Zai-Shi was known as the most beautiful woman in history. However, the title of Zai-Shi Divine Maiden was rather a very good indication of Hamwell's thick skin rather than her beauty. This was because she was the one to come up with the title of the Zai-Shi Divine Maiden and even publicly called herself as such. In response to that, the people of the Central Plains resignedly went, "Aye, whatever. If you say so, then it must be so. Fine, just be Zai-Shi then," and simply changed one little word in her title. Zai-Shi retard. 1. Maiden, Hamwell. In the first place, she was a bitch who holed herself in the demonic cult, refusing to leave. Some people even stated they would love to slice that shameless face just once, lamenting it as an eternal regret. And in that regard, now was the opportunity to address such a grievance. After all, the Zai-Shi retard maiden Hamwell had secretly infiltrated all the way up to Hubei province. To think I have to kidnap the disciple of the matriarch. This woman is not too keen on using such a nasty method against my lifelong rival. The boy listening, the youngest secret pavilion leader of the demonic cult, the omniscient Iron Mask Jisungyu, thought with his characteristic expressionless face. Fucking bullshit. What an absolute joke. A bitch who merely sucks out men's essence, calling the zenith among women her lifelong rival, when she is only at the late stage transcendent realm, even at her piss old age. His true disdainful thoughts did not show on his face. Jisungyu was famous for never having shown any expression throughout his 15 years of life. That was why he was called the omniscient Iron Mask. An expressionless face as if wearing an iron mask, and a mind that sat back and seemingly saw through everything. Thus, combining the two, he was the omniscient Iron Mask Jisungyu. This must result in a success. The Supreme himself has descended. After all, the Supreme himself. Is it really true? Is the Supreme indeed here? Hamwell's face became soaked in ecstasy. If this task succeeds, could this young girl receive the Supreme's grace? What do you think, secret pavilion leader? Jisungyu replied. How fucking ridiculous. Young girl, my ass. Of course. Hamwell's eyes narrowed. Secret pavilion leader. It seems that your inner thoughts and words spoken have switched again. Yes, beauty broken bar. How fucking ridiculous. My ass. Could you possibly be saying that to this young girl? I apologize. It happens sometimes. I tend not to talk much, so it has become a habit to mutter to myself. Jisungyu apologized with his perpetual lack of expression. This was not new for the omniscient Iron Mask. That was why among the demonic cult, everyone knew Jisungyu's outward and inward natures were completely different. Hamwell seethed inside. But another title for the secret pavilion leader was the demonic brain. It was the term used to refer to the personal strategist of the supreme of the demonic cult. Basically, this expressionless, cocky, twisted little kid was the right-hand man of the supreme of the demonic cult. Even though she seethed inside, Hamwell couldn't do anything about it. As Hamwell simmered in rage, the little kid spoke again. A kidnapping can be performed without the Zaishi divine maiden necessarily getting involved. But since it is that very Ximen Zurin's disciple, taming her is a tall task, and one that is more crucial. Then, what if I accomplish that crucial tall task in addition to the kidnapping? Could I receive the Supreme's grace then? Lecherous anticipation flickered in Hamwell's eyes. Despite being called the Zaishi retired maiden, her beauty could indeed shake the world. Outwardly, she seemed like a sultry, peerless beauty in her 30s. Outwardly, that is. What sin has the Supreme committed to have to deal with this 63-year-old hag? Jisungyu hid his inner thoughts and replied, ... If it truly comes to that, the Supreme might indeed take notice. At the same time, he thought, the position there Supreme holds is truly a pitiful one. Feeling pity for the Supreme, Jisungyu quickly changed the subject. So, you said there is a way to lure Ximen King far away? Is there anyone as easy to handle as a brat who thinks she's a heroic expert of the Orthodox faction? This young girl will personally step forward, so, secret pavilion leader, just prepare to neatly tie up the bitch I lure out. Jisungyu answered with his usual expressionless face. How fucking ridiculous. Young girl, my ass. Of course. My words came out switched again. My apologies. Isn't this little fucker doing this on purpose? Veins popped on Hamwell's forehead. King, who used King Gong, was incredibly fast. But why was she moving at such speeds? This was because, beyond those mountains, Sichuan awaited King. And above all, numerous dishes laden with spicy mala flavors were eagerly awaiting her arrival. Ma and La. It was a challenge of fiery hot flavors. Only the brave could dare to embark on such a trial, and as a heroic expert of the Orthodox faction, King was obligated to take on this challenge. Right as her appetite was practically propelling her along the road's broken bar. Someone, please, help. It was a delicate voice that tugged at the heartstrings of men. Although King was in a woman's body, her inner self was not. King abruptly turned in the direction of the voice using the exquisite and miraculous maiden footwork. After pushing through the bushes, she found a half-naked woman exposed for all to see. Her top was torn, nearly exposing all of her breasts, and her skirt was split up to her waist, revealing her underwear. Help, please help. A broken bar. What is the problem? King, not knowing where to look, gazed off into the distance. Of course, her eyes couldn't help but wander around, sneaking in glances. After all, overcoming instinct was not an easy task. Then, the woman suddenly pounced on King. The sweet scent of the woman's body overwhelmed King's senses, causing her mind to go blank. If you do this, it's a bit trouble as you can't do Huck. The woman burst into tears in King's embrace. King's hands flailed helplessly in the air before gently stroking the woman's back. It was pure reassurance without any ulterior motive. But by the way, she's hella soft. King had met and surveyed a wide range of city beauties while traveling with Bengdison. Moreover, the beauty of the Divine Maiden sect disciples who practiced fairy arts was extraordinary, so she had actually just been wondering if her standards had become too high. Yet even so, the beauty before her was incomparable. But, what's this? Suddenly, the woman urgently grabbed King's hand. Great expert, please help. Bandits have entered my village and a broken bar. It was a typical story. Bandits had appeared in the village, killing all the men and raping the women. Such incidents were not uncommon in the Central Plains. King slipped in an exclamation mid-story. My goodness, Those sick bastards. Will you help? I'd like to cut them into little pieces and wipe them out right away. So, where are those bastards? Ah, thank you, truly a broken bar, a broken bar. The woman clung to King and expressed her gratitude. At the same time, Hamwell thought to herself, my oh my, how so very easy. Well, these so-called heroic experts of the Orthodox faction are all the same. For women who had suffered, fellow female martial artists actually tended to be an even closer embodiment of righteousness and justice. Those male fuckers merely claimed to be the Orthodox faction. In reality, half of them would pounce with their sticks if no one was around to see. Of course, it was a technique Hamwell used often herself, yelling thank you for the meal and sucking them dry. But regardless, that didn't change how much of a disgrace it was. There were many variations to this technique. For some of the more righteous or prim men, acting like she was burning up from an aphrodisiac worked wonders. They were fucking idiots. The body would explode if the aphrodisiac wasn't relieved. Seriously? If that worked, who in the world would ever use poison? After all, with such a miracle drug, one just needed to feed them an aphrodisiac and watch idly by. Now, if I lure this bitch deep into the hideout, I'm sure the martial artists of the demonic cult will handle the rest. Then, this young girl will a broken bar guide you. Hamwell feigned pathetic helplessness and took the lead. And right as she took one step forward, a broken bar. Yuk. Hamwell shuddered. Her eyes wobbled before slowly falling downwards. The tip of a blade protruding between her breasts seemed to greet her with a smile, as if saying, hello. Nice to meet you. I'm Blade Ip. Hamwell was a martial artist of the late-stage transcendent realm. However, even the transcendent realm meant nothing in the face of a blade filled with sword chi stabbing her in the back when she was completely off guard. As she experienced her heart being torn apart, Hamwell desperately asked, why a broken bar? How a broken bar? A broken bar. Because it's around 400 points? What a broken bar does that even a broken bar? A broken bar. Hamwell couldn't understand. Murim, she felt wronged, or rather, cheated. I see, so you knew my face. Yes. Since you are the disciple of my rival, Murim, it's possibly broken bar. A broken bar. But how could a bitch of the so-called Orthodox faction launch an ambush this naturally? A broken bar. A broken bar. She didn't have any change in her complexion, without even a sliver of killing intent. A broken bar. A broken bar. That was as far as Hamwell's consciousness went. Thus marked the futile end of the vicious great demonic adept who had sucked numerous men dry. King pulled out the blade. Ordinarily, martial artists would remove a blade in the opposite direction of insertion. However, once the blade was inserted, King found that she preferred to remove it in a direction different from any of the sides it had entered. Spurt. The blade slid out from under Hamwell's armpit. Fresh blood gushed out profusely. A fragrant aroma of blood that tickled the nose. King took a deep breath, filling her entire lungs. Holy fuck. That's the shit, right? This scent. I missed you so Mika. Broken bar. A broken bar. King grinned sinisterly, as expected. From the very moment I left, I did have a pretty good feeling about this journey. Can't believe some random demonic adept exposed her back to me. King nodded to herself thoughtfully. Is it my lucky day today? Yep, it must be. And the strict law established by King was that the victor must duly pay respects to the vanquished. It was the noble act of accepting the will and the remaining belongings of the defeated. Thus, King did just that. Bought a broken bar. There was a broken bar, no money bag. Wait a fat fucking minute. How could this be real? King was infuriated. This was a serious betrayal. Fine, the villain had willingly offered her back to be stabbed. But still, why was there no reward for the good deeds she so painstakingly performed? This reality should not exist. Just to be sure, King conducted a thorough body search once again. During this, something was felt in her hand. It was something sewn inside the undergarment. The hard, rolled-up item was not a money bag. However, if it was hidden this well, it must surely be something valuable. That's right. This is the shit. I always believed that you would deliver. King tore open the undergarment with a bright expression, and the moment something was grasped in her hand, suddenly, the martial arts window insisted on being opened. According to King's experience, This was what happened when a complete secret manual or a sutra was touched. King opened the martial arts window. A newly added, sparkling martial art caught King's eye. Blissful Maiden Arts. The border was golden. Gold, is it? Gold is right below purple. And it's also an inner chi cultivation technique, huh? The more inner arts, the better, I guess. I should briefly return right now and ask Master if this martial art is fine to learn. That's right. It seems King, too, has grown. But before that a broken bar. King remembered Ximon Zuren's beseeching. As disciple often comes into contact with martial arts, heed my advice. Memorize the secret manual completely before burning it and just burn the evil ones immediately. What she implied was that a secret manual merely being possessed could sprout seeds of discord. And honestly, any discord was now incredibly tiresome, even for her. King took out a flame stick. A flame stick was a tube designed to hold a tinderbox. Though a fairly valuable item, it was something Ximon Zuren had prepared for her fragile disciple who couldn't yet produce true fire of Samadhi. For reference, the true fire of Samadhi was a technique used by martial artists at the transcendent realm to intensify heat into a singular point using the principle of force compression. Brutally thrusting in true chi to merely light a tinderbox was trivial, but it was an art already acknowledged for its convenience long ago. Of course, since King was still at the peak realm, it was just a matter of holding a flame stick to light a fire. There was nothing spectacular to it. A few handfuls of dry leaves gathered in the spring were enough to catch fire in the flame stick. The secret manual of the Blissful Maiden Arts was a bamboo strip soaked in oil, but in the end, it was nothing more than wood. How long could it possibly last? The secret manual of the Blissful Maiden Arts burned. The esoteric doctrine passed down only by the palace leaders of Bliss Palace blazed fiercely. Next to it lay the body of one such palace leader. It was the moment the lineage of an esoteric doctrine, long cherished by a certain sect, was severed. King looked around once and then continued on her way. She didn't know what that villain intended to do. But regardless, she was a bitch who had accumulated over 400 evil karma. Wouldn't it just be a trap at most? It's better to not get entangled and end up in a situation like the one in Dongting Lake. So, Jisungyu summarized the report with an expressionless face. Ximon King ambushed and killed the Bliss Palace leader, then burned the secret manual before heading towards the Divine Maiden sect? Yes, I saw it clearly with my own two eyes. An assassin from the demonic cult Outer Hall's Covert Operations Division answered. He was one of those sent to assist Hamwell in luring the target. To the assassin, King seemed as skilled as any expert in his industry. A killing intent that didn't leak for even a second. A single clean move without an ounce of hesitation. Even a master who had reached the late-stage transcendent realm couldn't react and was killed instantly. As such, if she had been an assassin, she would have made her name known in the Central Plains long ago. It wasn't something that could be done without a substantially venomous heart. And she didn't even look at the secret manual. It seems she has no interest in a demonic human's secret manual. She turned out to be even more ruthless than expected. Truly a disciple of Ximon Zuren. Jisungyu clicked his tongue. Ximon Zuren's hatred for sex fiends was well known. So much so that there was no distinction between male and female sex fiends. Male sex fiends were trash that should not exist. Female sex fiends were trash that brought shame to all women, and with the claim that all trash should be burned, she torched the corpses she killed. Or so it was said. Of course, Jisungyu, who was only 15, had not yet experienced the old masters who were active in previous generations. However, even from the records that remained, he knew that Ximon Zuren was an absolutely insane slaughterer. He had thought she had become more peaceful after she had stopped appearing in Jianghu and had secluded herself in the Divine Maiden sect. But apparently not. It appeared she had passed all her hatred onto her disciple. But well, it made sense. After all, How else could that disciple recognize and deal with an old monster who had tucked herself away for many years in a remote corner of the Central Plains? Ximenzurun must have told her disciple about Hamwell, a female expert of the Orthodox faction with a venomous heart. This truly complicates things. Does that mean Boxinjiaok has once again made its way to such a person? It was estimated that it would take at least 40 years for Boxinjiaok to completely shake off the traces after being marked with its owners in a rut. And even that was the minimum estimated time. The key just had to have ended up in the hands of an Orthodox faction martial artist right before the completion of the Great Mission. What should we do? I will take direct command. Mobilize all cult members to secure Ximen King. Before Ximenzurun notices. The assassin swallowed hard. Could it be that he could actually witness a display of such exquisite command? Jisunggu's martial arts prowess was just at the threshold of the second-rate realm. However, the true value of the demonic brain did not lie in martial arts prowess, a net of heaven and earth directed by the demonic brain himself. Pavilion leader. I will report. At that moment, another assassin entered and shouted. Jisunggu looked at the second assassin with an expressionless face. But for some reason, its blankness seemed reproachful. If you are here too, then who is tracking the target? The second assassin answered. The Supreme has captured her personally. You there? Heed me. The voice was casual, as if there was nothing out of the ordinary. Meanwhile, King was startled and turned her head. It was an impressive man with long hair reaching down to his waist, with a face that looked stubborn due to the jaws set in determination. He was grinning slightly at King. King's expression hardened. King was a master. It was not easy to deceive the eyes and ears of a master. But she wasn't able to notice someone who was this close. Clearly, it was an incredibly abnormal situation. King quickly checked the opponent's karma. -998. King immediately regretted it. Fuck me sideways. I shouldn't have checked. If things go to shit, I might be the one to complete his 1000. King was fundamentally strong against the wicked and weak against the righteous. But at the same time, she was also strong against the weak and weak against the strong. Weak villains were like fun toys, but when she met a strong villain, she shrank back instantly. After all, it would feel so unfair to die now. She had barely managed to survive after rummaging through trash cans, eating rotten food, and using insects as a side dish. And just when she thought she might finally start to fit into this world or perhaps even have affection for it. For now, King tried to initiate a conversation. Who are you? This being? Ah shit. King's expression soured. A bastard who calls himself this being? This motherfucker must be batshit crazy. There's no doubt that he's nuttier than a peanut. If this being must say, a credit to perhaps. Since you have this being's property. I do? Yes. A flute about this long. Have you seen it? The man spread his arms. It was quite a familiar length. King glanced at the man for a moment, trying to gauge him. Despite clearly being in her field of vision, something about him was blurry, hardly seeming human. So, he was either not human or an extraordinary master. King made up her mind quickly. Ahaha. I found it on the road. Didn't know it had an owner. Huh. Do I just need to return it? It was better not to antagonize him. King promptly took out Boxinjiaok and offered it. The man grinned widely. Very good. A thieving cat who knows her duty, it seems. Goosebumps rose all over King's arm. Thieving cat? Did he really just say thieving cat? With his own fucking mouth? Can a person even say something like that while completely sober? There was absolutely no doubt that he was a complete lunatic. King decided once again, I better not get involved. Just as King resolved as such, the man asked, but, have you blown it? She had definitely heard that it was some magic flute that only went open sesame after one made a sound with it. Basically, it was locked for anyone else. Is it worth lying? Would he even fall for it? What if I get stabbed in the guts for lying? King's pupils flickered sporadically, uncertain of what to do. Then the man chuckled. You blew it? What if I did? What else can be done? Not only did you take this being's property without permission, but you also became its owner. As such, there is no choice other than for you, too, to become this being's property. How in the ever-living fuck can each of his lines be so cringe? Hell, just hearing it makes me feel like shit. King took a deep breath. Then, She exhaled deeply again to calm herself down. I apologize for asking upon our first meeting, but could you perhaps tell me what realm you are in, our broken bar? This being an existence who will soon reach the natural realm. The natural realm was a legendary level believed to have been reached by the Sword Emperor in his later years. But according to Murim, no one in the world had actually reached it, so it was just a lie made up by people. Yet, here was an existence claiming to be on the verge of reaching the natural realm. Then, does that mean he's just below it? Are you at the celestial realm then? This being will reach the celestial realm soon too. Then you're in the life and death realm. This being will reach the life and death realm soon as well. What kind of dog shit is this? Why the fuck is he shitting out of his mouth instead of his arsehole? King barely managed to hold back from swearing 500 times. Let's not use any bad words. I can't trigger him, after all. So you mean you're in the profound realm? If this being truly set his mind to it, he could reach the profound realm by tomorrow. So, he isn't in the profound realm either. Why does it feel like it keeps going lower and lower? King harbored a glimmer of hope. After all, she might stand a chance up to the transcendent realm. Motherfucker acted like he was him. But seems it ain't the case. You better brace yourself for a beating of 500 Buddha's palms. King continued to question. Then, the unrestrained realm. Instead of answering, the man simply snapped his fingers. King's face became tinged with disappointment. Fuck. So close. Just a little more would have been perfect. A broken bar. Why stop? So, what are you going to do now? Will you refuse an elder's cup? Then, you shall have to chug the penalty drink. You see? A broken bar. A broken bar? The fuck was he yapping about? A cup? A penalty drink? Alcohol? Is it alcohol? Like, penalty alcohol, a drinking game? It was an expression not commonly used in Murim today. If used now, one might get ridiculed for having the stench of a boomer. Did you perhaps live during the era of the celestial martial emperor? Was what people would ask. King blinked her eyes. It was an expression that anyone could recognize. The man burst out laughing. Will you follow without a fuss? Can't I just stay here without a fuss? If not, you'll have to take a beating. Motherfucker, this piece of shit who can't even compare to my master is trying to fuck with me, huh? However, King was not Zurin. She was merely a late-stage peak realm martial artist, common in every city's martial halls. Just one of many good fighters living harmoniously. It's seriously so frustrating living at the peak realm. But the transcendent realm is still out of reach, and maybe something got fucked, seeing how our mission for the transcendent realm isn't coming up. Is it because I met the final boss first? If it's not that, I'll have to reach the transcendent realm using the process that everyone else goes through, but I don't even know where to start with that. Then, is there a possibility to come back if I follow you? This being promises on his name. King's eyes narrowed. How the fuck am I supposed to trust the words of a bastard who is gonna reach 1000 points soon? King asked again for confirmation. You're not trying to trick me, right? Like, you're telling the truth, but in reality, I come back dead or disabled or something. Are you saying right now, a broken bar, that this being would stoop to such petty tricks? You dare? Even after this being swore on his esteemed name? No, it's not that I doubt you, it's Uak. Suddenly, the man was right in front of her. King was startled. The man's fist had deeply penetrated, almost to his forearm, in King's abdomen. King flew back, bent at the waist. A dizzying flight ended by crashing into a tree. King gripped her stomach and rolled on the ground. Kuyuk, kuk, kuk, a broken bar. I can't be Brett here, broken bar. King desperately gasped for air, but her crushed lungs refused to expand in her tightly constricted chest. Her head was filled with pain. She felt like she was suffocating. It hurts so much. My stomach. It seemed as if a blade was flowing through the pressure points. A sharp blade forcibly ripped, tore, and bit through the narrow blood vessels. Nothing, except pain. Thought itself stopped due to excruciating agony. She felt dizzy. From the horizontally lying ground, two pillars stuck close to her. They were 2 feet right next to her sides, and one of the legs had moved far away. No fucking shot. King tried to cover her head, but it was already too late. The man kicked King's head right then. Thwack. The world shook before seeming to turn off. King's body went into the air again. Then, She regained consciousness from the impact of her fall. All she could see was a reddish aura in her field of vision. Blood had filled one eye because a blood vessel had burst. King had no chance to react. A strong force grabbed her hair and yanked. Her face felt like it had shattered. The enemy's penetrating power was still tearing through her insides. The world was red, and her scalp relentlessly burst in pain, as if continuously telling her it was ripping apart. The man's voice burrowed into the spasming King's ears. It was practically drenched with pleasure and joy. Protective mirror? For just a peak realm nobody, you handle it quite adeptly, don't you? This being was thinking of bursting at least one eye. Why? To play a flute, all you need is your mouth and hands. King clenched her teeth. She was a child being watched over by the lonely star of heavenly slaughter. The pain soon turned malignant, seeping into the bones. This fucker, I won't let you off easy. Motherfucker. You're going to die. In the worst fucking way. I'll make sure of it. Whether King had the right to be angry was not important. After all, King had always picked out only the bad guys before toying with them. Her righteous karma had just exceeded 1,450 points. Soon, she would be able to exchange 1,500 points, so King, in fact, prided herself as the nicest person in all under the heavens. This feeling of incompetence fueled her anger. Thus, helplessness and anger pressed some deep-seated power button. The fuck is up with him? Does this fucker have anger management issues? Cowardly hitting first when we were having a perfectly good conversation. On top of that, he's more of a master than me. Pathetic motherfucker. Piece of shit. Just you wait. You wanna play dirty? I'll show you what it means to truly play dirty. Contrary to her inner thoughts, King smiled. Her face, swollen on one side, bore an expression of utmost civility. Hee, you could have just used your words a broken bar. It was the dread inherent in a bearer of heavenly slaughtering star. Because she was not just an existence that craved blood and pain without reason, but a monster that knew exactly when to strike. If the man wanted to become old in peace, he should have killed King right then and there. But who would think that a female expert of the Orthodox faction was born with heavenly slaughter? The man gave a satisfied smile. Indeed, as expected. Female brats must be beaten for them to listen. Did he live in some ancient times? The fuck is up with this boomer? Shit, I should just rip off his mouth. Come to think of it, this is primitive, uncivilized, ancient China, so it obviously makes sense that this fucker is an uncivilized piece of shit as well. King kept smiling like a fool. Hee, if I listen well, there's no need for a beating, right? Upon hearing this, the man looked rather disappointed. Were you not supposed to be an unbending female expert of the Orthodox faction? This being thought you might be a bit interesting, but in the end, you are nothing more than a mere brat. TSK. No matter. Take her away. The young man tossed King aside and then turned his body. Afterwards, figures in black appeared from all sides and bowed respectfully towards his back. The state of King, who was dragged here, was a mess. Half of her face was swollen, her eyes squished and filled with blood, completely red. Her new martial attire was all dirtied from rolling on the ground, so it was natural for Jisungyu to click his tongue. TSK. Though she had a servile smile, Jisungyu sensed that the girl in front of him was cut from the same cloth as him. A person whose inside and outside were completely different. It was the sharp intuition of one who met his own kind. According to the situation, it was one where cooperation needed to be sought calmly. After all, wouldn't it be considered relief if there were at least no interference, even as she ground her teeth? If only that old monster Hamwell had not failed. Jisungyu suppressed his frustrations. He couldn't dare blame the Supreme, after all. Given that it had already come to this, he thought he might as well throw a carrot. Do not hold too much ill will and animosity. After all, haven't you also done us wrong? Upon hearing this, King answered with a smile. Hello, kiddo. You should greet someone when you first see them, shouldn't you? Summon King, who might this little guy be? Are you a master too? You don't happen to have some mental illness that makes you punch people in the middle of a conversation, do you? Her smiling face and words were fierce. Wasn't she trying to hide her inner thoughts? Did I get it wrong? Despite such doubts, Jisungyu remained expressionless. I am Jisungyu. Though I lack much, I am the secret pavilion leader of the divine cult. Secret pavilion leader? Is that a high position? King looked down at the small boy with a grin. To think they kidnapped me in broad daylight and the first place they drag me to is in front of this kiddo. Is he some important figure? Would it make that bastard angry if I killed him? For now, I should keep this in mind. After all, that bastard is still around here somewhere. King looked at the expressionless Jisungyu and thought as such. She didn't feel the need to check the numbers above his head anymore. After all, in order to survive, she first needed to sort out this deep rage pulsing in rhythm with her heartbeat. It is regrettable to have to meet under these circumstances, but we have our own reasons too. Well, who doesn't have their circumstances? Well then, let's try hearing your side of the story. Now is not a good time to explain. Jisungyu pushed forward a bowl that was on the table. The pain must be severe. This should help you feel better. What's this? It is a dream soul medicine made by mixing wild nectar and poppy extract. If you drink it and sleep a bit longer, you shall feel much better. Wild nectar signified honey and dream soul medicine was a kind of sleeping pill. Basically, he was saying it was honey water that had drugs and sleep medicine. It might sound crazy to drink such a thing, but in the Central Plains, poppy extract was considered a panacea effective for pain relief and reducing fever. As such, it wasn't a herb mixed with malicious intent. Is that so? Well then, out of courtesy, King drank the honey water refreshingly. The warm, sweet honey entering her stomach seemed to ease her mood a bit. After all, opium poppy was harmless to her body anyway, and she knew from multiple experiences that dream soul medicine wouldn't work on her. At times like this, it was rather a shame her constitution was the way that it was. One side of her face still pulsed painfully with each heartbeat. It would have been nice if I could pass out after taking some sleep medicine. Afterwards, King obediently boarded the carriage. The windows were merely thick paper stuck to iron grates, poorly letting light seep through. Once she climbed inside, the sound of a lock clicking shut came from outside. The carriage, designed as a type of sleeping chamber, was quite cozy. The light seeping through the thick paper was not bothersome, and her feet sunk into several layers of quilted blankets, reaching to her ankles. King laid down in the spacious carriage. The carriage seemed to start moving with a slight jostle, but no distinct vibration was transmitted. Soon after, the effects of the poppy extract kicked in and the pain in her face gently subsided. As she lay buried in the bedding, she felt as if she were floating. With that, King racked her brain for the first time in a while. Aside from the son of a bitch who kept yapping about how he would soon reach the natural realm, the treatment wasn't bad at all. In fact, it was quite polite. King recalled Bokshin Jiaoke that had been taken away from her. The ones looking for that flute were from the demonic cult, and that little kid had blabbered something about the divine cult, so now she clearly understood their identities. Also, they need something from the flute, but because of the bloat to unlock function, they evidently need me, the owner, as well. Sons of bitches, let's see if I ever listen to them. King had no intention of heeding the requests of such bad people in the first place, muttering to herself indignantly. In fact, the demonic cult had only garnered resentment, so they were far too rotten of a group to seek cooperation from in the first place. But the point that they had earned her enmity was important. Once she bore a grudge, King was the type to relentlessly retaliate. After all, hadn't she never backed down even against the final boss who had reached an unknown yet formidable realm? A fucker in the mere unrestrained realm days a broken bar. Demonic cult? Motherfuckers, just wait and see what I do to all of you. A sinister starlight leaked from King's eyes, casting a red glow in the pitch-dark interior of the prisoner transport carriage of the heavenly demon divine cult. Was a masterpiece of the weapon pavilion affiliated to the inner hall. It had reinforced steel grids for durability and weight, and the use of modular parts made maintenance convenient. It could also obscure prisoners' sense of time through lighting control and inject various types of poison gas through two stoke holes below. And it had a comfortable ride. Not exactly to protect prisoners' rights, but a mechanism to ensure that prisoners sedated with drugs did not wake up. So when there was a thumping noise on the carriage, the assassin from the outer hall's covert operations division, who was fanning the chi dispersion poison incense in the stoke hole, was inevitably startled. How could she be awake already? Was there not enough dream soul medicine? I used 3 times the usual dose, though. The only thing audible, due to the high soundproofing, was the thumping noise against the wall. The assassin pushed aside one wall panel and spoke. What is the matter? You can hear me, right? I'm bored. Give me a snack. She spoke as if snacks had been promised to her, like it was some God-given right. The flabbergasted assassin was momentarily at a loss for words. Hurry up, I'm getting dizzy. Give me snacks. Snacks. Look here, your current situation is. I don't care about that. Snacks are more important. If you kidnap someone, you should at least provide meals and snacks, right? Isn't that basic etiquette? No, what the? The assassin was at a loss for words. Instead, he scooped out his pocket and dumped it into the Stokehole incense burner. It was the powdered dream soul medicine. He then increased the fanning speed, causing thick smoke to billow into the carriage. The effect was immediate. The girl's voice rose in pitch. No, who asked for incense to be burned? I said to gimme snacks. Hey, wait a moment. HMPH. You should have listened to me earlier. The assassin hurried towards the lead carriage. Having reached the lead carriage, he reported to the secret pavilion leader. Pavilion leader, Xaman King is asking for snacks. What should we do? Jisungyu looked at the assassin expressionlessly. Didn't she intake a lot of dream soul medicine? She seems to have a constitution that makes it ineffective. There were individuals whom dream soul medicine did not work on. Such people weren't even all that rare. After all, dream soul medicine itself wasn't very toxic. Should we use a different drug? Other drugs were too potent. If her brain were damaged, she couldn't be interrogated. Jisungyu thought for a moment, then shook his head. For now, accommodate her. Give her what she wants. No, actually, I'll go there myself. Jisungyu recalled a trait common in humans. When people were uneasy and dizzy, they unconsciously cherished those nearby. It was like hostages who developed feelings for their captors. Even if not to that extent, if it could slightly reduce psychological distance, it might later facilitate smoother cooperation. That was Jisungyu's ulterior motive. My legs are cramping. As soon as the poppy left, they started acting the fuck up. Leg cramps were a vicious pain. It incessantly bothered one while they were awake, tingling and feeling utterly unpleasant. It would have been better if she could have walked around. But even though the carriage was large and spacious, it wasn't nearly the size where she could take such actions. Hey, what have you done to my legs? The Supreme had intervened, so I do not know what was done. However, once we arrive at the cult, it will be released. I had a feeling that my lower body was stiff, as if my pressure points were all clogged up. Seems like that son of a bitch pulled some shit. Motherfucker, I won't forget this. Can't you just release it now? I promise I won't run away. It's just cramping way too much. The Supreme has already left. After all, he is one who particularly dislikes stifling circumstances. King's eyes sparkled. What did you just say? The fucker is gone. Master also has a deep knowledge of herbal medicine, so maybe I can just send it and think about what to do afterwards. Please do not harbor any vain hopes. There are 2 transcendent realm masters here. And isn't your leg also in discomfort? Damn it, just as I was getting all excited. It's fucking over. King pouted her lips. Why the fuck are there so many transcendents? Do they have nothing better to do other than kidnap just one little peak realm? If you truly have nothing to do, why not learn a martial art? Martial art? What kind of martial art? A divine art that the orthodox faction calls demonic arts. First, they kidnapped me. Now, they're yapping about demonic arts. The fuck is wrong with them? King was incredulous and retorted. Are you telling me to learn demonic arts? King had already mastered one of the 11 most heinous demonic arts under heaven, becoming a white hand witch who had grasped white hand demonic arts. You shall learn it sooner or later anyway. Me? Why? I shall be honest with you. We need to find at least one weakness in you. After all, is that not the only way we can let you go with peace of mind once everything is over? So you're saying if need be, you're going to spread rumors that I've learned demonic arts? Still, learning it now would be better than being directly taught by the Supreme, wouldn't it? It was a choice between just learning it or getting beaten into learning it. Well, then there's no real reason why I have to learn it painfully, right? King was quickly convinced. After all, She had already mastered one, so what difference would another make? Hadn't she also learned what to do when forced to learn demonic arts? First, she would resist, and if that didn't work, she could just use her master's name. Since her master had allowed it, what did it matter whether she learned 1 or 2 demonic arts? I mean, what else can I do? They try and threaten me into learning demonic arts at sword point, aren't they? Come to think of it, Master had also said that the more life-saving absolute moves, the better. I guess it's just like adding another secret weapon to my arsenal. King made a swift decision. Alright, I'll learn it, whatever. It was a rather refreshing response. So much so that it seemed nonchalant. To you being sincere. It was enough to make those outside question her sincerity. I'm going to learn it anyway, right? Why bother hesitating? I might as well do something to pass the time. Very well. I will recite the sutra to you now. Dark sun, earthly day and night, heaven, earth, great reversity, black slaying death. The sutra flowed from beyond the wall. It was a transliteration of the most primitive and inconvenient characters, be it past or future. Originally, ideograms were nothing more than messy scribbles used by primitive people before the birth of Christ. Using ideograms was evidence of being not quite human. Basically, they were underdeveloped, a creature more like a primate that belonged in a spectrum between monkeys and true humans. For that reason, King listened casually and let it pass through one ear. There was no need to pay much attention to it. After all, once she heard it, the martial arts window would register it automatically. Sawujia. Have you heard it all? What? That's it. I shall recite it again for you. Dark Sunday. King cut him off with a loud shout. Hey, are you playing with me right now? The martial arts window remained silent. King could register a martial art in the martial arts window just by touching its secret manual. It was a kind of waiting state separate from actually infusing practice points to learn it. However, there was a condition. The secret manual had to be in a perfect and complete condition. This fucker promised to teach me demonic arts. But what's this? He's trying to scam me, huh? What is the mat? If you're going to recite it, why don't you recite it properly? You dare to play around with martial arts? Are martial arts a joke to you? Sheesh. After all that talk about honesty, in reality you're just a fucking scammer, huh? Upon saying this, there was silence from the outside. After a while, the voice returned. Bullshit. How fucking ridiculous. King doubted her hearing. What did you just say? That puny little fucker dares, just because he isn't right before me? I misspoke. Please do not misunderstand. It seems there was a mistake. I might have memorized something wrong, so I shall check again. The owner of the most malignant demonic arts, essence absorption demonic arts, was called the killer among killers. The identity was a demonic human who was jointly subdued by the orthodox, unorthodox, and demonic factions. Even if it wasn't that specific art, just mastering one of the 10 great demonic arts usually came with a title. However, a title was a relative thing, so what one side and their enemy called it differed. To the enemy, she could be called the White Hand, which to her allies, the White Hand Divine Maiden, or perhaps the White Hand Demonic Queen. Those who mastered demonic arts typically belonged to the unorthodox faction or the demonic path, so they took pride in a title that included demonic. Only the orthodox faction frothed in rage at the thought of the 10 great demonic arts under heaven. Meanwhile, disciples of the unorthodox and demonic path felt a bit envious, and rather admired and sought to obtain them. Black Slaying Demonic Warlord, too, was a title that indicated the owner of such demonic arts. Black Slaying Demonic Palm. If hit properly, it wouldn't end with mere bruises but necrosis and decay of flesh. The unique characteristic of a black slaying demonic human was quite literally their black hands. After all, they were imbued with the power to rot living flesh. Godang Sang, the black slaying demonic warlord, paused as he tore apart dry meat with his black hands. It was a little-known fact that the black-slaying demonic warlord's given name was monosyllabic, thus Sang. After all, Godang was a rare family name in China. She realized it was wrong just by hearing the sutra. Yes, demonic warlord. The pavilion leader is jesting with me, it seems. Is that kid some kind of heavenly miraculous talent? How could she know it's wrong just by hearing the verses? Godang Sang's tone was blunt. Jisungyu responded carefully. There is a possibility that may be the case. She is a woman who has already reached the late stage peak realm, has she not? That was generally how King was viewed in Jianghu. In fact, people had been so hoodwinked by her so-called talent that she could be called the greatest scammer under heaven. Who else could possibly reach her heights, after all? So, you suggest passing on the complete sutra? Godang Sang let his discomfort show. Even if it was the Supreme's command, giving the incompletely twisted sutra was already a radical break from the traditional conventions of Murim. But now, they even wanted him to pass on the complete verses. Why not think of this in a different lens? Once she obtains a black hand, she will not be able to return to the orthodox faction anyway. That was precisely why they had chosen the black slaying demonic palm. Appearance alone was enough evidence to prove someone as a demonic human. Look at her hands. They're weird, aren't they? What the broken bar? She's a demonic human, isn't she? Then let's kill her. A broken bar was along the lines of what people would say. So, are you suggesting we take her as a disciple? Ho! What are your thoughts on such a proposal? Jisungyu managed to recover from his slip of the tongue. Fortunately, the answer came off in a somewhat cutesy manner. How fucking ridiculous. A demonic human taking on a disciple? What a joke. In the divine cult, a disciple was merely another term for a servant or an attendant. They were expendable, a possession that was removed immediately if perceived as a threat. Why? Because otherwise, a disciple might overthrow the teacher and take their place. This was the law of the strong, and only the strong could survive. It was a stern rule of the divine cult. That was why Godang Sang was so reluctant. What if, after passing on his demonic arts to this heavenly miraculous talent, she absorbed it all and threatened his position as a demonic warlord? I shall think about it. Yes. However, I must dare to request a significant decision for the sake of the divine cult's greater cause. That old fogey is being so tiresome. Jisungyu thought as such. How dare he act like he's something when he has no choice but to follow the Supreme's commands anyway? In the divine cult, the Supreme's word was absolute. The Supreme's martial status was in the late stage unrestrained realm. But in reality, he had transcended that long ago. After all, he had attained complete divine arts, and after becoming a demonic human, he sealed his own meridians to reach the demonic descent realm. Even now, he was in a state where he could ascend to the profound realm and even beyond at a moment's notice. The words he spoke to King were not mere bluster. However, Jisungyu couldn't just tell Godang Sang, the Supreme commanded it, and use that as a threat. After all, that would utterly impair his honor and pride, thus making him lose face. The only things more precious than face to a martial artist was life and their martial arts. Thus, Jisungyu had no choice but to feign ignorance and plead earnestly to create some sort of king. Pushed her true chi through the pressure points of her lower body. Her legs, clogged and poorly circulating chi and blood, felt numb and lacked strength. Yet, a little of the true chi from the maiden cultivation technique managed to get through. It was like blocking one nostril and forcefully blowing air through the other. The excessive force caused a mild aching pain from her dantian. However, compared to the relief in her lower body, the pain was bearable. The maiden cultivation technique was a deep insight from Jushin Xuan, one quarter who encompassed the 9 worlds. It was an enlightenment that moderated both yin and yang and good and evil. It gently melted away the penetrating power lodged in the pressure points with the true chi of the extreme golden mean that shouted it's possible for whatever situation. Just as King was forcibly opening her blocked pressure points, a broken bar, an elderly voice interrupted King. This old man is called Godang Sang. King was weak against the elderly. If she could have seen his face, she would have been able to confirm whether he held evil karma, but she couldn't do so inside the carriage. Suddenly, Summon King. This old man wishes to impart teachings to you, so you should probably serve this old man as your teacher. Why is he suddenly demanding to be served as a teacher? I already have a master. The old voice interrupted King and abruptly began reciting a sutra. Godang Sang had no choice either. He was in a situation where if this damn brat refused, he would have to beg her to learn. So, the plan was to pass on the knowledge quickly before she could refuse and boast about it later. She was a brat from the Orthodox faction, so her nature must be different from those of the demonic human. As such, perhaps she might return to the divine cult later and treat him as her teacher. Even if she did not, it was probably still better to have her as a disciple than those bastards from the divine cult who tried to devour and overcome their own teachers. Dark sun, earthly day and night, as a black sun rises and time where day and night are no different occurs. He must be the owner of the demonic arts. King kept quiet. After a brief introduction about seeing a dark sun and getting inspired or whatever, the method of operation for pressure points and true chi, movements, and imagery followed. The sequence was typical for a martial arts sutra. Following that, the martial arts window shone brightly. When opened, it had a gold border. Fuck, it's just gold? King was disappointed. It was annoying. To try out each movement and perfect the operation as a beginner, King poured out her free practice points and achieved 1 star. At the same time, an uninvited intrusion began in her brain. The sensation of something kneading and burrowing into her brain was truly indescribable. And when that occurred, it felt like utter fucking shit. If it isn't for this kind of experience, where it feels like I might lose my mind, maybe I could have gotten along a bit with Lil Window. But after experiencing it, some emotions that could not possibly be regarded as a broken bar favorable emerged. Some kind of evil intent seemed to casually play with her life, a human's life. And when that happened, she also realized that it was a sort of indifference. One that seemed to say it didn't matter regardless of what happened to her. What exactly is it? Is it some kind of god? Aren't the fucking Ching Chong Ling Longs supposed to believe in gods like the Jade Emperor or Buddha Baby or some shit? And aren't they supposed to be on the good side? They don't treat people like this, do they? Or is it really just a game? Am I really moving at my will? Why do I always get involved with shit like this, wherever I go and whatever I do? That's right, fucking hell, the Celestial Martial Emperor. There was also something written about that bastard. Suddenly, the strategy guide she read during installation of the game came to mind. As if reminiscing while lying in bed, it came back naturally and embarrassingly. The biggest difference in difficulty levels was the Celestial Martial Emperor. Gaining the legacy of the Celestial Martial Emperor was easy, and even those with unorthodox and demonic path tendencies could easily rise to power. In normal difficulty, the Celestial Martial Emperor was a figure of the past era who was neither orthodox nor unorthodox and only pinpointed the imperial family. As such, the forces that caused crises were much stronger. In hard difficulty, the Celestial Martial Emperor was treated as if he never existed, with the government tightly controlling all of Murim. Furthermore, the level of martial studies in Jianghu had gone to shit, making it difficult to obtain and use advanced martial arts. King chose easy difficulty for her first playthrough. Is that why Murim is like this right now? What if I didn't choose that back then? Would it have been different? What then? What exactly is this world? This ain't good. I need to stop a broken bar having bad thoughts. A broken bar, a broken bar. King's body trembled. This is so strange. I haven't felt this shit recently. Right? Why? Then a face came to mind. King immediately recognized why her condition was like this. That asshole who kept calling himself this being. It's all because of that motherfucker. My face is basically half male, half female, and my legs are fucking disabled. No shit, I'm having a fit. Especially after Lil Windows started scratching at my brain and even fucked with my mood. Surprisingly, she could calm down without any fuss. But then she also got angry. Her heart pounded and her hands trembled. Originally, once a person started to hate someone, they would become a nasty creature that made up reasons to hate even more. Sure, he might feel it was unjust for all her irrational anger to be directed at just him. But who gave a fuck? That was why people should always be polite and kind to each other. After all, you never know what kind of shitfist will happen when it comes to people. King's strong emotion caused her to hit the wall of the carriage inadvertently. It was a move that far surpassed the peak realm, embodying an incomparably profound inner chi. It pierced through the inner wall, iron core, and outer wall, shyly revealing King's palm outside the carriage. Godang sang, who had been reciting the black-slaying demonic palm sutra for the third time, was shocked by the sight. Only a single joint at the tip of her elongated fingers was pitch black. It was evidence that she had properly learned the black-slaying demonic palm. About a week had passed. King staggered towards the dining table. Her right leg was wobbly and her left leg dragged because she couldn't lift it. Jisungyu was honestly amazed at her condition. No matter how many times he saw it, it was always such a wondrous, admirable sight. To walk on her own despite having faced the heavenly reversal blood flow grand law. It was utter insanity. Sure, it was more like she was crawling. But Jisungyu had heard that the Supreme didn't stay his hand, intending to make her paraplegic. His reasoning was that she had almost completed the protective mirror. The heavenly reversal blood flow grand law was a sorcery originating from the blood cult, renowned as the second most powerful esoteric doctrine of the blood cult. But a martial artist in the late-stage peak realm stood against such a grand law of the Supreme. Sigh. It's tough. I thought rehabilitation was just some exaggeration. But looks like I'm wrong. It really can be considered a triumph to humans. Finally, King sat down, massaging her thighs and making a fuss. Then she grabbed chopsticks and began to wield them quickly. Food needs to be eaten. Why? Because it's right in front of her. Jisungyu intently watched King wolf down the food. To a non-looker, it might seem like she had a vendetta against the food. However, Jisungyu was watching not that vengeful spirit of a glutton but her hand. All of her long fingers were pitch black. This signified that the black-slaying demonic palm had reached 3 stars. It had only been a week since the sutra was passed on. A single week? A single week was all it took to achieve 3 stars? Jisungyu had barely stepped into the second-rate realm. He had used his intellect to earn him the role of secret pavilion leader among the divine cult disciples. But even his sharp mind could not comprehend the unprecedented speed at which King mastered the black-slaying demonic palm. If it was an inner chi cultivation technique, reaching the grand star directly due to its familiarity could at least be understood. But the black-slaying demonic palm was a palm technique which focused on long-range strikes. How could a sword user suddenly excel in palm techniques? Was there some inherent talent in palm techniques that she herself was unaware of? Jisungyu didn't know that King had also mastered the Buddha's palm and the white hand demonic arts. The Buddha's palm was among the most revered divine arts when it came to palm techniques, and the white hand demonic arts was the roots of many branches of demonic arts. Since the mysterious principle of the black-slaying demonic palm belonged to palm techniques, it was essentially akin to the Buddha's palm. Moreover, the penetrating power of the black-slaying demonic palm was originally modeled after the white hand demonic arts. Thus, the operation and movements were natural to her as if she already knew them, not requiring any more practice points to be invested for understanding. King emptied her plate and leaned back in her chair, before calling out to Jisungyu, "Hey, kiddo." "Damn it, kiddo, my foot." "Please, speak." "Shoot." The words came out wrong. Jisungyu realized his mistake. But unfortunately for him, a broken bar. King just had to have heard him, thus flashing a teasing smile. "You always look unbothered, but it seems like you're actually concerned about your height, huh?" "I have a disease where I sometimes speak nonsense." "Sure. Whatever you say, kiddo." "From what I see, it's because you don't eat enough. You need to eat more to grow." Jisungyu's eyebrows twitched. "I didn't eat enough? Whose fault is that?" The dining table in the central plains was designed to rotate, making it easier to serve oneself. Whenever King wanted to eat something, she would turn the dining table and make sure all the dishes were right in front of her. As such, Jisungyu was always hindered when trying to eat. "You must be very glad that you are tall, young lady." It was a remark of ridicule. After all, in the Central Plains, tall women were not popular. However, it had no effect on King. "Well, of course, I'm sure our little kiddo over here would know if he was a bit taller." "Do you even realize how fresh the air is up here? Every time I sit down, the air down there is so filthy I can barely breathe. You feel? A broken bar, a broken bar." "But then again, when we sit, our eye levels match, don't they?" "Where does this difference come from? Is it the legs, or is it the legs? Bullshit. Bullshit." For once, Jisungu's outward expression and inner thoughts. Jisungu's shorter stature was a tightly hidden insecurity he held deep within. Of course, sometimes his sentiments leaked out, so there were few within the divine cult who did not know about them. However, no one dared to poke at the Supreme's right-hand man based on height. But today, he had met his match. Alright, then let's just say that our little kiddo has a long upper body, ... If you have nothing else to say, then I shall take my leave. No, stop. I have something to say. Okay? What is it? Jisungu's voice was brusque. King asked with a faint laugh. About that saying. The divine cult follows the law of the strong, right? The strong are just, and those who survive are the strong? Upon seeing her black fingers, King immediately realized she had been fooled. When she questioned if they had deceived her, they responded that with King's abilities and promising future, she could certainly enjoy power at the core of the divine cult. And that was when the divine cult's law of the strong was explained to her. It was a very fascinating concept to King. The heavenly demon divine cult follows the law of the strong, a group that worships strength. The strong can have anything, the weak have the right to prove themselves through challenges. Perhaps, it was natural for King to be interested because she was a master. Though now, well, how to put it, broken by her confidence was a bit shaken. Anyway, it was precisely at this time that the question about the cult's commandments came up. And being an executive of the divine cult, he couldn't omit explanations regarding its commandments. Yes, that is right. I've been thinking hard about it, you see. If that's the case, I haven't really done anything wrong to you all, have I? That advance broken bar wave? Do you mean the advance blue brigade? Yeah, them. Sure, I annihilated them. And yes, I killed the Bliss Palace leader. But that's just because I'm strong, right? According to your logic, since the strong me killed them, there's no problem, right? That is correct. Owing, really? King was about to follow up with a detailed description of the unsightly state of the advance blue brigade and how they were dealt with. After all, she had been thinking of provoking him further. But what's this? There's no problem. The broken bar? Why? Suppressing her rising fury, King asked. So, there aren't any problems, yet you leave people in this state? How shameless. You took the Supreme's property without permission. Moreover, you talked back to him. Rather, you should be grateful for the Supreme's mercy. After all, he spared your life. Ah, is that what it was? Since I was weak yet dared to defy that alleged Supreme? King grimaced. That motherfucker. How dare you call him the alleged Supreme? Such irreverence will. King cut off Jisungu's words. So, there aren't any regrets or dissatisfaction because I killed your people? The commandments of the cult follow the law of the strong. As such, there is no reason for regrets. It is just that young Lady Ximon was stronger. King smiled broadly. For some reason, it was an unsettlingly ominous smile. Good to know. Anything more to say? Can I return to the carriage now? There is nothing more. Please return. I'm all drained and tired from coming here. It would be nice if someone could support me. Jisungu, still expressionless yet somehow clearly showing annoyance, waved his hand as if shaking off water. An assassin from the Covert Operations Division silently slid next to King. King spread her arms as if asking to be held. It was the moment the assassin bent his waist. Crack, along with a spirited sound, the assassin's head burst open like a watermelon, scattering in all directions. Holy, wow, black slaying demonic palm. Yeah, this feels quite nice, huh? King, covered in debris, laughed. Then after groping the head a bit, she found the long, dangling optic nerve and squeezed it tightly. Even Jisungu, who had seen the Supreme's cruelty, felt chills run down his spine. He tried to hide it under his usual expressionless facade. However, his shout came out a beat too late due to how surprised he was. What is the meaning of this? Me? I'm strong and a broken bar. King pointed to the headless corpse. That thing was weak. That's the law of the strong. Yep. And then, she shamelessly nodded her head. A female expert of the Orthodox faction? This person? She's saying something a demonic human would say. Jisungu inadvertently got the answer right. However, Jisungu, unaware that he had guessed correctly, yelled out. That sort of action is not the law of the strong. The strong should not torment the weak without any reason. Owing, hey, was that it? Kaya, wow, didn't know that. Is that not obvious? If your actions are the norm, no one in the world could possibly survive. Okay, I got it. Could you not get so heated? You should have just explained properly. I thought if someone was strong, they could do anything. Jisungyu was at a loss for words. You're saying this is my fault? Bullshit. What kind of bitch is this? I'm tired after exerting myself. Help me move. How can you say that even after causing this atrocity? Eek, I told you, I didn't know. Okay, you're being so petty. Fine then, I won't go either. Sungyu can go live in the divine cult. I'ma just stay here. Bullshit, what kind of bitch is these? A broken bar? I dunno. I don't care either. I'm tired. Should I just sleep here? With that, King jumped off the chair. Describing her action, as jumping off was actually quite accurate as she couldn't steady her legs. She then rolled on the blood-soaked floor and laid her head on the torso of a headless corpse. Wake me up when it's time to leave. A crease formed between Jisungyu's eyebrows. It was a huge incident. Any member of the cult witnessing this would be shocked speechless. After all, the expression on the secret pavilion leader's face had scrunched up. Damned bitch. Someone take this woman away. But the assassins from the Covert Operations Division just looked at each other, none daring to move. It was understandable. The colleague they had just been eating with was now rolling on the ground as a piece of meat. What are you idling for? Right. Exactly. It was just one mistake. Okay, it's because they didn't properly understand the law of the strong or whatever it was. So, don't be so scared. Okay, King added a taunt. Jisungyu fumbled for the right words to say, before taking a deep breath in and out. Escort the young lady. Hurry. Anger tinged Jisungyu's voice. In the end, the unfortunate youngest, unable to bear the imposing glares of his seniors, slowly crept closer with a reluctant expression. The youngest assassin's hands trembled as he picked up King. Then, a voice was heard. You score 150 points. Somewhat decent. However, a broken bar gone. Head. Yep. It was the last sound the assassin heard in this world. Because without a head, one no longer had the ability to hear. Thwack. King rolled on the floor. It was because there was no one alive left to support her. The headless youngest fell over her. King, who was suddenly pinned down, let out a wheezy breath. What is? King pushed the corpse away and responded. Hoit. Why? What? What is this madness? You clear said it was a Mr. No. Number. Hear me out. A man I've never seen before dared to touch my body, a woman's body. You feel me? Jisungyu was rendered speechless. What in the world? A weak bastard dared to mock the strong, so the strong killed him. That's the law of the strong, right? Do you acknowledge it? Yes, I acknowledge it. If so, you have been found not guilty. Bang bang bang. King yapped nonchalantly and rolled again to lie down using the corpse as a pillow. Her entire body was bloodied and bits of what used to be brains were scattered around her. That kind of thing is not the law of the strong. What kind of dogshit are you spouting to defile the commandments of the divine cult? King answered indifferently. Why? What about it? The alleged supreme was about to take one eye and two legs just because I talked back. So, are you telling me it's the law of the strong when he does it, but I'm tormenting the weak when I do it? How dare you, to the supreme broken bar. King shook her head. Blood spurted from the neck of the corpse in sync with her movements. See? It's fine if the supreme does it and everyone else can't, right? You really need to explain it clearly from the start so I can understand. So, what's the standard? Starting from the transcendent realm and above, can you just kill anyone you want? Or is it starting from the unrestrained realm? What about the profound rear broken bar? Never mind, that doesn't make sense. The Supreme is a being who shall resolve the enmity that the divine cult hold. A shit, fucking hell, who asked about the Supreme? I'm asking what exactly is the law of the strong? You say it's the laws of the divine cult. But is it something only the Supreme doesn't have to follow? Is it something like that? How many times do I have to tell you that the law of the strong is not? King overpowered Jisungyu's yells with her own shout. Scree. Then what is it? Do you think being loud makes you right? The law of the strong is, The law of the strong ice a broken bar. Jisungu's words trailed off again. It was the commandment of the divine cult that the strong survived. The divine cult revered strength as justice and, as a result, gained the power to influence Murim. Its history of 4 invasions proved this. The heavenly demon divine cult, as a single entity, waged war against the entire Murim of the Central Plains. Despite being one against many and ultimately facing defeat, it left a mark in history 4 times. The strong could dominate the weak. They had complete control over life and death. However, the weak also had the right to resist. Thus, the weak who overcame the strong grew to become new rulers, more than entitled to their power. So what about this woman? Following the cult's commandment regarding the law of the strong a broken bar, Jisungu's heart sank. Was the Supreme's punishment too extreme? No one would say he had gone too far. Even if it was just one fighting unit, an entire brigade had been annihilated. Bok Xinjiao had disappeared, thus causing a shift in the grand strategy. The Bliss Palace leader had been killed, and the entire essence of a sect had burned and vanished. Considering all that, one might say the Supreme had actually shown mercy. But had all the actions the Supreme had taken been such a way? What about the other pavilion leaders, the other demonic humans? The now deceased Bliss Palace leader had immediately assaulted any halfway decent-looking man she passed by, sucked up his life force, and killed him. The demonic doctor recently found amusement in creating zombies. The Zura demonic sword was a madman who would not go to sleep unless he had slain a maiden each day. Yet, no one criticized them. After all, they were all the powerhouses of the divine cult and the vanguard in conquering the Central Plains. A force perfected under the law of the strong. In the end, Jisungu found himself unable to respond, and King looked on at his dilemma. A sneer playing across her. King thought to herself, I don't need to be cautious anymore. Who gives a fuck what others think? After all, I'm an important person. The heavenly demon divine cult underestimated King's ability to read the room a bit too much. There was definitely a matter concerning the Bok Xinjiao that needed handling. Due to the lock-unlock function, quite a miraculous feature considering the ever so primitive Central Plains, there was no one who could replace King. Basically, there's no other choice besides me being the one to blow it. What if I say I don't want to? Then, well, fuck it. Let them wait for a few decades. So, King decided to blatantly fuck with everything they did. It's fine as long as they don't say shit about how I only need my mouth and arms, like how that bastard, the alleged Supreme or whatever, did. What did you say? Since my hands and mouth are the only parts of me that are necessary, it doesn't matter if I don't have eyes or legs. Then, I might as well throw a fit and act like I'd rather die. Moreover, her rehabilitation was progressing smoothly. Judging from their reactions, it seemed she was doing so well that they might even give her a round of applause just from the mere act of walking. As such, it was time to bide her time and wait for the right moment. That was King's plan. It wasn't just out of boredom that King smashed the head of a villain. It was to probe gently, seeing what would happen and whether it was okay or not. It was quite a big decision on her part. After all, what if something went wrong and they tortured her? Honestly, King was ready to wail, tears and snot streaming, as she obediently played 108 songs on the flute in a row. But, what's this? There's no reaction. Huh? So, she came to a conclusion. Seems like I'm more desperate than I thought. Huh. Then, I need to fuck with them even more. Of course. It was also fun. The black slaying demonic palm was a palm technique, just like the Buddha's palm, but there were also differences. It was a martial art that focused more on a type of palm strike called a long hit. If asked about the pros, it would be the excellent feel in her hands when using it. The sensation of shattering skulls. The downside, though, was that the black hands were kind of gross. It was way too black. Not just some shade of brown or gray, but a color infinitely close to 100% black. King looked at her hands, now covered up to the back of the hand in black skin. A broken bar. As King exhaled, the blackness smoothly retreated into her skin. A feature of the white hand demonic arts was the sword and Dao invulnerability below the elbows. The clean skin and the long slender hands were just side effects of this process. And when using the black slaying demonic palm, she had to break through the almighty armor sword and Dao invulnerability. the White Hand state, and gather evil chi in order to produce the Black Palm. It was much harder than expected. It was because the White Hand demonic arts had already settled in the proper direction of her pressure points. To use the Black Slaying demonic palm, she had to twist these acupoints, a delicate task that required twisting the pure root chi into evil chi. To boot, King was hiding the fact that she could change the color of her hands as if waving a light stick from the demonic cult bastards. After all, they thought that was the reason why she didn't run away. For some reason, her mind was filled with only nasty, mean thoughts. Either it was a feature of the heavenly slaughtering star, or King was just that kind of person from the very beginning. Anyway, by maintaining the Black Slaying demonic palm with desperate focus, she inadvertently increased her attainments in the martial art. That was why King's Black Slaying demonic palm was growing rapidly. At any rate, time passed swiftly. Seems like about 2 months passed, right? I'm bored. During that time, she killed quite a few assassins. As such, no one approached King. Actually, those in the Covert Operations Division of the Divine Cult's outer hall were mentally elite, gathered only from the loyalists of the Divine Cult. After all, living in the peaceful Central Plains but continuing to serve the Divine Cult was not possible with any ordinary mental fortitude. These assassins, armed with endless hatred for the Central Plains, mainly gathered intelligence and, as side jobs, engaged in human trafficking, robbery, and murder to provide significant funds to the Divine Cult. Thus, they were too valuable to be killed off by King's misbehavior. That was why they imposed a no-approach rule. Jisungyu, that kiddo, also started to avoid King. I was at least able to go about my day before by making fun of that little punk. It's slowly getting boring, though. I should just kill him. TSK. Can't believe that little kid has already accumulated that much evil karma. What was he even thinking? He should pay for what he did. Right when King made up her mind, a broken bar. The door of the carriage opened in quite a rude and abrupt manner. Underneath the leather, there was an old man so skinny he looked like a skeleton, looking down at King with displeasure. "Ah, is it mealtime?" King obediently extended her arm. The old man grumbled and picked up King. "You ill-mannered little brat. It is like the duties and morals that should be fixed in this world have been reversed. Has the world turned upside down?" Even Yama would be startled at this sight. So much so that he would send you on a tour of hell. "I know, right? Who told you to make my legs disabled?" King was receiving care from the old man. "Yes, you heard that right." She was not giving care. She was receiving it. That was why he said it felt like the world had turned upside down. This skinny old man was a great demonic adept named Choi Leong, known as the Purple Lightning Demonic Warlord or something. Despite seeming like he could be knocked over with the slightest touch, he was a master in the late-stage unrestrained realm. And he had an amount of evil karma that was fitting of him being called a great demonic adept. As masters who were returning to the Divine Cult joined King's convoy procession, now there were 4 in the Transcendent Realm and 1 in the Unrestrained Realm. As for the Peak Realm Masters, their numbers were overflowing. And that was just the number of masters outside the cult. King had underestimated the group known as the Heavenly Demon Divine Cult. The Heavenly Demon Divine Cult, aiming to conquer the Central Plains, was not all bark and no bite. To be honest, her legs had fully recovered the day before yesterday. However, the level at which she feigned illness had already reached the heavens. Right as she thought it was the prime time to escape, masters started teaming around, making her incapable of doing anything besides observing cautiously. But by the way, to think that his name is Leong. I keep thinking this, Buta Broken Bar, isn't it kinda cool? It is a relief that a peerless murderer like you is at least crippled in the legs. The Supreme indeed showed great foresight. What? You should think that I'm misbehaving because my legs hurt, you know? If they were fine, I wouldn't have lost my temper. Such a foul-mouthed, rude bitch. How completely rotten. If it wasn't for the Bok and Jiauk, I would have fried you in shit water long ago. Oh, Grandpa, watch your mouth, will you? I'm going to eat soon. You know? How can you say something so disgusting? There's mud water and there's oil as an alternative. Why go as far as to resort to shit water? Choi Leong glared at King with a hollow look. Oh, bad grandpa. Don't open your eyes like that. I might get fond of you. The glow in Choi Leong's eyes grew even more sinister. Damn, seems like at the unrestrained realm, even their eyes are no jokes. Even while feeling the pressure, King feigned indifference. A broken bar looks like a bitch, like you need to have all your flesh peeled off. That was a threat to separate flesh from bone. Slightly intimidated, King went out of her way to look around. The open grassland was dotted with several large tents. This was not the Central Plains King knew anymore. When entering one of the large tents, a lavishly set table and a cult-like gathering that swarmed with villains unfolded. Have you arrived, Elder Purple Lightning Demonic Warlord? The villains of the divine cult greeted Choi Leong. From what King observed, these evil people of the divine cult were actually more respectful than others. She knew the reason for that. She had seen a guy who made a fuss while drunk get his head smashed last time. In this place, if you lacked manners, you would also lose your life. Elder, you should have just grabbed that crazy bitch by the hair and dragged her along, instead of treating her so preciously. One of the demonic humans tried to suck up, before quickly shutting his mouth and lowering his eyes. It was because of the purple lightning streaks emanating from Choi Leong's entire body. This was the purple lightning chi unique to the purple lightning demonic arts. Thanks to that, King got hit by a few streaks too. Delivered to the table, King indulged in the only pleasure of her life, Yagme food. As she greedily stuffed her cheeks, someone belatedly took a seat at the opposite side of the table. Murim, Kid Fu. With her cheeks bulged, King smiled welcomingly. Usually, he would stealthily avoid her, but today, for some reason, he appeared right in front of her. Right on time. She had made up her mind to kill him, after all. I'll hold back for now since there's a lot of masters around, but just you wait and see. King's smile was chilling. Jisungyu started talking without even greeting her. Previously a broken bar. Waft? You asked about the law of the strong. King swallowed the food she had been chewing. What the broken bar? You've been thinking about that all this time. I have pondered over it for a long time. However, no matter how I look at it, what the young lady did was merely an act of murder. It does not reflect the law of the strong. Really? Why? Because I'm not a disciple of the divine cult? Because it's okay for you but not for me? That is not it. When the strong take the life of the weak, it must be a necessary act. At the very least, it should be a meaningful death that serves as nourishment for achieving a higher realm. He must have thought very hard about it. However, unfortunately for him, a broken bar. His opponent was once a production worker who proudly spoke the gospel of liberal arts. A self-made giant who majored in humanities and secured a difficult position in production. Hadn't she lived in a cruel society where humanities graduates barely eked out a living with continuous short-term contract jobs if they were not recipients of basic livelihood aid from the government? What did this mean? It meant that the success King had achieved could be called, dare she say, mythical. You're saying it is a choice made by nature due to the law of the jungle? Natural selection, like how a well-fed predator doesn't hunt? A natural cycle proven by the food chain? Is that what you're trying to say? A broken bar. Jisungyu seemed to be struck by lightning. Well, whatever. If you say so. I guess that's how it is then. King outright stopped paying any attention to him. After all, there was no need to seriously respond to someone spouting dog shit. It was a ridiculous thing to say in the first place. How many predators hunt just out of boredom? Look no further than the alleyways, where those furred cockroaches mistakenly called cats fucked around. By the way, our broken bar. Jisungyu continued to speak. Right as King looked at him, wondering what dog shit he would spout next, she found Jisungyu expressionless, yet her broken bar somehow smug. The fuck? What's up with him? Is he thinking that he won just because I didn't talk back that much? No fucking shot he's thinking that, right? Then, I guess I have to show him the ultimate move and an argument. Picking at his words to make a personal attack. King readied this secret art, generally forbidden in a battle of words. That's when it happened. About that hand, huh? Last time, it was definitely colored black up past the wrist. You see, King was taken aback. To be honest, Maintaining the black slaying demonic palm was no ordinary task, and it only got more difficult the higher its realm was. I have been observing closely thus far, and from what I noticed, that blackness seems to fade significantly during meals. Huh? It was unavoidable for someone to let their guard down while eating. No, in the first place, is it wrong to want to eat comfortably? Even dogs aren't bothered during mealtimes. Ha ha. Maybe there's something wrong with our little kiddo's eyes. Did you see incorrectly? The black palm. You can hide it, can't you? Though it ended with a question mark, in reality, it was more of a statement made with conviction. And there was no point in denying it. He wouldn't believe it anyway. King sighed deeply. Quick-witted kid. I should have gotten rid of him sooner. Even though she had decided to kill him, he was not a bastard she could just fuck up like she had been doing to the fodders. This punk, despite appearances, was a high-ranking figure revered by even the prominent masters here. Seems like I got caught. Huh? The fault lay entirely in her own carelessness, yet she had the audacity to yap about how she was caught. King's hand turned white again. Clean and beautiful. Once it transformed from its original black and unsightly appearance, it suddenly became an incredibly exquisite hand of a beauty. As if expecting this, Jisungu's usual lack of expression broke for the first time, the corners of his mouth lifting slightly. And then, from across the table, the black-slaying demonic warlord coughed in startlement, powerfully ejecting all the meat he had been. No, how did you do it? Black-slaying demonic warlord Godang Sang shouted in surprise. The black-slaying demonic palm's black hand was a symbol of terror, as well as an indelible mark of a demonic human. Wasn't that precisely why Godang Sang wore gloves over his long sleeves? It was a hand that he had considered beyond remedy, simply covering it up all this time. But suddenly, the solution to such a problem appeared out of nowhere. Godang Sang cried out with deep yearning. How in the world? It just did. When I did it, I guess. Why? You can't even do this? Ah, this is delicious. Grandpa, what is this? Are you not even aware of what a dish is? Stupid brat. A dish is something you eat. A shit. What are you saying? I'm asking what's the name of the dish. Then you should have asked that. It seems you cannot even ask a question properly, you half-wit. That is Daimli armor. 1. Choi Leong answered her, but even though she got scolded, he actually seemed more like a grumpy, foul-mouthed granny. In that sense, this grandpa, despite being a great demonic adept, was oddly kind. But why? It's not even like I did something that would make him like me. I just can't figure out what his intentions are. Well, I guess either way, there's no need to know about a great demonic adept's circumstances. King gorged on Daimli armor. It was a sweet dish made by roughly mixing vegetables and meat and boiling them until they turned soft. There was no way it could taste bad. After all, this familiar taste to a broken bar was braised ribs and with fried rice. I really like the local cuisine here. Though I'm not sure where exactly we are. King nodded her head vigorously. Then she outright placed the entire dish in front of her. Choi Leong frowned. You seem almost desperate to display your uneducated nature. Even an animal would not exhibit your gluttony. You are truly a brat, worse than even a bitch. Ah, shit. If you want to eat, just say you want to eat. Why all the rude yapping? King, using only her palm as a spoon, scooped up a large portion onto Choi Leong's plate. Who said anything about wanting to eat? You seem so old you can hardly chew, Gramps, so you might as well eat this since it's soft and doesn't need chewing. This bitch's muzzle is as filthy as a thoroughly rotten rag, it seems. TSK. So what? Did you help me clean it up or something? Nah, you didn't. So why do you care? At the table next to her, Godang Sang, who had become a dumbfounded onlooker, shouted angrily at King. Surprisingly, the looks from those sharing the table, laden with fragments of meat in the dish, matched Godang Sang's glare. Are you ignoring what this old man is saying? King picked at her ears as she replied. I'm talking with the elder here. Can't you see? Sigh. Know your place. What kind of conversation, senior? I apologize. Just as Godang Sang was about to object, he immediately bowed deeply upon seeing Choi Leong. To be more precise, it was because of the purple strands, purple lightning chi, that faintly emanated from Choi Leong's entire body. Purple lightning demonic arts handled true chi that resembled lightning and were intrinsically biased towards extreme yang, as well as a cultivation technique dealing with unorthodox yang. The world's hottest and the most evil purple lightning. The purple lightning demonic arts wielded true chi similar to lightning, as it was faithful in reproducing that destructive power, which normally could not be handled by humans. It was uncontrollable due to the inherently rebellious true chi. Thus, the owner of the purple lightning demonic arts would find purple lightning chi spontaneously arising depending on their emotional state. If in a bad mood, purple lightning would crackle and attack automatically, truly qualifying it as one of the 10 great demonic arts under heaven. Moreover, Choi Leong was a master of the late-stage unrestrained realm. If truly pissed, not just purple lightning chi but purple lightning force would leap across spaces. The nature of lightning, after all, was to stretch 1,000 miles in a flash. And that was when Godang Sang finally realized. How could a female expert from the orthodox faction be so unlearned and bark like a cur? Ah, shit. I did learn well, you know. It's just that there's no one around worth showing courtesy to, so I don't use it. There is no one to show courtesy to? What is this old man, then? A scarecrow instead of a person? Grandpa, you're not a person, though. You're a demonic adept. Ho ho. You are a brat who will eventually end up burning alive because of the words you speak. When that happens, I shall joyfully throw a few logs in to help. As Choi Leong spoke, his purple lightning chi was calm. His harsh words did not reflect any real anger, and the reason for that was soon understood. The daughter of the purple lightning demonic warlord had died in his arms at about King's age. Dotage strikes again. Since then, Dotage had visited him occasionally. Choi Leong's daughter had been utterly rude, and the purple lightning demonic warlord had treated his unruly daughter just like that. So, when he saw any girl of a similar age with a missing sense of propriety, he viewed her as his own daughter. Godang Sang was dying to know how the Black Hand was removed but didn't want to agitate the senior, whose senility had been triggered. He could always ask later. Godang Sang quietly sat back down at the table. Meanwhile, King spoke without reservation. But rather than me, it looks like I'll be the one to conduct your funeral first, old man. Well, of course, a young brat should outlive an old man. From what I see, you shall soon set your own funeral date with that lack of propriety. But it is not just rudeness, is it? You ignorant girl, lacking manners. Ah, shit. Are you looking down on me? I've learned quite well, you know. Watch closely, Grandpa. King displayed her dining etiquette refined under the pressure of nuclear bombardment. With demure and elegant movements, she selectively nibbled only the meat from Choi Leong's plate. Thus, for a while, the Ximenzurin trademarked Central Plains signature beauty table manners was displayed. A moment later, in the end, King frowned. Yeah, shit. It doesn't even feel like I'm eating. When eating rice, I should still be able to chew it, after all. Anyway, you saw it, right? Wait, what the broken bar? What's the matter? King looked around, frowning. The disciples of the demonic cult were staring blankly at her with a "what did I just see?" expression. Some were still rubbing their eyes, red from disbelief. Even Jisungyu was gaping in astonishment. To be honest, it was indeed a surprising scene. Wasn't this the same girl who used to shatter skulls and lie down flat on their corpses? Naturally, it was spine-chilling to see her suddenly acting like some celestial maiden. Choi Leong clicked his tongue in displeasure. A bitch who does not do something she can do is much worse than a cripple who is not able to. What are you showing off for, sitting there so proudly? TSK. King slammed her chopsticks down. Ah, shit. I can't eat because of all this noise. And then, she quickly picked them up again and spoke. That doesn't mean I won't eat, though. Godang Sang was dying to know how the Black Hand was erased. He was truly curious. So curious. But he never got a chance to ask. Because after that meal, Choi Leong began teaching King the purple lightning demonic arts. After all, what was the reason King had learned the black slaying demonic palm? It was so that its dark feature prevented her from returning to the Central Plains, a ploy to keep her in the divine cult. But now, they were aware that she could hide it. As such, A different martial art was needed. As it happened, King's personality was utterly fucked. It couldn't have been more shitty. Moreover, the purple lightning demonic warlord was right beside her. That's right. The mood-dependent purple lightning demonic arts could replace the black slaying demonic palm. After all, there was no way a demonic maiden throwing lightning bolts dozens of times a day could return to their central planes. Jisungyu thought so. He couldn't be sure if attaching such volatile purple lightning chi to her temper was the right thing for the world, though. Opportunely, the senile Choi Leong had started doting on her. Jisungyu didn't need to persuade him all that much. Purple lightning demonic warlord, perhaps you could teach your great art to Ximen Chi. Understood. The agreement came before he even finished speaking. Thus, by adding 1 + 1, plus another 1 that was a secret, King came to possess 2, 3, of the 10 great demonic arts under heaven. It was an unprecedented achievement in the history of Jianghu. However, there was something even Jisungyu, with his brilliant mind, hadn't anticipated. It's one of the so-called 10 great demonic arts, but it's golden again? King was disappointed. But still, she liked that it was an inner chi cultivation technique. There could never be enough. Inner chi, after all. Wasn't that Ximen Zurin's teaching? King reached 1 star in the purple lightning demonic arts with practice points. The violent purple lightning chi settled into its new host's body. The purple lightning chi was the epitome of a completely fucked up and unruly lightning. It was set to tear apart King's self-control and to make her temperament even more volatile. But the already established 2 divine arts of Taoism were no ordinary art. Zhuxiang's heart cleanse mirror, created by the Yan Emperor Shannon for his daughter, contained the imagery of divine flames burning away evil. Even among fires, there were hierarchies. The purple lightning chi, that was about to go wild, was harshly beaten and nearly extinguished by the fire. At that moment, the temperate energy of the maiden cultivation technique, which had the power to embrace the 9 worlds, stepped in. It soothed and gently revived the purple lightning chi. Then, it set it in the most desolate, shabby, and dirty corner of the danshan, where drafts sneaked through due to how empty and trivial it was. Jushin Xuana 1/4 was tolerant of the 9 worlds, thus embracing the, yet was strict in hierarchy. Even worlds had their own order, after all. How dare a mere demonic art try to step out of its place? As a result, the purple lightning chi, without a chance to rage even once, was relegated to kneeling in a corner of King's danshan, facing the wall as if punished with a timeout. If describing the clash of various energies inside the danshan in terms simple enough for a child to understand, that was how it roughly went. This occurred while King was drooling, overwhelmed by the sensations that seemed to scoop and eat at her brain. How does it feel? Doesn't your body tingle? Just accept it. The purple lightning chi often runs amok, after all. Though, you shall have to suffer a bit for a few days. Suffer? What suffering? Isn't your body uncontrollably shaking and jumping? The explosive nature of the purple lightning chi is supposed to make your body leap. As such, accept it as your fate and endure. It might be a severely painful fate, though. That was what Choi Leong said from outside the carriage. King couldn't help but blink in confusion. My body is shaking? Something is supposed to hurt? What? King drew out only the new violet true chi, circulating it once through her meridians. The energy, shy like a newly-wed bride, timidly flowed through the meridians, completing a circuit back to the danshan. For some reason, it kinda seems reluctant to stay in the meridians. Is that why it's returning to the danshan? Is it normal to feel pain? If the pain becomes unbearable, just tell me. I shall at least listen to your complaints. What pain? King was genuinely baffled. But since the old man was expecting it, King decided to play along. It hurts. It hurts so much. It hurts. Give me, Poppy. Me, like thus. A mountain of poppies flew into the carriage and tumbled onto the soft blankets. King was honestly a bit surprised. Did that blatant tantrum really work? Even though I spoke as if reading off lines from a textbook. What the fuck? Do people in the Central Plains tend to believe this kind of acting? Of course, they did not. However, there was someone who pretended to be fooled by the obvious act. It seemed really fake, But just in case he broken bar, just in case it was genuinely a broken bar, what if it actually hurts? Parents' grace, children's filial piety, beloved lovers, and irreplaceable friends could indeed think that way. But there was no way the demonic adept outside would be. And if anything, they might have planned to control her by making her addicted. So that was what they were trying to do. However, there was no shot she would get fooled. King didn't indiscriminately suck on the poppy. No matter how much she knew she wouldn't get addicted or that it wasn't harmful to her body, it was still a drug. There was a psychological resistance to it. And then, the desert appeared. King, who had never seen the grandeur of the desert with her own eyes, was overwhelmed with emotion. And within less than an hour, she realized that the daytime desert was really annoying. However, the nighttime desert was mysterious and beautiful, thus making King's magnificent chest filled with emotion once again. The reason for this was because King had a strong resistance to cold. But the heat was a bit too much, especially being buried under blankets in a carriage with no ventilation. She couldn't tell if they were transporting her or making a steamed summon King. As she was panting like a dog in the midday heat, bundles caught King's eye. Tanshan, also known as the Mountains of Heaven, the name alone suggested a majestic mountain range, the end as well as the ceiling of the Central Plains. The highest peak was Victory Peak, about 3 times the height of Baekdu Mountain. Additionally, there were countless peaks twice the height of Baekdu Mountain, revealing a stunning scenery with white eternal snow in the middle of the mountain range. On the other hand, it was also unsuitable for human habitation. Barren land, rugged terrain, and perpetually cold nights. There weren't even many animals, so farming and hunting were not options. This desolate land was where the Heavenly Demon Divine Cult had settled. This was why the Heavenly Demon Divine Cult had invaded the Central Plains 4 times. Living in such a harsh and bleak land naturally fueled hatred towards the Central Plains. Conversely, it was also why the demonic cult remained. It was hidden deep inside the mountains at the end of the world, past the plateau and desert, taking 3 months of continuous travel. No matter how much the bastards at the demonic cult were hated and resented, no one would endure such a distant expedition to chase them. The desolation of the grasslands and the alternating freezing and thawing of the desert day and night would wear them down until they finally saw the distant snowy barrier. By the way, why did it never seem to get any closer? The height of the Tanshan ignored all sense of perspective. Upon seeing it, even the fiery desire for revenge would die down and people would think, this isn't worth it. Indeed, revenge was an empty endeavor, so they might as well forget everything and enjoy delicious food by the warm fire in a cozy home. The prisoner transport journey was about 9,000 li, taking 3 months. In modern terms, it was 3,600 kilometers, which was why no one pursued the demon cult, even though its location was openly known. Prisoner transport was inherently not an easy task. The criminals of the divine cult were often those who had fled from the divine cult, and the members of the divine cult included those who had committed crimes in the Central Plains and fled. So, the prisoners of the divine cult were those who had fled, committed more crimes, and fled again. This meant they were twice as formidable as typical escapees. However, there had never been a prisoner transport as large and as damaging as this one. Their warriors of the divine cult who participated in the transport boasted of their heroic feats. As boasts often go, there was a bit of exaggeration, of course. Apparently, this prisoner is so crazy that she enjoys smashing people's heads just by making eye contact, and hundreds of assassins from the Outer Hall's Covert Operations Division died, so they had to call in all the Peak Realm Masters. It must have been so very difficult having such a prisoner in tow when it was hard enough just to travel the path. Those who heard this were ready to give words of praise. However, upon seeing her, they responded in a different manner. So, that is, a girl, held by the purple lightning demonic warlord, was smiling and waving. At first glance, her actions seemed frivolous, but they actually exuded elegance. For a frivolous action not to seem frivolous, one must have ingrained habits from long training in a rather noble family. She must be the lady of some prestigious family. She just had to be. She was the one who went around smashing heads apart. Don't be fooled. It's all an act. I'd like to say you worked hard and did a good job. But hey, come on now. That's a bit much. Even lies should have limits. How can everything you said be a lie? The same conversation was happening everywhere, with that. King managed to fool them until the very end. Some were able to guess from the sad expression of the purple lightning demonic warlord, who was flickering with purple lightning chi, that prisoner must be heavily drugged. The purple lightning demonic warlord's daughter was notorious for her bad temper. Near the end of her life, she became famous for being an incorrigible drug addict. As such, his reaction made sense. After all, this was Choi Leong, who failed miserably at raising his daughter. After that, King was handed over to the women. She couldn't be presented to the Supreme in such a dirty state. The women washed, scrubbed, and polished King. To be honest, it was a process that was quite humiliating for King. Even though she was all grown up, she had to helplessly submit to being treated like a doll by many women. However, fortunately, she was under the influence of drugs, so she passed through it without much resistance. Rather than humiliation, she even somewhat enjoyed it, and if the drug's effect hadn't worn off at the end, she might have continued to enjoy it. With that, Ximon King added a huge dark chapter in her life. That night, Ximon King met the alleged Supreme again. A throne placed between red and blue silk, hanging from a high platform like an altar. It looked more like an altar than a grand hall, which made sense, because it was indeed an altar. The heavenly demon divine cult were the descendants of a pseudo-religious group. They had later degenerated into the Avengers of Hell, but they still maintained some of their traditions. On the right of the alleged Supreme was Jisungyu, who arrogantly crossed his legs and looked down at King, sitting on a more modest chair. What's up with that fucker? He was actually the second in command? King felt both regret that she hadn't killed him and relief that she hadn't acted impulsively and jeopardized her safety. As a result, the conclusion she had to make was clear. She would kill him before dipping. Meanwhile, dozens of masters were lined up in 2 rows inside the grand hall. The alleged Supreme, looking down at King who stood on her 2 legs, spoke. You killed many cult members on your way here? Not wanting to be beaten again, King put on a servile smile. About that number, it is fine. It is not particularly blameworthy. It is their fault for being weak and dying anyway. She could endure this as much as she needed. The humiliation of barely eking out a smile. Fine, I shall be hit by the drizzle, but the storm is mine, too. King recalled a famous line from a certain creator who was worshipped as a god. If only that narrator hadn't collapsed from being hit by too much drizzle, he would have left a great mark on modern cultural history. Welp, too bad, too sad. But you know, the alleged Supreme chuckled. This being thought you were completely broken after the beating. But it seems that is not the case, huh? You must be cursing this being as a bastard while wagging your tail like a bitch, aren't you? I don't know what you're talking about. Is that so? How so? Very strange. Yinhua. The alleged Supreme snapped his fingers. A woman appeared gracefully through the silk curtains. Even King, who had trained her aesthetic sense with the Jade Kylin, recognized her as a top-notch beauty. Supreme. Did you call for this girl? Strip. Yes. The woman immediately pulled off her palace attire. The alleged Supreme gestured at her. Look. Do you see this? King frowned. What is this? Ostentation. Is he trying to flex? This place is filled with men. Yet, she strips. Because a woman who does not even know shame strips when told to. What a stupid bitch. The woman's face turned pale, and her hands trembled. King felt sorry for her. What the hell? He's the one who told her to strip, but now he's making a huge wah over it. The fuck is wrong with him? But then, King checked the woman's evil karma. Never mind. I guess she can get shit on a bit more. This is why women are so boring. All they know is how to act coy. The woman's trembling intensified. But this being hates it when anyone dares to defy him. You experienced that, didn't you? King's smile deepened. This motherfucker. I'm gonna burn him alive. If you make a bonfire for someone, they'll stay warm for a while. But if you set fire to their body, they'll stay warm for the rest of their life. She intended to give him that very lifetime of warmth. After all, only by embracing him with such heat can that cheeky son of a bitch be taught some fucking manners. Yes, that is it. Obedient on the outside, yet secretly harboring killing intent on the inside. This being thought that you were just like the other bitches. But it seems not. Ha! It is making this being excited. However, goosebumps ran up King's arm and reached her neck in an instant. What did this crazy motherfucker just say? Take her to the Bliss Palace and make her learn every single fairy arts there. If that does not work, feed her elixirs until she reaches the transcendent realm. Overhaul rebirth is perfect for enhancing beauty, after all. New martial arts, elixirs. King's eyes gleamed. Fuck demonic arts and whatever. I have to fuck him up. This motherfucker is a creature that should not exist in this world. To put it nicely, it could be called a rather revolutionary thought against a harsh oppressor. This natural realm wannabe motherfucker, who's barely at the unrestrained realm, is just asking for it. Ain't he? Does he want to die that fucking badly? King, late stage peak realm, thought as such. Just you wait until I reach the transcendent realm. I'll fuck you up with the Buddha's palm 5,000 times. King swallowed down her anger. At that moment, Jisungyu tried to dissuade the alleged Supreme. She is a serpent-like bitch. She will surely bring great harm to the divine cult. Please reconsider. Enough. This being has already decided. I shall obey the Supreme's command. Jisungyu bowed. The Bliss Palace leader died during the transport of the prisoner. When the news was delivered, all the elders of the Bliss Palace were engulfed in deep sorrow. To be clear, Bliss Palace leader Hamwell was never a good leader. Her personality was brutal, treating elders like maids and preferring to use her fists rather than her words. On top of that, her greed was beyond ordinary, monopolizing handsome men or the occasional high-ranking prisoners that came her way. Still, Hamwell was the owner of the Bliss Palace, and the owner of the Bliss Palace was the master of the blissful maiden arts. In other words, Hamwell was a living secret manual capable of fully transmitting the blissful maiden arts. To be honest, the elders would call Hamwell Zai Divine Maiden, but refer to her as retarded bitch behind her back, or, to be a bit more affectionate, a motherfucking bitch. Everyone wished for Hamwell's death. However, they hoped she would only die after passing on her divine arts. Thus, in their sorrow, the elders asked, "So, what about the secret manual?" It was difficult to learn martial arts from just the secret manual. However, it was better than having the martial arts disappear entirely. Additionally, perhaps the elders of higher ranks could at least research together and add new annotations if they had it. Amidst their sorrow, a glimmer of hope flickered among the elders. But the secret manual was actually burned. If the study of physics were highly developed in the Central Plains, they could at least comfort themselves by saying that the secret manual still existed, transformed into heat and light. However, the Central Plains was still primitive, so they could only feel regret and sorrow. True to the 5 stages of grief, the elders soon entered denial. No, this cannot be real. Something must have gone wrong. No matter how much of an idiot or a motherfucking bitch that retarded bitch Hamwell was, she wouldn't have carried the secret manual around, right? If she had died with the blissful maiden arts secret manual on her, the Bliss Palace's ultimate technique would have been lost entirely. No matter how much of a thoughtless and selfish bitch she was. But upon reconsideration, Hamwell was indeed the kind of bitch who would do just that. That retarded bitch really did cause a mess, didn't she? The elders overcame the stage of denial with logic. The next stage was anger. No, but why burn the secret manual along with Hamwell? I thought the Bliss Palace leader was the only motherfucking piece of shit bitch under the heavens, but it turns out there's a sky above the sky. I will not let this unprincipled villain go unpunished. Angry elders flocked to King, who had just settled in a corner of the Bliss Palace. Was it you? The vicious bitch who burned the blissful maiden arts. What the fuck? Who are these people? Why are they suddenly coming at me and cursing me? After briefly analyzing their demeanor and preferences, King deduced what the most provocative response would be. Honestly, at this point, her natural talent of deduction was akin to artificial intelligence. Yes, it was indeed me, King declared confidently. While the elders were at a loss for words, King followed up. But who are these old aunties? By the way, shouldn't you take better care of your wrinkles? Do you think covering them up with makeup helps? Well, I mean, I guess there's nothing that can be done about aging. Old aunties, wrinkles, makeup, gasp. The discipline elder grabbed the back of her neck. King's mouth harbored a terrifying tongue that struck precisely at the weak spot she had always been conscious of, as she was already agitated and uneasy due to the loss of the divine arts. This was practically a fatal blow. The discipline elder gasped for breath and eventually coughed up bright red blood. The early stage transcendent realm master's chi and blood started running in reverse, leading to chi deviation. As her inner chi leaked out, her once taut skin instantly wrinkled into the appearance of an old woman. The position of discipline elder usually went to the strongest elder in active service. The same was true for the Bliss Palace, so following the demise of their palace leader, their greatest force had now also fallen. Whoa, you weren't an auntie but a grandma, huh? Whoa. Not only does she have a lot of evil karma, but she's also very old, isn't she? King remarked on this mystifying sight of rapid aging that she witnessed in real time. Another elder, shocked by the term grandma, also reacted. You bitch. No, stop. Administrative elder, calm down. The training elder, who was somewhat close to the administrative elder, quickly infused true chi into her meridians. The administrative elder narrowly avoided chi deviation. King clicked her tongue. Too bad. I could have taken out one more. At that moment, the head elder yelled at King. Do you know what you have done? Didn't I kill your boss? Auntie, is killing a bitch that deserved to die a crime? King continued to provoke them. But this time, it didn't work. Such things do not matter. Hamel's death was of no importance. It was deemed as something insignificant. Take note. This is why one should always be kind to people. How dare you burn the divine arts? It was about that? King briefly reflected on her mistake and understanding. Even after hearing the one to die is in the wrong following her previous murders, she still hadn't fully grasped the law of the strong. What the hell? Seriously? Does the entire heavenly demon divine cult believe that shit? Then how does the organization even sustain itself? Suddenly, a sociological curiosity arose. It was the profound liberal arts taught from a prestigious university that had made King a self-made blue-collar worker. As such, King quickly lost interest. After all, now that she thought about it, it had truly been a useless choice of the past. If King could return to the past after beating Lil Window and returning to reality, she would major in big data instead. After reflecting, King refocused on her target. What's so wrong with burning an evil demonic arts? The effect was outstanding. Look at that impudence. Just listen to her. How dare she? Evil demonic arts. The elicited women squawked, making pterodactyl noises. King tilted her head nonchalantly. So, it's not? How can you say such a terrible thing? The blissful maiden arts are a proper divine arts. Even if we are treated as one of the left-hand path. The great elder staggered. In the absence of the palace leader, she was second in rank. Of course, King had no interest in that. A new interest did arise, though. What? It wasn't demonic ahoit. At that moment, a palm flew, aiming for her cheek. King instinctively grabbed the wrist. Let go, Kaya. It was the training elder, who had lost her temper and charged. King's black hand, which was infused with toxic black slang true chi, penetrated. The resentment of being treated unfairly met a timely and brutal infiltration. As the meridians were torn apart, the elder's wrist rapidly turned black and bruised. King's strength was formidable. Though the elder struggled to escape in surprise, King merely gripped the arm firmly and gently shook it. King frowned. Shit. I used demonic arts because you startled me. Do you know how hard I tried not to use it? Let go. Wow. This auntie is funny, huh? Do I look like someone who needs to let go if you tell me to let go, and grab if you tell me to grab? Your manners are awful. Is that how you request someone? If you had politely asked me to let go, I might have considered hoit. King also grabbed the other arm that was hurriedly flying at her. Now, both of the training elders' arms were caught. As such, the two women were forced to face each other. King saw a number. 324. Why is this place like this? Is it because the head is that all-edged supreme? King squeezed her hands tightly. Her grip was one that could crush iron. The auntie's frail wrists were like tofu being squeezed and crushed, thus oozing through King's fingers. Kaya! The training elder screamed and staggered. Her thrashing arms severed at the forearms, with blood spurting everywhere. Amidst it, King trembled. "What is this? What the hell? What's happening? What is this?" King looked at her palm in awe. "How do I even describe this?" Flesh was crushed, bursting and trickling down, as the sensation tickled her fingers almost as if chattering to her. Right in this very hand. The feeling of bones breaking and shattering still lingered vividly. Hugh-ha! King exhaled a thrilled sigh. The elders turned pale at the sight. This crazy thing. Another terrifying killing star had ended up entering this place. The elders lamented inwardly. However, since the demonic cult had so many madmen, they didn't wet themselves or vomit. There were even some who enjoyed both cannibalism and necrophilia simultaneously, so a woman who enjoyed crushing people was honestly nothing. However, teaching martial arts to such a bitch was another matter, naturally draining their faces of color. King, savoring the aftertaste, looked at the elders who were trying to sneak out. Come to think of it, who are these aunties anyway? Why did they suddenly swarm and come at me? Whether they stayed or left didn't matter since King didn't know their names or identities. However, she needed to at least finish hearing what they had to say. "So, what did you mean by the blissful maiden arts not being a demonic arts? One of you stay and explain." Originally, dual cultivation was a health technique of Taoism. It was a qi circulation method where two people, or more, exchange true qi through intimate acts. And also, it allowed for some pleasure at times. Originally, it led to happiness for all, making it a health technique. Therefore, techniques like collect yin supplement yang or collect yang supplement yin were not usually one-sided. Both men and women cultivated, with men gaining yin and women gaining yang in return. Thus, sects that primarily practiced dual cultivation and did not harm their partners lived well. There was even a joke that the disciples of the Blossom Ascension sect, the greatest red light district under the heavens, had such an immense income that they ate elixirs instead of food. However, once a man entered the Bliss Palace, he never came out again. Naturally, this earned them the enmity of the entire Murim. The Blissful Maiden Arts was a secret manual for dual cultivation, enhancing the danshan by circulating and harmonizing various energies within the body after intercourse. The downside of typical dual cultivation was clear. After all, collecting miscellaneous qi couldn't lead to a high realm. However, the Blissful Maiden Arts was an inner qi cultivation technique designed to overcome this flaw. Therefore, only the palace leader could master it. And through this, the Bliss Palace leader could dominate the palace with unparalleled martial prowess. Thus, the loss of the Blissful Maiden Arts was a significant shock to the elders. In any case, the Blissful Maiden Arts could be said to inherit the orthodox lineage of Taoism. The one elder who remained explained this and then fled. King was satisfied with the explanation. "What the broken bar? Then I was allowed to master it, huh?" King hesitated, and then invested her practice points. Since the initiation felt like having her brain gnawed on, hesitation was inevitable. Upon doing so, the sutra forcibly permeated her mind. As usual, the prelude began with the imagery of who created it and what they saw. People enjoy the path of mutual growth with pleasure, experiencing love as the pleasure of cloud and rain, flying and falling freely in the vast sky. But this fairy was born as a stone maiden, cursed by the heavens, never knowing joy, giving only sorrow to her husband, and seeing it as a lifelong regret. Thus, this fairy created this sutra of 269 characters to explore a new world. Through this, the creator, too, discovered the true pleasure of a woman, previously unknown in life. Even amidst the horrific sensation of someone roughly kneading her brain, King felt something was off. About this sutra broken bar, isn't there something a broken bar wrong with it? Our broken bar? The administrative elder, who had stayed behind due to weakness, did not mention the effects of the Blissful Maiden Arts. After all, she wanted to leave as quickly as possible. Moreover, since the question was why it wasn't considered demonic arts, there was no need to explain further. But one must ask themselves, why was it specifically named the Blissful Maiden Arts? Because it was a dual cultivation technique for women to enhance their pleasure, hence the name Blissful Maiden Arts. Fundamentally, it had the qualities of fairy arts, elevating a woman's beauty. Additionally, it greatly increased flexibility, enabling all sorts of extraordinary positions in Taoist practices. It made one resilient to cold and heat, toughened the skin to avoid injuries, and prevented tanning, allowing uninterrupted outdoor activities. Most importantly, it had this major function. It significantly enhanced the pleasure a woman felt. An extraordinary martial art created by the Stone Maiden and imbued with her lifelong regret. So potent, in fact, that it could even cure a woman's. The elders of the Bliss Palace saw nothing but unpleasant sights after barging in. After all, two of their fellow comrades had been rendered utterly useless. The Discipline Elder's dungeon was damaged, turning her into an old woman, and the inner arts she had accumulated through unorthodox methods quickly leaked out as true chi. Meanwhile, the training elder's hands had become crippled. They managed to retrieve her severed hands, but they were too damaged to be reattached. In fact, a first-grade disciple of the Bliss Palace was shocked at such a sight when checking on her teacher's bed. So shocked, in fact, that she subdued her teacher and absorbed all her inner chi. And the disciple thought that since she was the one to deal with the training elder, revealing this fact could make her the next training elder. However, a young and inexperienced disciple rising to the position of elder would only make them a stepping stone for someone else. As such, it was time to consolidate their newly acquired power. Similarly, a 9th-ranked enforcer of the discipline hall forcibly transferred her crippled master's true chi upon finding her. The position of discipline elder was reserved for the highest-ranking expert, and the 9th-ranked enforcer knew it was too much for her. Thus, she, too, decided to consolidate her power quietly. As a result, two bodies without a single culprit of their murders emerged that night. Jaian Pohi, the youngest third-grade disciple, led a rather difficult life. She was constantly being beaten and used as an outlet for venting anger, and the man she had barely managed to win over was taken from her. She couldn't even remember the last time she enjoyed a man's company. Consequently, her martial arts skills didn't progress, though she excelled at various household chores. Such a Jaian Pohi received good news. A new youngest disciple had joined. She could finally be free from chores. However, her joy was short-lived. The newcomer was crippled. Her legs were completely disabled. As such, Jaian Pohi steeled herself. The long-awaited youngest disciple turned out to be crippled. If they think they'll get special treatment, they're sorely mistaken. I'll show my dignity as a senior sister. Jaian Pohi kicked open King's door. Despite being the first time doing this, she was quite a natural at it, having experienced it often herself from her seniors. Hey, kid, what are you doing when the sun is so high in the sky? King squinted, looking for the window. Hey, Owing. The sun isn't up, though. What? How dare you not get up, you lazy bum? Jaian Pohi shouted loudly. King slowly got up. After all, the pitch of her voice was too high to pretend not to hear. Who are you? What? Where are your clothes? Why are you buck naked? King quickly covered herself with the blanket. Because this is more comfortable. Get dressed and get up. Are you planning to slack off on your first day? Can you step out for a moment then? It's a bit uncomfortable with someone here. Broken bar. Didn't you hear me? I said you're late. Do you want to skip breakfast? Ute. Is it already time for breakfast? Does this place eat this early? Could you pass me the clothes next to you? Get it yourself. Do you not have hands or feet? I mean, if I had to say, I guess I don't have my feet. Jaian Pohi paused. HMPH. Fine, just this once. After all, none of the senior sisters will be lenient with you just because you're disabled. King watched the girl grumbling as she picked up clothes scattered around. -151. Is there no one normal in this place? Even the servants are fucking evil. However, breakfast was the most important priority. Though she found it disappointing not to start the day with a refreshing bloodshed. King picked up her clothes from under the blanket. Then she boldly raised her arms. All right, let's go. To eat. What the why are you suddenly raising your arms? Well, it's obviously because you have to take me. Basically, she was asking to be carried. Her act of being crippled had improved to the point where she was deeply immersed in it. In modern terms, she was consumed by her own method acting. Her skill in deceiving too unrestrained, many transcendent, and countless peak martial artists stemmed from here. King classified people into 3 genders: men, women, and evil people. Starting from those with evil karma in the 3 digits, gender was irrelevant. King originally avoided direct contact with those she wasn't hostile towards. Touching a man with bare skin was shameful if one was a man, and touching a woman was somewhat pleasing but felt like a despicable ploy by using her current appearance. After confirming her evil karma, Jyeonpo-hee was no longer considered a woman, so King had no qualms about being carried by her. This this mentally ill no, sorry. I keep saying harsh things. Maybe it's because I've been hearing them all this time. Kid, are you perhaps a bit dim-witted? What exactly are you trying to do? Why? What's wrong? King tilted her head. Once again, it had returned. That expression. The expression that clearly said, King knows nothing. Forget it. We're short on time. We need to hurry. Jyeonpo-hee picked up King. King was taller and larger than her senior sisters, thus making her heavier. However, she fit comfortably into such a position, as if it was rather familiar. In fact, it made it easier to carry her compared to when Jyeonpo-hee had to serve as a human chair for her senior sisters. As they moved towards the dining hall, Jyeonpo-hee encountered Yunnan Griang, the 4th-ranked 3rd-grade disciple and a taskmaster of one of the 4 factions of the 2nd-grade disciples. Jyeonpo-hee immediately shouted, "Senior sister, did you sleep well last night?" "Yes, yes." "Did you sleep well too, junior sister?" "Yes, thank you." King frowned. Why is she shouting so loudly in the morning? She must be a bottom feeder out of the servants. Should I switch her out? King looked at the other servant. Her evil karma was just over 200. Well, 150 was still better than 200. As such, King just sighed deeply and decided to let it be. Hey, what did I just hear? What was that sound? You broken bar. What's this? Why are you carrying her? Oh, is she that cripple who just joined? Wow, look at how nice the world has gotten. How can a cripple comfortably lie in a senior sister's arms like that? Did she think you were an easy mark or something? Well, her legs area broken bar. What a retarded bitch. The both of you. That is, in my opinion, a senior sister who can't properly train a junior is much more of a retarded bitch than the junior who doesn't know her place. I'll teach you what proper training is, so remember it well. Yunnan Griang sneered and raised her hand. The slap, containing a move from the 12 palm techniques of the Bliss Palace, flew towards Jyeonpo-hee's face. Jyeonpo-hee buried her face between her shoulders. However, the slap was blocked midway. It was because a black hand grabbed her wrist tightly. For reference, King was on her way to the ever-so-important event known as breakfast. As such, there was no way she wouldn't be displeased with the interruption. King smiled with a face as white as a ghost as she spoke. The first character in the White Hand demonic arts was, in fact, white. And since white originally had a connection to wickedness. Hello. Excuse me. Do you know what you call someone with no hands in just one word? What kind of bullshit are you? A broken bar. Wrong. Bullshit is not the right answer. The correct answer is you. It was a repeat of yesterday's scene. A hand void of its original support fell off, causing a loud scream to erupt, and the delightful sensation of crushing flesh and bone, even though she experienced it yesterday, was a broken bar. This feeling, it feels to a broken bar. It feels to a broken bar. Good, a broken bar. King let out a breathless moan. Jyeonpo-hee, who was holding her, snapped back to her senses. She had briefly lost her mind due to the recent events. She found King trembling in her arms, thus bringing her back to reality. What's wrong with her? This is epilepsy, right? She's having a seizure here. What should I do? Should I take her to the medicine hall? But I need to take the utensils with me. Jyeonpo-hee didn't know what to do and just hugged King tightly. After all, she remembered seeing someone hug a person having a seizure in the village she had lived in before. It seemed to work, as the youngest's seizure subsided. Hey, are you okay? Are you coming to your senses? King took deep breaths. The tremors lingering in her body were dizzying. Her heart pounded wildly. Ever since becoming a master, Her heart had never beaten this fiercely. Was this how a certain ancient soldier felt, who, after sprinting with all his might to deliver news of victory, finally met his end with a smile at the limit of his endurance? Her heart was beating so hard that it almost seemed ready to burst her body apart. Yet the immense sense of accomplishment made her mind clear and pristine. Something about it was incredible. And it also felt so broken. How do I put it? Refreshing. King's eyes became serene and gentle. She almost looked like a monk who had attained enlightenment. Now then, I have to wrap it up. A broken bar. Something about it feels so trivial. A broken bar. King's body and mental state were no different from someone collapsing after sprinting to victory. At that moment, hey, a broken bar. You know, a broken bar. What about the finishing touch? A broken bar. Since junior sister is strong enough, if it's all right with you, could I, do it instead? King looked up at Jyeon-po-hee. She kept glancing at the servant lying on the floor, who had over 200 points of evil karma. King quickly understood her intention. You enjoy killing too, huh? So you want to have some fun too, is it? Only if it's okay with you, junior sister. A broken bar. Well, go ahead. Because she was so immensely satisfied, King didn't feel like spilling more blood. Huh? Really? Then, how much should I leave behind? What? Leave behind? Leave behind what? What kind of creative and systematic slaughter process are you planning? Are you saying you'll leave the last hit for me or something? In curiosity, King responded. Just finish it all. But can I watch? Huh? That's a bit embarrassing, but I guess it can't be helped. Jyeon-po-hee tore off a piece of her skirt and tightly wrapped the crushed wound. She's going to start it off by stopping the bleeding. Is she a torture expert or something? It's like she's in a whole different realm compared to me. Maybe I can actually learn something today. And then, Jyeon-po-hee opened the door where her senior sister was previously standing, pushed her inside, picked up King, and went in, locking the door behind them. King's eyes sparkled. She's even getting a whole room for herself? Dismemberment? Is it dismemberment? Can this possibly be some anatomy demonstration? King had huge expectations, full of anticipation for what she could be shown. And then, it isn't a slaughter. King realized she had harbored a ridiculous misunderstanding. Why? Well, because what was unfolding before her was a vivid scene of collect yin supplement yin. However, King also felt rather chagrined, or rather, wronged. No, like a broken bar. How was I supposed to not so? Oh wow. Wait, rubbing that there like that is a beat a broken bar. Oh my goodness. How shameless. It's making me all shy. Whoa, wait, this is so much more intense than the videos. Though King pretended not to watch Jyeon-po-hee's finishing touches, she actually observed quite closely with side-eyed glances. All in all, it was a broken bar, fierce and intense. And then, about an hour had passed. The malefactor, who had been lying on the ground void of her hands, was now completely limp. Jyeon-po-hee wiped the sweat from her forehead with her sleeve. After finishing, Jyeon-po-hee's face was glowing with a radiant shine. She put the nameplate, which had belonged to her senior sister just prior, into her pocket with a bright and innocent expression. She was smiling brightly with a cheerful laugh. Jyeon-po-hee hugged King tightly and cheerfully walked down the corridor. Thanks to you, I had a real feast after a long time. Oh my. Did I introduce myself? I am Jyeon-po-hee. And you are, junior sister, huh? I'm not your junior sister, though. A broken bar? Are you not junior sister Xamon King? Yes, my name is Xamon King. A broken bar? But you're not my junior sister. A broken bar? Why would I be your junior sister? A broken bar? They stared at each other blankly. King thought to herself, -149. 150 has become within the 140s? And it doesn't mean like my righteous karma increased or something. Is it because I was half into killing her and she finished her off? Come to think of it, even villains could accumulate righteous karma by slaying other malefactors. But does that make a villain a good person? If someone did bad deeds, wouldn't divine punishment still need to be delivered? But she didn't seem like a bad person either. Does that even make sense? though? She's jacking off evil people when she's not even a bad person? What? It was quite the conundrum. Can bad deeds be offset by good deeds? Then, were the villains who shouldn't be treated as human, even though they had accumulated righteous deeds? But how the hell am I supposed to know that? So, what did she do about this conundrum? King stopped thinking about it. After all, there were plenty of other villains to deal with that were blatantly evil. There was no need to worry about reformed villains. I am fairly sure I heard that Junior Sister joined the Bliss Palace yesterday, though. King spoke in a serious manner, without a hint of jest. What are you talking about? Who do you think my master is that I would join the demonic cult? That's practically blasphemy. Junior Sister's master? Who is it? She is surnamed Ximen, with Su and Rin as her given name. Ximen Zurin. A broken bar? Did we have such an elder in the palace? King was taken aback. The fuck? If she was a part of this palace, why would Master even be at the Divine Maiden sect? Of course not. How does that make any sense? A broken bar? A broken bar? Jianpo. He looked utterly confused. However, King had a rough understanding. Didn't that so-called alleged supreme say something like that? He said to treat Ximen King well in the Bliss Palace and not to spare any martial arts or elixirs. That expressionless and idiotic brat probably misunderstood the meaning and caused this mess. Well, I should play along for now. I need to secure martial arts and elixirs, after all. Alright, whatever. No biggie. I'll try being a junior sister, as expected. Junior sisters You can call me senior sister Jian. No way. To think she would change someone else's surname so casually. How could this bitch be so ignorant that she doesn't even know the Ximen surname? King was appalled by her ignorance. She kept thinking that the girl was a bit lacking in the head. Still, the girl was somewhat kinda broken by, or maybe not. Wait, she's lacking in the head and not kind either? King drastically lowered her evaluation of Jianpo. Senior sister, you suit being my crutch is better than being a senior sister. King decided to regard her as crutch number 2. By the way, where did crutch number 1 go? That Gramps. It seemed there were many things to ask. To be honest, King couldn't understand why demonic arts were shunned. Her master said that all demonic arts inherently evoke an evil nature. Hence, even though there are brutal martial arts used by the orthodox faction that remain as ultimate techniques, there are also techniques that are considered demonic arts despite not being particularly brutal. But from the perspective of King, who had already mastered various demonic arts under the renowned White Hand demonic arts, well, it was true that White Hand demonic arts and Black Slaying demonic arts had a uniquely satisfying feel. It was also true that seeing a villain made her want to tear into their flesh with her fingers, beat them with long-ranged strikes, and crush their bones. But even without that, wasn't killing villains a delightful and virtuous hobby? If I'm going to kill them anyway, what's wrong with playing with them a bit? It would be fun, and the villain would thoroughly regret their sins. Right? Yet that makes someone evil. What exactly made one evil anyway? Honestly, in terms of side effects, even the blissful maiden arts, a supposedly Taoist orthodox cultivation technique, had far more serious issues. It's actually a bigger problem if it feels too good, huh? Luckily, King had a suitable crutch supporting her, or else she might have ended up rolling around on the ground in an actual battle. Maybe I can kinda get used to this. King recalled that moment. It was nice. King inadvertently smiled with a subtle expression and then snapped back to her senses. The problem was the uncontrollable nature of blissful maiden arts. Why in the world did it cultivate automatically? Even now, she couldn't put a leash on it, and it roamed around autonomously, expanding its influence at all times. In fact, even the supposedly quiet purple lightning demonic arts joined in the chaos. To be precise, the purple lightning demonic arts would first rush out from the denshin and run through the pressure points, with the blissful maiden arts following closely behind. As a result, both cultivation techniques were rapidly increasing her practice points automatically. But originally, inner chi cultivation techniques were methods to absorb and refine true chi. By accumulating inner chi according to the sutra, one could endlessly fill the denshin as long as their lifespan allowed. Basic arts formed the denshin and fine meridians. When one became a formal disciple, They were taught advanced techniques to circulate and cultivate true qi. And then, when one reached a certain level, such as a first-grade disciple or a named disciple of an elder, they would then learn the secret high-level cultivation techniques preserved by the sect. This way, the true qi cultivated with lower-level techniques would naturally integrate into the high-level ones. Alternatively, instead of absorption, the different true qi could coexist in a symbiotic manner, flowing separately without clashing. But King was different. Her state was one where a status window and a martial arts genre was weirdly mixed. She gained practice points by circulating true qi, leading to advancements. With each increase in stage, the corresponding abilities of the martial arts increased, and for cultivation techniques, the maximum inner qi also increased. Reaching the Grand Star level resulted in significant gains, but that was it. King, knowing she was different, would get frustrated every time she looked at her status window. It seemed to mock her as if saying she was an outsider in this world. Nevertheless, the blissful maiden arts were not the essence absorption demonic arts. It was a cultivation technique that purified and refined the absorbed true qi into pure inner qi. It was indeed a legitimate divine art of Taoism. If true qi were to be put in anthropomorphic terms, it would look like this. Blissful maiden arts regarded other Taoist true qi as friendly companions, thus sharing the same dantian. But purple lightning demonic qi was not. As such, it felt compelled to purify this vile demonic energy into something pure and kind. Thus, the purple lightning demonic qi, already in a pitiful state, was driven to the brink of an existential crisis. Purple lightning demonic qi fled the dantian, and the blissful maiden true qi chased after it. Meanwhile, the maiden true qi clapped and encouraged deer on the sidelines. The maiden true qi, being a staunch separatist, would separate them if it felt the purple lightning demonic qi was in danger. However, being fundamentally Taoist, it didn't stop the blissful maiden true qi from tormenting its kin. And the result of that was automatic cultivation. Of course, King couldn't know these reasons. However, the sense of crisis she felt was, at least, real. An excess in anything was problematic, except for inner qi, of course. Even feeling good had its limits. Being unable to control your body was a big problem. The side effects of just the 1 star in blissful maiden arts were this severe. If her achievements advanced further, she might literally pass out every time she got hit. So King thought, there are martial arts that make one sensitive, huh? Then, could there be martial arts that make one numb? Fortunately, there was someone to ask. It was the foul-mouthed old man who came looking for lunch. Crutch number 1. But why does this old man like me anyway? His karma is entirely that of a great demonic adept, so it's kinda burdensome. Ear-broken bar. Grandfather, are there any martial arts that make a person numb? They do exist. Oh, there's really nothing you don't know. Huh. So, what are they? TSK. Learning those will make you dull and inhuman. How do you not know that? You are only interested in such wicked things. You wretched girl. Who asked about that? So, what are they? Damn girl, even when I worry about you, you give me shit for it. Who asked for you to worry about me? Who cares? TSK. Ice arts are usually like that, are they not? Ice arts? You ignorant girl. Geez. Yeah, I'm ignorant. So, I'm asking you to help me out. Why are you yapping so much? TSK. Choi Leong clicked his tongue but still explained. There were martial arts that quite purely interpreted the principles of yin and yang. Yin is cold, yang is hot. Thus, ice arts was meant for freezing attacks, and flame arts was meant for fire-based attacks. Of course, the efficiency was disastrously poor. If ice arts and flame arts were strong, every warrior in the Central Plains would have decided their future based on fire or ice attributes. Even so, flame arts were much better. Comparing the two, the efficiency difference was such that it was embarrassing to even compare ice arts to flame arts. Hot things burn instantly, but cold things could simply be pulled away, saying "Ute, it's cold." Why else would those ice masters of the North Sea Ice Palace be stuck in that cold land? It was because ice arts were only useful in the North Sea. It was a land already in extreme cold. Only in cold weather did making it even colder have any noticeable effect. Thus, even if an ice palace master descended to the Central Plains, they were treated as mere walking ice factories. Still, they were not poorly treated because they saved on the expensive saltpeter used to make ice. At this point, King's eyes lit up. Then if I learn it, can I make chilled Longjing tea? Chilled Longjing tea? What kind of crazy nonsense is that? Are you out of your mind? Can't a person just want some chilled Longjing tea? Dear child, a broken bar, please, come to your senses. Stop this, okay? This old man is entirely at fault. Alright, so please, stop. Choi Leong looked at her as if she were the most pitiful creature in the world. Is it that serious? No. But likely a broken bar. Why couldn't these primitive original cultivators understand the joy of chilled tea? There was cold tea in the Central Plains, but it was usually sweetened with squeezed fruits or made from barley, rice, or corn. However, fruit or grain teas were considered just beverages, even though they were called tea. Real tea was strictly defined as the result of steaming, roasting, or drying tea leaves and brewing them in hot water. I'm perfectly fine, though. So, what's the strongest ice arts? That would be the Snow White Divine Arts, Choi Leong answered without hesitation. In fact, it was something no martial artist was ignorant of. Snow White Divine Arts? Goodness, even a 7-year-old knows that. Stop calling me ignorant. I'm not going to tolerate it anymore. I'll end you. King said that while managing her martial arts window. Snow White Divine Palm, Snow White Divine Arts, Snow White Divine Sword. 3 purple martial arts appeared at the top. It was the downside of purple martial arts. They were always split into several parts, making it impossible to obtain them all through righteous karma exchanges. But if it's just Snow White Divine Arts, my broken bar, isn't it a bit of a waste? According to Crutch Number 1's explanation, it's just a purple border in name a broken bar. All it really does is add a refrigeration function. No? But this is an emergency. To be fair, I need to do something about the side effects of the blissful maiden arts a broken bar. Right as King was contemplating, what about it, you brat? Do you suddenly want to learn ice arts? Why? Do you know any ice arts? Seal Ganem mastered the heavenly ice Zura demonic arts. What? A demonic art? Again? King looked at her still open martial arts window. Heavenly ice Zura demonic arts. It was a mere red border. The name seemed to imply it was one of the greatest demonic arts under heaven or some shit, but it was only red. The grade seems rather low. A broken bar. Well, to be fair, that's not the problem right now. If I learn that, will my senses become a bit numb? It is not just at the level of numb. Forget it. Heed me, you brat. You'll become a tree trunk, a piece of wood. There's a reason it's called a demonic art. Then it's perfect. And since it's a demonic art, the person who mastered it must be a demonic human, right? King's eyes sparkled as she asked. So, where does that Seal Ganem person,